What was the score? I won 20 for 16. Somebody went 16 for 15. 9, 7, 6, 5. I was out there handling my business.
This nigga really had us playing hella games of fucking with bad number hackers, though. This fool. it was getting spanked, boy, by hella hackers, bro.
Where you guys on land?
I'm gonna land bio. Get that key card.
I know that. Alright, leave the other one. Leave Discord.
Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
I got 100 bullets, fool. I'm gonna keep chopping.
I'm going to bio.
Alright, let's get it. Teamwork make the dream work.
Okay, you got Snoop D-O double G.
Yes, sir.
Hey.
What? Bow wow.
Let's get ready to rumble. Can't believe you had to playing with hackers. Hell on that.
Yeah, get off the homie, cuz.
Yeah.
You coming with me? Oh yeah, let's make y'all fuck each other. Yeah.
We
All on the string. Bring that little fool.
Here, oh, in the tub.
Yeah, got this nigga head in the sink. Give me head, ho. Give me head, ho. Give me head, ho. All on the string. Yeah, you on YouTube right now and all in the sink.
Oh. What you talking about, boy? You trying to get me?
We've located the
Come on, we go to the plane, yo. Going to the plane. I'm going to the plane.
I'm about to walk him down.
Hey, pick up pink.
Keep on strike on transmitting forward. Keep on strike ready.
Come on, pink. Let's go.
I'm in. Be out.
Where blue at? Two blue. Drop the
Oh, I can't use it while I'm in the car. I'm in the chopper. Oh, that
No,
sucks.
I don't think so.
Yeah, cause I got an airstrike. I was about to drop on them fools.
Oh, they shoot. They ducking him, they bucking.
Pop out. They get your eagle on.
Yes, sir.
That's how we do it. My plans always work sometimes.
Loadout drop headed your way.
Thank God, because that shit was about to hit the motherfucking antenna.
Last remaining operators from
That shit bounced off the antenna. We got super lucky right there.
They coming.
Me too, cause I'm about to bust.
Squad's in the safe zone. They're losing ground. Moving.
There go an airstrike for somebody. Elimination. He out of there.
Kill confirmed. We've located the rest of them.
Changing man.
Everybody got everything we got.
He out of there. Yeah, that's what you get for shooting at me, little wardy. That shit was sweet till he got his ass shot up. Do your thing, do your thing. Oh, wait, let me put on my tokens real quick. I'm tweaking. Right, I'm smooth.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Oh yeah, Gil, the other day, I got to a care package thing, like, if I was an enemy trying to come kill me, nigga.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your
I
tag.
should have got a calling card for that, though. I should have got a calling card for that shit. That shit's rare, nigga.
Not that rare. You do yourself in there. Care package before.
No, but I'm talking about with the enemy, though, nigga.
You've made it to the top 10.
It dropped right on that nigga when he was chasing me.
Designating code for LPCR.
I still had a lot of help.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Enemy destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
They gon' control, Gil. They gon' control.
I control the controllers.
Changing man.
Release napalm strike on my mark. Enemy soldiers mark remaining operators from that squad. All down. Target down. Marking the rest of them. All confirmed. We've located the rest of them. Enemy
Got Michael
destroyed.
Myers.
Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
That nigga last name ain't Myers. His last name John. That was Michael John.
Ah!
Popping a fresh man. Changing man.
They call me thirsty. I said, yeah, bitch, I'm parched.
Oh no, I ran out of bullets, nigga.
Marking field upgrade.
Right there, drop it in.
Oh, shit. Drop bombs on him.
One's on top of the control.
You better go the other way. You is not welcome over here.
Changing man.
on full strength.
Good kill.
Changing
Marking
mag.
the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get hunted. Get ready. Emergency notice about to close. Located the rest of the squad.
Good looking, good looking, good looking. Whoever called that fool out.
Popping a fresh mag.
Enemy soldier
That nigga owed me $5. Hi, homie, you need some help?
Yeah, good stuff.
Thank you, because I had to motherfucking reload.
enemy destroyed.
Switched to my other gun and got it cracking.
Changing mag. Back on full strength.
Location the rest of them. Last remaining operator.
Yeah, I dropped hella niggas, guys.
Hunt them down. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tag map. Get
Popping the fresh Maggie.
Armor pouch here.
Oh, look like we all got one.
Hit that good stuff. I'm ready.
resurgence is close. No more second chances.
Yeah, prison.
Enemies are dropping into the air.
One of you,
Yeah, prison.
UAV standing by.
Got it, nigga. What you mean? Got him at the top of the prison, boy. Hit him with the grenade.
Four remain. Finish the job.
UAV is bingo fuel, returning to base.
5 squads still operational in the AO.
Popping a fresh mag.
standing by. General squads to the same time.
Hey, y'all, we whooping ass.
You're in the top 3. Don't let up now. 3 squads left in the war zone. Stay alert.
In the circle. I'm about UAV up.
The last 2 now finished.
Yes, sir.
That's
Damn, that was quick.
Damn, they took out the whole thing.
Yeah, I see you, my boy.
Yee.
You know, on a Victoriana, niggas gotta run it back, man. It's only right. I don't get no rider. Damn, this nigga went 44 for 34.
You already know.
Okay, I see you. Got that recorded on my stream, big dog.
Yeah, you know, I was tearing them a new one.
I see. Shout out to Devil's Rejects. He was rejecting everything. That nigga said the devil said you're not welcome here. Go to the big map. After this one, it's prestige time, baby. After that, it's nothing but up. Nothing but up.
We're at war, boys. We've been hit. Freaking Iran dropped a dang missile right here in Seadrift. I'm going to Iran, boys. They're drafting everybody, all of us, everybody. Yeah, it's all over, guys. We're done for.
Shut the fuck up. Freak up.
We're gonna be dealing with the fallout from this for a while. I'm probably gonna have to move. Luckily, the wind's going the other direction, so like the radiation will affect like Corpus. We're at war, boys. We've been hit. Freaking Iran dropped.
This ass so fat. I'm going.
Hey, Mike, let's go.
Soon as the nigga opened the door, G, I swung to the mother like a motherfucking pitcher. Boom, G, the motherfucker so swift, G. Right. So swift. Motherfucker did this, G. I smacked my goddamn head on the sink. Bam, G. Soon as I came up, G, the motherfucker got to give me Mickey Mouse, G. Shit. Soon as the nigga opened the door, G.
If you're still stuffing wires.
We have a volcano right here in Corona, about to erupt. We have a volcano right here in Corona, about to erupt.
Take a photo of your dick, right?
Fuck you. Oh, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck
Now we gotta go down and have fun. You got a choice, huh?
A 9-inch dick is basically the ultimate get out of jail free card.
You can watch what you want to do then.
Okay, we don't. That.
Okay, for those who are doubting.
Religion of famous rappers: A$AP Rocky, Rick Ross, Logic, Tyler the Creator, Tyga, Chief Keef,
First, they dipped every gun in water. Then
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking.
And there's been
Y'all know I'm never with
Lord Jesus.
Some breaking news, Iran has done it and they've bombed the UK. In fact, they've just fired 2 missiles at the UK's most important military base. However, we didn't believe that Iran could even do this. It was long believed that Iran only had missiles which could travel 2,000 kilometers. But they just tried to attack the Diego Garcia military base in the...
He makes about 20 grand a month.
Why do Native Americans feel like they're native to this land?
Because they are.
You're not native to this land. If you was native to this land, then Ancestry.gov wouldn't show that your ancestors are from Siberia. Matter of fact, you can Google the fucking shit.
Bruh.
Y'all originate from Siberia. Y'all don't come here, okay?
Okay. Y'all embarrass us every single time y'all... Now pay close attention to the next part, because it's very important. If Native Americans take a DNA test, then they should have DNA cousin matches who are full-blood East Asian or Siberian, just like Black Americans have full-blood African cousin matches, right? Yes or no? The answer is no. The timeline makes the results completely different. Pay attention to it. Considering the fact that Black Americans have been here for 400 years or less, then we will have DNA matches that are 100% African in our DNA match list. But Native Americans won't. Pay attention to this next part, because 400 years, Black Americans, we have been here, our DNA still matches those Africans over there in Africa today. So we will share those DNA cousins because we have longer S&Ps. Now, when it comes out to Native Americans, cousins from 15,000 years ago, pay attention. The segments are so fragmented by time that they look like noise to the computer. Conclusion, the Native Americans will not see a person from Siberia in their relative list, their DNA match list. They just won't. Why? Because they've been here for way too long for that to happen. But Black Americans, we can see full-blood Africans in our DNA match list who are currently living in Africa today.
And then Africans keep wanting us to believe that we're African and that we're native to Africa because they want our reparations.
Oh man, y'all FBAs sure do love the vision. Not y'all over here gatekeeping opportunity for a better life.
Why do y'all think Native Americans have what they have?
It should be because it's their land. It should be.
Anyways, I added proof. I also want y'all to go look up scientific evidence that the first people to ever live was Black people.
You know, people who make comments like that have very surface level thinking. I've said it once and I'll say it again. They are us. We are them. It's just that they had mutated in certain types of ways due to the climates that they were in, adaptation, and mutations. It's simple. Like, quit saying that Black people were here first. Everybody's a Homo sapien.
People ask, oh, why does it matter? Because everything was stripped from us. Pre-colonization will also show you when they changed around the map because civilization started in America.
You told us to Google if the Native Americans came from Siberia, but I guarantee that you will not say to Google what you just said.
Not in Africa.
Should we Google that too?
And remember, pre-colonization was when Black colonies existed and we owned everything.
Oh, okay,
and
my
yet
bad, my
they
boy.
took all of our information from us.
Democracy.
I got you. Oh shit, my nigga didn't found me and shit.
1835. From the mouth of the St. Lawrence to the delta of the Mississippi and from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean, these savages, sad to say, that's what he wrote, possess certain points of resemblance which bore witness of their common origin. But at the same time, they differed from all other known races of men. They were neither white, like the Europeans, nor yellow, like the Asiatics, nor black, like the Negroes. Their skin was reddish-brown, their hair long and shiny, their lips thin, and their cheekbones very prominent. It's one of the later sources that I have, but trust me, there's more.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
We're gonna put you on. We're gonna break through.
Are you sure it's straight
I'm gonna add you.
Oh my gosh. Ready? Ready?
Let's see.
Oh my gosh, wait.
Oh, what?
Okay, I'm not ready. No. Don't do it yet.
Okay, I won't do it. What?
Do you have my socks?
I do have your socks. All right, here you go.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna smash it.
Wait. Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
And then I'm gonna smash it while you're on it and see if you fall through.
You're gonna actually smash it on the side?
Yeah. Be careful, okay? Don't hurt yourself. We'll see if you fall right through. I'm gonna just smash it on the side.
Not yet.
Like that.
Okay, wait.
And then smash it just like
No, babe. I'm getting my socks on.
All right.
Are you sure you want to use that one, or
yes,
do you want to
I'm
use
sure.
the other one?
I want to use the axe.
I feel like it
the
might.
Sharp axe.
I know, but it might feel like a better cut in it.
No. I think this is gonna be perfect. Ready?
Wait.
Here you go.
Okay. No.
Go.
Wait. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh no, it's good.
Okay, here we go. You're on the next one.
Okay. Just don't do it super hard. Just. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Wait, what am I supposed to do?
An amateur archaeologist says he's discovered the ruins.
Man, look. Until homie get in that ring, that's the only way we seem like we could settle this. I don't got nothing else to say to him. I'ma just let him just talk. But somebody line it up. Line it up. We could do it for free. We don't even have to do it for no money. You know what I'm saying? If you gonna be talking all this, let's settle it and let's be over with it. It's just straight like that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear, man, I'm too old to do this, because you're too old to be lying on them. So, to settle everything, and you could keep on trolling and doing all that, let's just do it like back in the days.
Ran with a whole narrative, man. They talk too much. Because I said your was scared of BG Derek. You was. But we were kids. And you know you were scared of BG Derek. You scary. Where you was scary. I don't know if you still scary. You know you was scary, Jizzle. You ain't never want to fight.
Damn.
Every once in a while when they were kids, they had to grow out of that. I hope you still ain't like that. I ain't never been no bitch. Me and Derek was cool.
Damn.
The fact that you was on probation and that's the reason you can't rap. Man, but you could get online and diss and say all this funny bunny, but you justifying that being whack. I can't say certain y'all. How you talking about gangster on freedom of speech? Man, tell that to that's because he can't say certain things, y'all. What the he can't say that he's saying? Y'all ain't listen to the album? That just whack, man. You need a Man and Fresh beat. You need a Man and Fresh beat. Then you walking around doing all this. What you doing, boy? Jenny woman ass, what you doing?
This motherfucker's a hook. What? I see him and his fag ass crew.
It's a beautiful day to. Why didn't anyone? Most people have never heard of skate.
So not only is Hawaii.
When I say that black people are the end.
You said what?
America,
Muslims worship.
What's going on?
So how do you?
Yo, Blueface.
So since I'm starting.
And I just like.
God.
King Tut was the king.
So.
King Tut was the king of Memphis at 9 years old. Bloodline of David. Pharaohs ruled by bloodline. So they knew a young king like Jesus Christ was coming too. Yes, King Tut did rule Memphis. Moved the royal court back to Memphis. Now this Howard Carter. They supposed to have found King Tut in Egypt, right? They supposed to be in Egypt in Africa, right? So this supposed to be Egypt in Africa. This a staged picture, y'all. This stage. This is Mammoth Cave in Kentucky where they really found King Tut. 400-mile long underground cave in Kentucky that we knew nothing about. Largest in the world. And there's a lot of white people that's scared to talk. They told me that they found them, but they're scared to talk. Look at that, they found 3,000 mummies there. So check this out. Who is this in the Mammoth Cave in Kentucky? This Howard Carter. What is he doing in the Mammoth Cave? Look at this. That's Howard Carter. That's the same guy. And did you know they found King Tut magical eggs in Idaho 3 years before? They supposed to have found King Tut tomb in
And
Egypt.
that markings on this egg was King Tut's high priest signature on one side of the rock and the cartouche of his name on the other. Now keep in mind that they didn't break into King Tut's tomb until 1922, yet this Egyptian alabaster egg was found in Pocatello, Idaho in 1918 before they ever knew anything about King Tut.
So look, now they stage it in Africa like they found the eggs in Africa.
Decorated with a cow-headed goddess. There lay this whole pile of strange egg-shaped white vessels. These would have been filled with food to be consumed by the king during his journey into the realm of the dead.
Come on, bro. Look at this. Evidence suggests that the Mammoth Cave was used by Native Americans for thousands of years. Native Americans didn't mummify themselves. They discovered various mummies. Native Americans don't mummify themselves. Egyptians do. The King Mounds, the ancient buried city, Kentucky, several mummies. Man, look at this, y'all. Kentucky was the burial site. So look, this is an Egyptian god that got in this picture. Look at this, a spirit. They didn't know it. Look at this. That's a spirit. Look at the beak. That's a god. That's an Egyptian god. Look at the beak. That's a spirit that got caught in the picture. That's Thoth, the god Thoth. Look at the beak. You know what Thoth do? Thoth, he is credited for the inventing of hieroglyphics and serving as the scribe and the record keeper for the gods. He keep records. And did you know that guy died? That found King Tut? He wasn't supposed to touch it. Now this Queen Elizabeth wears this on her arm. Did y'all know that? And it's a fallen angel stepping on a black man with a dagger. A young black man with a dagger. Look at this. This is King Tut's dagger.
Damn.
So the question is, should you have to pay a woman $50,000 a month to date? So Aisha Diaz says you have to keep up with her lifestyle if you want to be with her. She said if she can't depend on you to handle what she has on her plate, there is no reason for y'all to be together. So, Mace,
what does she have on her plate?
This nigga Fendi.
Yo, got more interns. Yeah.
The girl says, no, cook, clean. Like, what? That's it?
$50K to cook and clean?
That's what she said. Yeah, I'm a cook, clean. I'm like, a nigga could pay a maid a fraction of that for that. The fuck, $50K? Come on.
Yeah, the lady clean up for about $500. I don't know what $50K?
And cook, yeah. Yeah, she's bugging. Yeah, that's a no-go for me.
$50K is wow. I'm thinking about this. Where's she from first? Is she from Long Island? Is she from the Bronx, Harlem?
I know niggas who used to hit before it was $50K.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, where do you get the 50
But
from?
shout out to Aisha, if that's where you at these days, I can't get mad at it.
Yesterday's number is not today's number.
Yeah, if that's what you want for. Hey,
Bow Wow said he hit it for the free ski.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I know niggas who ain't even Bow Wow for the free ski. But, to each his own. I have to concur with Murder and Carter.
No, I'm on Aisha's side. If there's niggas want to pay the $50K, it's just like Ice Spice. A nigga want to buy a Richard Mille when he could have bought pizza. That's what he chose to do. If you got lollipops out here, you got to get what you're supposed to get from a lollipop. Pause. It's just where we are. You ain't gonna get it from me. You're not gonna get it from Killer. But there's people out there that would say, man, you used to mess with so-and-so. I'd do anything for you. Money ain't a thing. Whatever you want, baby girl. It's niggas who, they leave with their pockets. She not talking to us, Cam. We gotta mind our business.
I'm not mad. Yeah.
She's not talking to us. She's talking to people who lead with their pocket. This is just their era. This is a lollipop era. You know, you gotta get them to spend as much as you can.
And just to clarify what Mace is talking about, for those that don't know, like, what is he talking about? Lollipop. Aisha Diaz is the lollipop, and these niggas are suckers. Yeah. So just so you didn't understand the translation, what he was talking about. My bad, Murder, because somebody might be confused on what you mean. Yeah. She's a lollipop. You're a sucker. Pause. So,
and they go together.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just like somebody saying a name. I know he's not talking to me, but if she's saying 50K, she's talking to the people who would work and give her the 50K. Mm-hmm. Me and Cam are talking about a group and a generation that wouldn't dare. They would ask her to give them 25 of the 50.
Yeah, absolutely. I concur.
Yeah.
And it's not a lot of us. It's not a lot of us left.
Yeah.
So we almost.
One thing's for sure is she got it somewhere, because she ain't just shooting in the dark. She knows she could get it probably, or she's gotten it before. So.
Well, think about it as well. There's other people, look, right, who we won't say a country, but we know where they going. And we know what they doing when they get over there. And it's not a lot of money to them people who's wearing them sheets and everything else to give them 50K to do what they want to do to them.
They go.
Do what? Fart on them, shit on them. I'm not accusing her. I'm just saying it's 50K to certain people. Let me ask you a question, Carter. If you had 800 million and you say, yo, let me kick you in your face and shit.
So I want you all to watch it.
Holy shit, we got some big breaking news. Now this is going to be for all of the commanders and leaders in the Iranian military. This rocket that you just shot right here, the one that almost hit the Wailing Wall, it missed by meters. So we're going to need you to reload that cannon immediately. And don't just load it with one rocket. So we want for the next 24 hours you divert all resources, all military arsenals, and direct them exactly where this rocket landed. Now hopefully you guys can be off, in the right direction, a few meters that way, and you can do the world the greatest honor. Why they killed Jesus Christ was because they said, you know what, if he's a God, then how can we kill him? You can't kill a God. That's what God's chosen people tell us. They mock us and humiliate us and laugh about how they killed Jesus Christ.
Wake up, you little idiot. You are worship a dead man that was killed by the Romans. They crucified him and he couldn't even save himself. You expect him to come and save you and save the world? After 2,000 years, you really that stupid? And then you come and say, oh, the Jews killed our God. How can you kill a God? You're not normal. Okay, so some goyim, they're waking up. Wait a minute. How am I was taught to believe in someone that was killed by people? Jews, non-Jews, it's not relevant. People killed him. If he was divine in any way, who can kill a divine creature?
Well, if they are God's chosen people, well, then he would never let Iran demolish the Wailing Wall. That's their most holiest site. So if you could please just do us a solid. And this for all of eternity will make sure that they're always reminded that they were never God's chosen people and that it was Iran who blew up the Wailing Wall. They fucked around, they found out. So do us a solid, Iran. Get this to the Iranian leaders. I know you guys are watching the channel. Do me a solid. Send all of it. And I'm talking hypersonics, ballistics, drones, everything you got. Throw the kitchen sink at it. If this is the last target you take out,
sink at them.
You be doing the Lord the greatest service. God bless these soldiers over in Iran. Whoever's got their trigger finger, put them in the seat and let them unleash hell on Israel. What do you guys think? Let me know what you think in the comments. Yo!
You can't make this up. Just listen to this, y'all.
They come to our state, it's an invasion, it's an occupation. People are being kidnapped, not detained, not arrested, kidnapped. Rhetoric like that, and the stance that your party has taken from top to bottom, from Governor Walz all the way down, that there is no legitimacy to federal authority is nothing less than insurrectionist rhetoric. And that is why, take your moment, I got mine. Take your moment to digest that. Look it up. The number of lawyers that are laughing at me right now. Do you understand how the Supremacy Clause works? Do you understand what insurrection is? It's the undermining of federal authority. January 6th, thank you so much for bringing that up. You guys went on and on and on about that for what, 4 years? Yeah, it's still celebrated as a holiday on your side of the aisle. One riot on one day. It's an attack on democracy. You ran an entire election on it. For months and weeks on end, we have had the top law enforcement officer in this state, the governor in this state, the mayor of Minneapolis, and many of you actively undermine federal authority when it comes to immigration law. And acting upon that rhetoric, people like Renee Good and people like Alex Preddy put themselves in harm's way. They did what you
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Personalities.
Flowing just be taking lightly. These fake niggas ain't gonna like me. Cause the nigga got a flow too real. Shit, I bet they gon' gang up to fight me. But enough of the stands. I'm repping my brand.
Everyone ready? All right.
Oh, so sorry. Are you okay?
She needs a moment, folks. Let's get it.
Go.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bruce Lee will attempt to throw 100 punches in 10 seconds. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20, 40, 60, 80, 90, 99, 100!
Okay, miss.
I could say
The largest LNG infrastructure in Qatar is burning, and if this continues, the world is not looking at a normal crisis. It is staring at a full-scale energy shock. Because this is not just any facility, this is Ras Laffan Industrial City, the heart of the global gas system, and it has just been hit by Iranian missile strikes targeting key infrastructure, including the Pearl gas to liquids plant and multiple LNG trains. Massive fires have broken out, and the damage is being described as extensive. Now understand what this really means. Qatar controls nearly 20% of the world's LNG supply. One country, one system, one flow that powers entire regions. And right now that flow is under serious disruption. This did not happen randomly. This is part of a growing chain reaction. Just one day earlier, Israel struck Iran's South Pars gas field, the largest gas field in the world, shared between Iran and Qatar. What we are seeing now is retaliation, action followed by reaction, and each step is hitting the global energy system harder. The numbers already show the shock. Brent crude oil has jumped to around $110 per barrel. European gas prices have surged between 35% and 77% in less than 24 hours. Markets are not waiting, they are reacting instantly. And here is the dangerous part. Qatar had already halted production earlier this month. Now, with fresh damage to infrastructure, repairs are no longer a short-term problem. Analysts are warning this disruption could last not weeks, but months, possibly longer. Now think about what happens next. First comes the price shock. Energy becomes expensive almost overnight. Countries begin competing for limited supply. Wealthier nations secure what they can. Poorer countries get pushed out of the market completely. Then comes the second wave. Shortages, power cuts begin to appear, industries slow down, factories start shutting, global production drops. And when production drops, everything becomes expensive. Food, transport, manufacturing, all begin to feel the pressure. Inflation spreads through the entire system. Now look at the global impact. The United States may not rely heavily on LNG imports, but it depends on a stable global economy. If Europe and Asia slow down, US markets feel it instantly. Stock markets become volatile, demand drops, and recession pressure builds. In Europe, the situation is far more direct. LNG is critical for electricity and heating. A prolonged disruption could lead to energy rationing, especially during high demand periods. Entire industries could slow down or shut completely. quickly. In Asia, the damage spreads through manufacturing. Countries like India, Pakistan and Japan depend on imported gas to keep industries running. If supply tightens, factories slow, exports drop, and global supply chains begin to break. And once supply chains break, the impact doesn't stay local. It spreads everywhere. Electronics, vehicles, food products, everything becomes more expensive. We have seen a version of this before during the 1973 oil crisis. But back then the world was less connected. Today, the system is tightly linked, which means one disruption creates a chain reaction across the entire planet. And here is the most dangerous part. Markets do not run only on supply, they run on fear. Once fear enters, countries start hoarding, prices rise even faster, and the system begins to destabilize itself. This is no longer just a regional war, this is an energy war. And energy is the backbone of everything. If this disruption continues, we are not just looking at higher prices, we are looking at shortages, instability, and a global economic slowdown.
You don't accept cash, and you made my sandwich, and you're just gonna throw it away.
I didn't know you were gonna pay cash.
Can I just have my sandwich?
No, I'm not gonna risk my job for you.
You're gonna do what?
I'm not gonna risk my job for you.
Because you don't accept money?
No, because you can't pay.
I have cash.
Yeah, I can't accept it to you, as I told you.
Oh, this is gonna be funny for your manager.
Yeah, I didn't do anything for you.
Iran has responded to Trump's threat that he will destroy.
And that's
Iran has responded to Trump's threat that he will destroy their power plants if they do not open up the Strait of Hormuz within 48 hours of his post. They're signaling that they are not going to do that, and they're going to call Trump's bluff on this, which is very dangerous at this point. They're saying if Trump moves and strikes their power plants, that they will then go and strike the allies in the region in the Middle East, their desalination plants, their power plants, and their IT facilities. So guys, this is very serious. I'm sure the Middle Eastern countries are urging Trump to back off of this, because his threat is also a nuclear threat. Because the second largest power plant in Iran is the Bashir power plant. It's a nuclear power plant built by Russia. And just several days ago, there was a strike conducted that hit nearby, and a projectile landed within 300 or 400 meters of the nuclear reactor there. And Russia is calling for a safety island around.
Very seriously. Response to be taken seriously. This could be escalated. You have reinforcements inbound. And Trump. Big shares. Enemy destroyed. Use your back match to hunt down the rest of them.
I don't want to be quite often. Surely.
Flight station here.
Shit.
Friendly loadout drops on the way.
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. Your squad made it to safety. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the sky.
Moving, changing man.
Care package on standby.
Back on full
Counter UAV ready for tasking.
Requesting counter UAV.
Counter UAV on station. ECM active. Your squad mate is redeployed. Well done. Enemy soldier incoming. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Enemy destroyed. Use your attack map to hunt down the rest of them. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down. ECM operation. Target down. Marking the rest of them.
Hit that good stuff. I'm ready.
Being kicked out of Burkina Faso, 800 French soldiers have just arrived in Kenya, not in a French-speaking country, but Francis in West Africa. In Kenya, 3 French warships have and 800 French military personnel have stepped off Kenyan soil. The defense cooperation agreement is currently sitting before the National Assembly that could give those French soldiers something close to diplomatic immunity while they operate in Kenya. But that is only the first half of the story, because at the same time, the exact same day the French boats are landing in Mombasa, Kenya is preparing to host the summit right in Nairobi. The very event that used to be held only in Paris or in Francophone capitals is now being deliberately moved to English-speaking Kenya, first time ever outside France or its traditional backyard. The self is claiming William Ruto is ruling out the red carpet, which he can for the UN General Assembly and announced it like victory. But why Kenya?
Kenya is lending herself as one of the new neo-colonial agent satellite planned countries.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
On them, and I hope that others will raise their voices and tell the current administration that we must not allow ourselves to be stood around the fingers of one of the most neo-colonial powers ever. The French bewitched us. You can ask the former slave master. You are former slave. You are asking the former slave master, tell me how to be free. Is it in the former slave master's interest that you are free? No. You're tying you down, this time with invisible chains. All those things that they are saying they are going to discuss. They have been discussed at the UN level. They have been discussed. They were discussed in Rio. They were discussed in Ethiopia. They were discussed in Paris. Everywhere. The Africans have discussed them. And the French
Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
What is wrong with us? We cannot see the obvious. We cannot see that this is the second
He done got off on me before I came through the door.
if
about to end. Make it count.
If Carissa did so, and we traded Mama Assad with a population of 1.4 billion, we need. We are so strong that when the world is negotiating with us, they will negotiate with us as Africa. Recognize this, yes, there is no shortage of declaration, and recognize that Africa's strength requires a unity in our Otherwise, what is happening at France is just one of them. Each signifies us as symbols of
Located the rest of them.
start with the hard facts.
Enemy soldier incoming.
At least 800 personnel from the army have arrived in Kenya. 3 French warships. French ambassador in Kenya and
Marking the rest of them.
spokesperson for the French embassy, Romain, has given an official explanation. He says, due to listen to his exact words carefully, the mission of the French group with here is a training mission for cadets. Officers that are training at sea.
Destroyed. Use your tac map to hunt down the rest of them.
Officers training sea
Stand for duty, soldier. Stay sharp.
But then Boyd says something else. He says, the operational mission, we are training and delivering an operation at sea. Yes, that is one ship, especially with the rising
Insurgents are close. No more second chances. Enemy dropping into the AO.
French military mission being conducted from Kenyan soil using Kenyan waters.
Redeployed. Well done.
Sitting at the National Assembly of Kenya. Let's go. Kenya and France defeat masses to establish a framework. French military personnel in Kenya operate as a full ill
Operational in the AO.
logistical support.
Comedy squad is outside the station.
In this country. French soldiers eventually be subject to French law.
Don't get up now.
We are here with
You're in
Kenya's
the last 2. Now finish this.
shelter and mission covered. Absolutely direct and exploitative relationships with the continent in history. This is not a training program. This is the architecture of the foreign military program constructed quietly of the Kenyan government and the Kenyan public is supposed to know and has told elephant in the room. Why is France even here? Because this is the culture that changes everything.
UAV standing by.
That transforms this story.
Our recon overhead.
This story. Story. Future of this continent. Story that connects to every corner of Africa where all fighting to take back control of their lives and their own land. Why is France it is in Kenya because we're watching a global system get dismantled in real time, and those people have no idea what's going to be advanced. Restructured, and that's what I've been talking about for the last 3 days. If you've been listening, 2 days ago I talked about Trump cutting off and then yesterday I talked about how America is divorcing itself from Europe, unfortunately. And today we're talking about a brand new economic powerhouse forming right in front of us. So we go for decades of cutting rights through supernatural tools.
Good shit.
It wasn't presidents, it wasn't voters, and it wasn't the nations. And that's exactly why Pence is right now. Because Trump is dismantling that system piece by piece faster than anyone expected. Look at the age of national security strategy? It literally warns that Europe faces civilizational erasure. You may not like his style, but he's not wrong about the system being broken. And here's the real danger, and I mean danger for him. When you start dismantling global lifelines, the financial networks, the alliances, the influence circuits that keep entire nations and institutions alive, you don't just disrupt power. You expose all the ride-alongs, the fake supporters, the people terrified that their world of profit and power is ending. That's why you see all the panic. That's why you see all this infighting in Europe. And that's why the same people who pretended to love America are now screaming as the old structure collapses, because this right here is a restructuring of the world order. And they're losing power and money. And for the first time in our lifetime, it's being led not by globalists, but by a man and a movement who believes the nation should control their own destiny. And that puts him in dire danger. America first triggered them before like crazy, but America restructured, that terrifies him even more. And here's what most people aren't even noticing. This restructuring doesn't just challenge Europe or South America, it challenges BRICS. Because if the USA, China, Russia, India, and Japan form a stable competitive economic bloc, then BRICS loses its leverage altogether. It loses its urgency and possibly its entire purpose, which is good for the Americans. This forces them to rethink everything, the same way it forces Europe to rethink everything. And all of this is exactly what Trump said he was going to do in the first place. So when you look at this moment, ask yourself something. What's missing? All of this is breaking apart. Where's the foundation? Where's the leadership at? Our level, the citizens. And this is exactly why we go back to the same message I always share. Citizen servant leaders matter now more than ever. Because the world is shifting so fast. People are sick of bureaucrats and polished politicians. It's the citizens, you, in your town, your city, your state, your nation, who must decide what comes next. The bureaucrats...
Like, literally retarded. Insane. Speak like that. Guess what? Do you know how many fighters breach these contracts that I don't go after? Because I fuck with them and I love them? Adam 22 breached. Ask Adam. I fought for him and I made sure he got his money. I did. Ask Adam. They did not want to give his bread. I made sure Adam got his money. Even though he didn't throw a punch. They breached. Still made sure of it. Why? Because Adam is not going around saying scam, tampering. You're an idiot. Why are you saying that? Why? He's smart. He's fought under sanctioned events. He understands that there's a commission that does all that stuff. I'm the commentator, I'm the CEO, and the owner. That's it. So, he says all this. Again, acting whack, I'm calling. And I just said, look, fuck Aiden Rowe. I said, fuck Rick. I just need him to take back rigging, scamming, tampering, so I can get him paid out. That's it. That's it. Do it. Pick up that. I spoke, then he spoke, then he spoke. Why did you do what? Why? You're my community, guys, and you guys know I give away money all the time. I'm not lower than you. I'm the furthest thing from being real money. But if a motherfucker tries to get in here and not try to drop his tough guy act, you're a streamer now, bud. You're a streamer now. Act like it. Okay? It ain't that big of a deal. Straight the fuck up. Straight up. It's just stick to a contract that you signed. You're a big boy. You're a big boy. You're a big boy. You're not a child. It's the truth. It's the truth. No. But Adam 22 contract, but I still made sure he got paid out. Him and I got on the phone, figured that shit out, text. None of it shit. About Gypsy? Gypsy got paid an hour after he fought! Everyone did! Everybody gets paid the same night!
But I'm not gonna lie, the sweetest guys I've ever...
You guys have heard this yet or not, but President Trump is getting ready to gear up to send troops on a ground invasion into Iran. In utter and everything else true. What that comes home, I want every American to remember. That your sons and daughters didn't even die. They should have never been in this war. but because Trump is being blackmailed, pedophile scumbag by the Epstein file, by all the grotesque scumbags that surrounded him after the entire administration. That's why your children are being sent up or die. There's no better way to make allies than Trump saying, you know what?
Stand by for
We don't need
deployment.
the oil from the streets. Not our problem.
We're doing very well there. We're doing very well. We don't need trade. The United States, we don't need it. The Europe needs it. Korea, Japan, China, a lot of other people do it. They'll have to get involved in it.
It's not Trump's problem. That means it's Nicole's problem. All the Arab state problem. You want Trump said? Oh, how about this? 0.5 trillion, we'll end the war. Or 5 trillion, and we're gonna let the war continue. So it's up to you guys. You guys can either pay us 5 trillion because, well, we're gonna shut down all your oil. You're gonna have no resources. You have nobody to protect you. So it's gonna be now 5 trillion for our protection. Or you can send your children off to die and
Enemy soldier incoming.
Military equipment, ground invasion, casualties. Get back to it. 5 trillion. NATO just out of Iraq. NATO's president was the NATO out day by day. Man's taken out our radar equipment. They've taken free base. They're sitting in duck. How Trump's going to spend 8 hours. Can't make it up. Happening. And, pretty won the war. Actually, I don't know why we needed that ground troop, right?
The Navy, they're anti-aircraft, free, and what they're doing is trade. Military standpoint, they're finished.
We say that the country has United States says that as fresh blood, stay festival, despite all the differences in just intellectual children, the enemy has also maintains that the enemy should do instead of and this
Earn redeployment or die trying.
So, data statement that is coming in from Iran. In fact, at the
Can't keep the gangster down.
Has been let me take and the rest stays back. Israel had launched a major package of aircraft, just fighters and at a limit, and that was spread out whole geography of Iran in such a way that they are able to command and control the buildings which are used, create the buildings which are being used, as a leader to plan out attack, and that was given Gilani Jani was killed. And from that day onward, if you read till today, and if you stand 5 top leaders, every sphere and hierarchy, and I say that, I need to say that, military, ARGC, have been knocked out. Having said that, but still what you fight, and let me tell you, the ground is being fired from Israel, Iran, it has to be understood that the kind of leadership which is being maintained there, Iran, still continues to direct and to plan the operation. It has to be understood. And if it continues, then we have to find out that in the operation will have to continue further in a way so that they are able to create this hierarchy and then to create the crack, the decision-making process there. Only then one can understand that there would be some kind of a change in the regime. The depletion of the armed forces
that extent that they are not able to retaliate, it hurts the other side, which is in this case Israel and the US. Analysis is very important in terms that there's no religion as of now in the military terms, at least. And when somebody is there to guide them and direct them in terms of
Surveillance stations transmitting at your squad mate's request. Your attack map now shows nearby enemy activity.
Statements on what's transpiring, especially after this president's claimed repeatedly that they have structure. Time for joining some broadcast state. Time was
contact!
Check your map. I've marked a point containing enemy intel nearby. Capture it for information on the next gas spread.
President, about 3 hours ago, actually this is 7 big standard time. That's it. President Trump writes, if Iran doesn't sound threat, right, 8 hours from back time, United States of America will break their very power plants. Matter that like
your squad mate has reached the intel. Joining it will speed up the process.
It should Saudi Arabia has given an military Shea and it's 20 years to leave the country. Iran keeps up attacks on its Gulf coast. A series of drone and missile strikes have targeted Saudi Arabia. Air defenses in Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates also carried out several interceptions.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Just walk us through
well done, soldier. Check your map.
Absolutely. At the incident yesterday in a context in a wider sense of how this
Changing map. Enemy intel located.
The UAE
Capture
this
and
morning
secure the
and
intel
saying
point to discover the next
respond
gas spread.
air defenses and it I guess we're coming from phones and missile and it's been intermittent way throughout the day. Incident reported off of Sharjah, the Maritime Trade Operations Agency, saying it had received an explosion near a bulk carrier 28 kilometers from Sharjah, the UAE, from an unknown projectile in close proximity. Vessel. Crews would say there's been like this ships in and around straight because we haven't had these in a few days. This incident is certainly concerning once again. Yesterday, air defense was underway in the UAE, and there's an information lag. Getting information sources, but Onions, Revolutionary Guard, the incidents that happened hours, likely targeting air bases in Jihad, and all
capture complete. Hell of a job. Uploading information on the next gas spread.
Max on it. Countries have said started air bases used in state areas.
You've got a loadout drop inbound.
But there's a massive trust gap neither side of this.
And Zane, as you mentioned, as the target attacks
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Yesterday, its Ministry of Defense saying that over dealt with 9 range ballistic missiles and 4 different attacks targeting sovereign space. Saudi Arabia is saying in the last 16 strikes and intercepted, and as well as stick missiles. These 3 different incidents. Again, Saudi Arabia, as you said, very deficit reaction. This persona not state the nation Saudi Arabia aggression against the King and the GCC states and a number of Arab and Islamic countries. morning after a crash described as a technical that
Taking effective fire.
Are still coming
Moving
in.
here.
And they're once again we're seeing
Popping a fresh man.
escalation to
Squad's in the safe zone.
we should just clarify.
You're losing ground. Moving.
Carrying a routine mission in the
Back on full strength.
So much for that. National infrastructure.
Marking target location. Under contract here.
Stimulus check. Even get lower growth.
Affordable home prices are going up. You did not get America first and you did not get peace. We at war right now. What the fuck did you get? What did all y'all get? Mr. I'm finna save America and all. What did y'all get? I didn't get shit.
Higher groceries.
Higher groceries. He said the groceries was going down. He said the homes were going to be more affordable. Then he turned around and said, oh, you're too lazy to own a home. You don't deserve one. We finna jack the prices up some more.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous at this point. It's crazy. I just don't, man, listen.
Trump.
I just be over talking about it because people are so dumb. I'm literally debating regular working class people that's barely getting by saying it's a great thing the billionaires don't get taxed. They're supplying jobs for people.
It's so crazy because it's okay to be wrong and say you made a wrong decision. People are so dumb and so crazy and ignorant that what you're saying right now, all this shit has gone wrong, and they're still standing behind this dude and saying, yeah, we made the right decision. It's okay to say we made the wrong decision. I think a lot of people, again, they felt it was the lesser of two evils, but we came up here and said, I said Elon Musk is not who he claims to be. Trump is not. These people are not going to save you. Like we always say, it's two birds, or it's two, on the same coin, right? They're a part of the same infrastructure. Their goal is the same. So thinking that he was going to do anything different, he didn't. He covered up for Epstein. He went over and invaded Iran. He did the Venezuela shit. He hasn't done anything really but wreak havoc and put America in a state of stress since he's came into office. And we're only a year and a half in?
They just knocked Cuba power out. They talking about Cuba's next. So we're going to have another enemy, which ain't doing shit to us. They just keep telling y'all these people is out to, man, I never even met nobody from Iran. The fuck is you talking about?
The only thing that is advanced is the military industrial complex. That's it. The only thing that's advanced is the weapons that we have, that we're able to go, these kill switches that we got when we win the Venezuela, we're able to turn off everything, right? When we go into certain places, we're able to see through walls and track movement. That's what we're investing in. That's where American citizen taxpayer dollars are going to. If we're being honest, it's not going towards the roads. It's not going towards cheaper food prices. He's not changing anything besides us being more of a superpower. And even that is starting to backfire. Because I don't know if y'all just seen him talking about he wants to exit out of NATO. He don't want to be in NATO.
So if you don't think the economic crisis that's about to hit us is going to be absolutely disastrous, we're talking about worse than the 1920s. This is going to be that bad. I'm going to show you a video here in a second. I just want to let you put out what Iran just said. So in case of slightest attack on electricity infrastructure of Iran, the entire region will go dark. And this is Mir News response to Trump. So what you're looking at here, I mean, this is it right here. This is the map, and they're showing all of the infrastructure, not just oil, but electricity as well. And they say the slightest. One attack by Trump, one response by Trump, and the entire EU is going dark. And what does that look like already? What is already happening, and how bad is it already got versus how bad is it about to get? Check this video out. And remember, this is exactly why we Bitcoin, folks. If you guys are not moving all of your wealth out of whatever assets that you have, investment vehicles, real estate properties, rentals, I mean, you guys are going to lose your ass. You think your tenants are going to be able to pay your rent? So all of the landlord bros out there, now is your opportunity to get the hell out of whatever assets that you're in, offsize, downsize, cut your losses, move it all into Bitcoin, and get ready for fucking hell on earth. And if you guys would like to support my work, you guys can use my promo code over on Bybit 19834, just like the year 19834, if you are outside of the United States. If you guys are inside the United States, you guys can use my Coinbase affiliate code. You can get that by going over to my YouTube channel, click on the video that's pinned to the top, go down in the comments, and right down there in the comments you guys will see the actual affiliate link for Coinbase.
Listen up. Here comes the energy lockdowns. Fuel stations run out of diesel across Australia. Waiting for days, India feels impact of gas supply chain disruption. Vietnam braces for flight cuts from April after China and Thailand ban jet fuel exports. Iran war ignites African race to keep gas pumps flowing. And another article that we all need to be paying attention to, what soaring diesel costs amid war with Iran mean for meat, vegetable and fruit prices. So why is there an energy lockdown coming? The IEA now wants alternating license plate restrictions, which means you will not be allowed to be on the roads on certain days. They're also talking about reducing all road speed limits everywhere so that traveling by road is increasingly suffocating and slow. Let's go over their 10 recommended measures. Number 1, work from home. That sounds familiar. Number 2, reduce highway speed limits. Number 3, shift to public transport. Number 4, increasing carpooling. Number 5, adopt more efficient driving practices. Number 6, car-free Sundays or alternating license plate restrictions. Number 7, improve fleet efficiency. Number 8, avoid non-essential air travel. Number 9, switch to electric or modern cooking solutions. And number 10, leverage flexibility in petrochemical feedstocks. Welcome to the Great Reset. And yes, this was all planned. And I'm telling you, every world leader, every one of them is playing their part for this to happen.
Breaking news, MS Now's Stephanie Ruhle just wrapped up a 15-minute phone call with President Trump. Stephanie joining us now by the phone. Stephanie, I know Trump already called NATO cowards this morning. What else did he tell you?
He did. You know, ironically, I wanted to get on the phone with you earlier, but I'm at the airport, and it took me quite a long time to get through TSA. The president and I had about a 15-minute phone call. We started, of course, talking about Iran. He said that Iran was 2 weeks away from having a nuclear bomb, and they would use it. Now, of course, most experts say it was at least a year away. He said that we could leave the war right now. We could walk away tomorrow because we have just decimated most of the country and their power. But he said the regime would rebuild. It would take him about 10 years, but that's not an acceptable situation, which is why he thinks we should stay. He said the major thing is they cannot have a nuclear weapon. We obliterated it. We totally obliterated it. So that's very good that we're there. We talked all about our European NATO allies, and he continued to crush them. He said absolutely none of our allies in NATO have helped with support as it relates to the war. He said we don't need their help, but they've proven themselves to be a paper tiger. He also posted that on Truth Social, i.e., without the United States, NATO is nothing. And he said before he came to office, the United States, and you've heard this from him before, paid 100%. Now NATO allies are paying more, but they've done nothing. I asked about Ukraine helping and Ukraine supporting, and he said they've done nothing. Anything Zelensky has said as far as what Ukraine has done to help us, he's just doing for political and PR purposes. They've done nothing. He says Zelensky is very difficult to deal with. He says Zelensky is more difficult to deal with than Putin is. And he said Putin has also shown that he's not afraid of Europe at this point or our European allies. He said I would clearly say that he expressed more trust in Putin than he does any of our European allies. We talked about the Texas primary. He said originally they wanted to run against Jasmine Crockett, but Tallarico can be easily defeated, whether it's Ken Paxton or John Cornyn. He referred to Tallarico as a whack job. I asked him about our next steps as it relates to Cuba. He was sort of vague, but he said, just you watched, and he promised sort of changes, but he did not give any details. I asked him about what the White House is spending on. I asked if the ballroom was much bigger than they planned. Did it need to be that big? And he said, of course, it's under budget and ahead of schedule. But he said they plan to have future inaugurations in that ballroom since it's going to be drone-proof and bulletproof. I asked him about those comments he made about Gavin Newsom and dyslexia. I gave him the opportunity to sort of take those comments back, saying someone with dyslexia, with those learning disabilities, shouldn't be in the White House. He didn't take the comments back. He continued to go after Gavin Newsom. and then, talk quite a bit more about how unfairly he's being treated by the media.
And I know, Steph, you've talked about how hurtful those comments have been. Did you tell him that you're stymied at the airport and ask him about the DHS shutdown?
Of course. I did. And he, blamed Democrats. He said they're the ones standing in the way of funding this. Blame that if you don't like your long line at the airport, look no further than Democrats. And that's not a surprise that he would say that.
The Iranians are that good, too. So I can't imagine an Iranian guy going, all right, let's fire and stick it under a culvert and leave our ass hanging out. No, they've already measured all. They're like, we got to get in. We got to do the heat signature. If we're going under a culvert, we're going to drop a tarp down. The tarp is going to shield the heat because after you launch a missile, you're going to be reflective heat. Drop the tarp down. You come in with infrared. You can't see it. We can do artificial things like do a heat generator over here to generate heat to attract. That's how good these guys are. These guys are really, really, really good. And we don't give them any credit for being really, really, really good. If you're going to beat the Iranians at this missile game, you got to start thinking like an Iranian missileer. And we don't. We disrespect these people all over the place. We're the greatest military in the world. We're the most lethal killing machine in the world. When we put aircraft over target, we dominate. Well, you can't dominate simply by saying you dominate. You actually have to go out and dominate. And guess what? The fact that all three of General Kane's objective criteria have not been achieved means we're not dominating anything. We're only fooling ourselves.
Scott, how do you evaluate the Iranian objectives? What are they looking for and how successful they were so far?
Well, the first objective is survival. The Iranians know that this is a war of existential proportions. So that means that you can't pin all your hopes on an individual because people die. You have to pin your hopes on an institution, on institutions, on laws, etc. The constitutional republic, the Constitution. Iran is designed to function as a constitutional republic, and it has passed the test. Flying colors. The supreme leader was killed on day one, and they have successfully replaced him constitutionally. And in the process, he was turned into a martyr, and the Iranian nation is rallying around the Islamic Republic like they've never done before. So they've been very successful in terms of the survival aspect. That's political survival, but now you have to have military survival. And the Iranians have for some time now. I originally thought it was 12 autonomous military districts, but somebody's talking about 32, so maybe they even broke it down even more. I don't know. 32 would be great because that means it's more difficult for us to take it out. You can kill 12 places, but 32, that's a different targeting problem. But they have built this system that's designed to function autonomously. So every one of these military districts doesn't need somebody in Tehran telling them what to do. When the war started, they unplugged and they are running their war plan. Now, the central people might be sitting there trying to direct and redirect and all that kind of stuff if they can stop. But if they don't, they just don't stop. They keep going. So the Iranians will never stop putting pressure on the enemy, ever.
Iran, my friend, I fear this is going to get a lot worse.
There's so much going on. I would say more than in any other time I can remember in the past, let's say 10 years.
I fear that we don't yet understand the costs and the consequences because, yeah, it's oil, but it's also natural gas, all of the refined and various petroleum products so for example, synthetic fabric in Asia, like you wear anything polyester, anything that isn't cotton, it's coming through the Middle East. Fertilizer in the middle of growing season, right? So, those costs are going to be significant, substantial globally. And that's if you're able to reopen the straits soon. And I don't know how they're going to do it. What I do know is that the Iranians have the ability to continue to use drones to strike at tankers for months. They've got tens of thousands of drones, and Ukraine has been manufacturing in wartime 4 to 5 million drones a year. And the Iranians have they have the materials. These are not technologically that sophisticated, and they have the industrial complex. It doesn't take many drones being used to make the shippers saying, I'm not doing that. I'm not going through. And if the straits are impassable, then you've got a massive global economic challenge. So, if you've created an existential risk to Iran, their willingness and ability to cause trouble for you is major. And I think that is wildly underappreciated at this point by the Americans. But I suspect we will learn to appreciate it.
Professor, I just want to tell you that I'm Canadian. I don't know if you know much about me. Cyrus is an American. There are a lot of people that are supporting Iran. And my audience as well has, over the last 6 months, expressed their concerns for what's going on in the United States with the Epstein class there. To me, I don't know how the Iranians can withstand this type of aerial bombardment, these threats from the U.S. government that has said within, I think it's now within the next 36 hours, of course, publicly has admitted a war crime in print, saying that they are going to, once again, obliterate the entire electrical system in the country.
How did Donald Trump, after 10 years of saying one thing, do in the pivotal act of his presidency exactly the opposite? That's not just an academic question. It's not the beginning of a conspiracy theory about some shadowy lobby. It's the most important question we face, because this is not the first time the United States has entered into this kind of war against the wishes of its own population and in clear contravention of its own interests, against its interests. This isn't good for us. No one has made the case that it's good for us. And increasingly, as the days pass, it becomes obvious to everyone why it's not good for us. And if you don't believe that, then check the prices of food and fuel and everything you buy, because everything you buy is dependent on the price of energy and the production of fertilizer.
The United States is about to use a tactical yield nuclear weapon on Iran. I'm going to take you back in time. March 2003, Operation Shock and Awe.
All Americans, I'm going to tell you in 90 seconds exactly what we're facing. You've all seen what's happening these days. Iran is promising brutal revenge. Our traditional allies in Europe and Japan are refusing to stand with us. And our military is taking real losses in the Middle East. Anyone with a brain can see it. The United States is heading for its first outright defeat since World War II. But this isn't just a White House problem. It will hit every single one of us directly. If you watch Wall Street, you know America's so-called economic boom these years is propped up by the AI bubble. What you may not know is that behind every big AI company, there's massive funding from Middle Eastern sovereign wealth funds. Those countries invested in America, in Wall Street, in our tech giants because they believed we could protect them. Now that America can't protect the Middle East anymore, those nations have zero reason to keep betting on us. The first thing that will collapse is Wall Street. Capital will flood out, we'll see a run on the financial system, and markets will crash. That will immediately destroy the dollar's global dominance. And when the dollar falls apart, prices explode, your money buys less, gas, groceries, everything you need to live gets way more expensive. Your paycheck won't go up, but everything you buy will. Your standard of living will crash overnight. And what about China and Russia, watching and waiting this whole time? This is their once-in-a-century chance to replace America on the world stage, take control of global trade, and rewrite the entire world order. We're not just losing a war, we're losing our future. Do you think America can still survive this? Drop a comment if you agree.
Who is Muammar Gaddafi, and why did Hillary Clinton and the world bankers want him dead? This is the true story behind Gaddafi, the man who refused to kneel to the West and dared to make Africa rich. In 1969, at the age of 27, Gaddafi led a bloodless coup against the then Western-backed king who had sold out Libya's oil to Western-backed companies like Exxon and BP. Gaddafi's first move was to nationalize the oil, taking the power away from these Western companies and putting it in the hands of the Libyan people. But he did so much more than just that. Gaddafi made Libya the richest country in all of Africa, giving free electricity for all, zero interest loans, free healthcare, free education, and if they didn't provide the education you were looking for, they would pay for you to go internationally. They gave $60,000 for newlyweds to start their life. And if you wanted to farm, they gave you free land, seeds, livestock, and housing. Gaddafi was turning the Sahara green with his great man-made river that was touted as the 8th wonder of the world. But his vision was even grander than just Libya. He looked to unite 14 different African nations that were still paying colonial tax to France. He looked at the petrodollar system, which was controlled by the United States to force global oil sales in US dollars to prop up American power. He decided Africa would have its own gold-backed currency. He quietly moved 143 tons of gold to a secret vault near the southern border. He was ready to set Africa free from the world bankers and from the Western nations. 5 months later, Hillary Clinton gets an email in her private inbox. French intelligence is in full panic because Gaddafi's gold-backed currency would mean the end of Western domination over Africa. The number one objective of the West after this? To stop Gaddafi's gold-backed currency. And just 2 weeks later, the bombs start falling. The reason for war, they claimed, was for humanitarian purposes because Gaddafi's forces were committing genocide on his own people. The reality? The CIA infiltrated these countries, forced protests, and people started to say, I want a democracy, not a dictatorship. Gaddafi's response?
I hand-carried the letter back from Gaddafi offering to resign. The U.S. didn't want him to resign. They wanted to... Why? He wanted to unite the African continent into a group of nations economically. They wanted to base it on the gold standard.
The Western world ever saw how great a nation Libya had become, then all of the people of the West would start to hold their politicians accountable in raising the living standards in those countries, citing, if Africa could do it, why can't we? In 2008, Gaddafi called out the US for bombing Iraq, citing there was WMDs there, even though none were found. As of 2025, Libya remains unstable. They even sell human slaves on the open market. So you tell me, was Libya better off under the leadership of Gaddafi, or was it better off with the West pushing for democracy? Comment truth below if you want to see the full video on my YouTube channel where Gaddafi calls out.
Want to know the real reason that this war is happening? Because President Trump knew that the economic apocalypse that was about to happen and about to hit and set in on America was going to be so catastrophic. His ego, his tariffs, his plan, it all fucking failed and it all fucking backfired miserably. So instead of looking like a complete failure and being a complete embarrassment on the global stage, he literally thought that we actually believed and wanted to go to war with Iran. Like, that's what he literally thought. They brainwashed this man into believing that he could drive us into war to cover up the fact that the economy is going to collapse because of his fucking failures. Check this video out.
I have bad economic news for you, and then I have worse economics for you. I did a post last month reporting January 2026 home foreclosure numbers, and the articles labeled them as a, quote, foreclosure bloodbath, end quote, and said that home foreclosures in the United States were going to get worse. Well, today is March 14th, 2026, and I have February home foreclosure numbers. Hi, my name's Christina. I have a master's degree in business. And if you find this post sad but informative, please like, comment, follow, and share. It is extremely important that you know what is going on in the U.S. economy because it does affect you personally. In January, it was over 42,000 homes that were foreclosed on, which is the highest it had been in years. February 2026, 40,534 properties were foreclosed on in the United States in 2026. The top two states are Nevada and Delaware. Florida is also in a top foreclosure area. That is over 92,000 homes closed just in 2 months in 2026. If you think, that doesn't sound so bad, or Biden did it. No, foreclosures are people who couldn't pay 120 days. That means it's a Trump issue. It also means it's because people have lost their jobs, they're underemployed, or they're 1 in 4 people that have been unemployed for 27 weeks or longer. Expect every single month to have high home foreclosure rates. This is a direct sign of an economy collapsing. These were before the U.S. versus Iran war.
And if you guys would like to support my work, you guys can use my promo code over on Bybit 19834, just like the year 1983 if you are outside of the United States. If you guys are inside the United States, you guys can use my Coinbase affiliate code.
Allegedly. I can say, like, man, Charlie, he knows this. Well, no. I'm saying, well, Charlie, Candace knows what she.
The level of propaganda when it comes to Iran, it's not like the Soviets, it's not like North Korea. It is at that level of deception. We are at that level of blatant, abject lies. We are at the Orwellian, we have always been at war with Iran, we have always been at war with East Asia kind of thing, to the point that, like, I'm not even sure people realize what they're saying. I had a video yesterday, I didn't actually get to it, but it's a thing you'll hear a lot, that Iran has wanted to kill America and has been at war with America for 47 years. No, they haven't. That's just not true. Then I heard a guy, this is a video I was going to show you yesterday, he says Iran has been behind every terror attack in 47 years. Iran has been behind. In other words, because Iranian proxies exist, therefore, every act of terror, I guess specifically Islamic terror, in the last 47 years is all being blamed on Iran. That would mean 9/11 is being blamed on Iran. For some reason, we destroyed Afghanistan and Iraq, even though they didn't have anything to do with 9/11. The Israelis had to do with 9/11. The Saudi Arabians had to do with 9/11. But now we're teamed up with the Israelis and the Saudi Arabians to attack Iran because we're blaming them for 9/11. I mean, when you say every terror attack for the last 47 years has been blamed on Iran, that is Orwellian. That is insane. That is an insane claim to make, because they're rewriting history. So while we went to war with Afghanistan and Iraq for 2 decades, I guess we were just mistaken. We were just wrong. That was just the wrong target. We should have been going after Iran the whole time. Or are they now going back and just saying all of the same excuses that we used to go to war with Iraq, actually the exact same excuses now apply to Iran? Not like similar, not like, oh, they were the sponsor of terror and now Iran is. No. All the terror attacks like 9/11, the bombing of the trains in Barcelona and the UK, all of those terror attacks that we used to get us into war with Iraq, all of those same terror attacks, those are now being blamed on Iran. The exact same ones. Do you understand, like, how Orwellian and insane that truly is? And that's happening right now in real life. People are actually saying in total sincerity that Iran is responsible for all of the terror attacks in the last 47 years. Yeah, I used to read Orwell and think it was crazy. I thought, the first time I read 1984, I thought there's no way people would be holding a protest and destroying their own signs that they made with their own hands, and they turn around and say, somebody sabotaged my sign. But, like, that's where we are. That's where we are. We are in Orwell's empire of lies. And they're not even good at it. They're not even sophisticated at it. They're just lying with abandon at the moment because it seems like the most convenient way to get out of the conversation. And then they say the exact opposite to the next person that corners them. It's crazy.
Well, Iran is also keeping up attacks on neighboring Gulf states. A series of drone and missile strikes have targeted Kuwait, the UAE, and Saudi Arabia. Emirati air defenses intercepted several projectiles over the skies of Dubai. Both Saudi Arabia and Kuwait said their air defenses have been working through the morning to intercept new attacks. And well, Zain Basravi is in Dubai for us. Just bring us up to speed, first of all, what's been happening in the UAE.
Well, it had been hoped that it would be a quiet Eid, and for the most part it was, but shortly after midnight in the early hours of this morning, there were those loud interception explosions again, a wave of multiple explosions taking place just after midnight. The UAE confirming that defenses were responding to incoming missile and drone threats from Iran yet again, and those sounds were air defense systems going off late at night. We've also got people here on high alert. There is a sense of safety being paramount at the moment following a warning from Iran. And I'll read to you this warning that came from the Iranian authorities with regards to Ras Al Khaimah here in the UAE. Urgent warning and evacuation order from Iran to citizens and residents of Ras Al Khaimah city in the UAE due to the use of area of operations there targeting Iranian islands. They say Ras Al Khaimah will be targeted in the near future. Now, residents have been told to leave through specific routes. The Iranians published images showing those routes. I mean, these things circulate on social media, on the internet. We haven't had any official response yet from any authorities here, but it's messaging like this from Iran that certainly is continuing to put pressure on the UAE and other GCC countries. We're also hearing from the Emirati news agency this morning of some arrests that were carried out a day earlier. The state security announcing it had dismantled what it described as a terrorist network linked to Hezbollah's Lebanese Hezbollah and Iran. The arrest of elements that were using the economy and civil institutions for what they describe as terrorist and conspiratorial purposes. Now, similar allegations and arrests have been made elsewhere in the GCC since the war began. The Lebanese government has condemned this, but Hezbollah has denied any involvement in any sort of case of this kind.
We mentioned, of course, there were also attacks in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait as well. Their air defenses have been operational. What more do we know about those?
That is correct. The volume seems to be, again, it ebbs and flows throughout the course of this war. 3 weeks now, it has ebbed and flowed, and it goes up and comes down. In the last 12 to 24 hours, it seems to have been limited following the attacks on energy infrastructure over the course of the last few days. But this morning, Saudi Arabia saying it intercepted and destroyed 10 drones in the eastern province. Kuwait saying air defenses were this morning intercepting missile and drone attacks. And of course, we talked about what happened here in the UAE in the early hours of this morning, bomb explosions, interceptions being heard over Dubai. Now, Bahrain has said, again, all of this pressure is continuing to push GCC countries closer towards the U.S. Bahrain has said that it will contribute to international efforts aimed at securing navigation in the Strait of Hormuz, thereby enhancing maritime security and ensuring the smooth flow of global trade. So we're also seeing this the day after the U.S. State Department announced billions of dollars in weapons deals, arms deals, for GCC countries and other Arab countries as they continue to shore up defenses as this conflict seems to be carrying on. But it has to be said at this junction, as all sides are pushed further and further apart, as the negotiating table seems further and further away from Iran and its Arab neighbors, the core root, the cause of the instability now is still the U.S. and Israel attacking Iran. And that still remains the core cause of instability at the moment. And even though the retaliatory attacks continue to push neighbors apart, at the moment what we are seeing is a reaction to the fact that Iran was attacked by the U.S. and Israel. This retaliation is something that the Arab neighbors have criticized it for, but that remains the root cause.
Zain, thank you very much indeed. Zain Basravi breaking that down for us in Dubai.
Bet you didn't see this. Man, this fool. Roll the clip.
I think Joe Kent is a coward. I think he's a coward, and he should be ashamed of himself.
I think you should be ashamed of your man titties.
He should be honored for his service that he committed to this country, but he's a coward for what he did. And then it had nothing to do with Israel.
Had nothing to do with Israel, huh? So how do you explain this?
To our steadfast partner, Israel, your mission is being executed with unmatched skill and iron determination.
On the second day of the operation, I promised you, we will change the Middle East. And we have changed it. And it is unrecognizable. Even already now we can state the state of Israel is stronger than ever and Iran is weaker than ever. The most dramatic thing that has changed is Israel's strength. We have changed Israel into a regional power and in some cases global power.
Say two things. Fact number one, Israel acted alone against the Slawia gas compound. Fact number two, President Trump asked us to hold off on future attacks, and we're holding that.
I think what he said about us fighting the war for Israel is nonsensical.
Everything you say is nonsensical. Take some speech classes, please. For the love of all that is holy. This war is absolutely being fought for Israel. And Trump himself confirmed it.
Zero. We don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there.
You have to be one of two things, an employee of the party or absolutely retarded to not see this for what it is. That's the only two options. Well, actually, you're probably both of them.
But people have a right to have a stupid opinion if they want to.
Correct. Absolutely. Just like you and your stupid opinions. Basically, every single opinion you ever post is stupid, doesn't make any sense, or is complete propaganda. And everybody knows it. The only ones that don't are Zionists or bots.
But the fact that you think you a man, you think you doing something, you think it's honorable that you can say, I'm gonna resign because I don't believe in this, but the men and women who serve can't resign. You think you doing something. You're not a leader. You're a coward. You are a coward.
Imagine sitting there with your saggy titty, penguin-shaped, Israel-loving, on your knees, Zionist cuckery, absolute clown self, and saying that this man is a coward. 11 tours. 11. And you sit in your chair and get fat and share your ridiculous, uneducated takes on everything, and you can barely string sentences together. Imagine being this level of compromised. Imagine being willing to sell your soul and whatever shred of morality and integrity you had left, if there was any there to begin with. Imagine being willing to sell that and be on this side when it comes to this conflict and when it comes to pretty much everything that's happened in the last couple of years.
It ain't got nothing to do with Israel. I don't care what he said about Israel.
That paycheck must be fat, or that blackmail must be real deep. Pro-war, pro-death, and America last. That's your legacy, Brandon. I hope it was worth it. But I'm just a conspiracy theorist asking questions.
Nigga, he a free throw man down. Call her Amber Lambs. Tell him.
So it's March 20th, and Donald Trump just posted what is essentially a surrender post on Truth Social. We're getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East and with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran. Number one, completely degrading Iranian missile capabilities, launchers, and everything else pertaining to them. Number two, destroying Iran's defense industrial base. Number three, eliminating their Navy and Air Force, including anti-aircraft weaponry. Number four, never allowing Iran to get even close to nuclear capability and always being in the position where the USA can quickly and powerfully react to such a situation should it take place. Number five, protecting at the highest level our Middle Eastern allies.
And in fact, they just started bombing, specifically targeting police stations, with between 30 and 40 police stations hit just in the last 24 hours.
Yes, the police stations that they hit, they're just local police stations that people for neighborhoods. So what they're trying to do by destroying all the public facilities and murdering public employees is to destroy the fabric of society, to break society apart. That's the objective of the Trump regime. And it's like what they did in Gaza, the same thing. And of course the Western media looks away, just like back then. At first they would make excuses, they would blame the victims. When the first hospital was bombed, they tried to pretend that the resistance did it. The second time, they pretended that there were tunnels underneath. Then the third time and the fourth, after 3-4 times, they just said, forget it. We'll just look away. And it got so bad that, if you recall, they went into one hospital and unplugged the incubators and let all those infants die. And no one in the Western media cared. So this is where it is. This is where things stand. And right now, as we speak, they're doing the same in Lebanon. They're about to carry out carpet bombing in southern Beirut. They've told everyone to leave the city. And you wouldn't know it if you watched Western media, and there's no outrage or anything like that. So the West is indeed, John, Epstein land. It is the land of Epstein. It is the land of the Epstein class. And the media is owned and controlled by the Epstein class. The state is owned and controlled by the Epstein class. There are no laws. There's no international law. They've created the law of the jungle. The people who take little girls and do what they do and did what they did, they are the ones who are now slaughtering people across the board in our region. And the entire Western media, they're like cheerleaders.
Mohammed, I want to ask you about the Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei, his assassination and the killing of virtually his entire family. I gave an interview recently in which I equated the assassination with killing the Pope. If you kill the Pope, you're not going to bring down Catholicism. They'll just appoint a new pope. If you kill Ayatollah Khamenei, you're not going to bring down Iranian society or Shiism. They're just going to appoint another grand Ayatollah, another supreme leader. Am I missing something? As an analyst of the West and of Western politics, what can you tell us about what the American and Israeli goal might have been in the killing of Ayatollah Khamenei?
Well, first let me tell you a bit about him so that your viewers can know him a bit better, because he's so...
It seems a ground invasion of Iran is going to happen by the United States. The reason why I'm trying to contain my laughter is because this is a very insane thing to do. So needless to say, according to recent reports, around 2,500 Marines, I believe, are being sent out from San Diego on ships heading over to the Middle East/West Asia, along with a large number of Apache drones. We do not yet know what the target of the ground invasion is. It wouldn't be to take over the whole country. It would be a limited occupation or operation of some sort. One possibility is Harg Island, which has, I believe, 80 or 90% of all the gas and oil production of Iran. Or another option would be, for instance, the Strait of Hormuz, the area surrounding there on land, and the United States would use that to supposedly open the strait up again, bring oil to the global market. Now, the reason why I'm still laughing is because this is absolutely nuts to do this. Because the thing is, first of all, the terrain of Iran is highly mountainous. Occupying a decent area that would protect U.S. troops, kind of creating a bridgehead, will be very difficult. The second thing, though, is despite the claims from Donald Trump and Netanyahu, the Iranian military and government are not weakened in the slightest. In fact, actually, what we see over the last couple of days is the number of rockets and missiles and drones that are being launched has actually increased over time. So what you're seeing for these American troops, it is going to be an absolute bloodbath. Imagine, for instance, combining the Vietnam War with the mountainous terrain of Afghanistan. That is exactly what you are going to see here. Now, if this plan is so nuts, why is Donald Trump doing it? Well, to be honest, if you had told me this a couple months ago, I'd say this is all a bluff. But the reason I don't think it's a bluff is because Donald Trump was insane enough to go ahead and attack Iran in the first place, despite the fact that myself and as others predicted and turned out to be true, this war would actually be a disaster for the United States. What I really think is going on, though, is that Donald Trump's inner circle are just a bunch of yes men saying that this is a great plan. People like Marco Rubio, Lindsey Graham, others are spurring him on. It also seems Donald Trump watches a lot of Fox News, and Fox News just keeps talking about how great the war is going on. I think Donald Trump at least partly genuinely believes that this is the final kick that'll stick it to Iran, and he is in for a surprise, needless to say. So there you go. That's the invasion that is coming, the ground invasion. If you have anything to say, please leave a comment, like, share. It really means a lot. Cheers.
We have delightful video to play for you of Maria Bartiromo and other Fox and Fox Business hosts coping with bad inflation data that has plagued us over the last 24 hours. As we were awaiting the inflation numbers going, oh, these numbers are not good. Not good is a direct quote from Maria Bartiromo, a big-time Trump
supporter. Your boy Dow Industrial's down about 16 points. Again, we are waiting on the producer price index out any second here. Cheryl Casoni with the numbers. Cheryl.
These numbers are much hotter than expected, guys, for February PPI. Month over month, a 0.7% jump. Street was looking for a gain of 0.3%. Year over year, we came in 3.4%. Annualized basis, the Street was looking for 2.9%. That's the reading that we got the month prior. So again, hotter than expected. We got 0.5% for core month over month. The Street was looking for 0.3% to the upside.
And to sort of bottom line this.
Breaking news, Big Lex just got jumped by Summer and her kinfolks at the club. Hit this follow button, let's get into it. Breaking news, Big Lex just got jumped by Summer and her.
I need all my pretty girls that don't need no makeup to tap in. It's a pretty girl challenge. Mama, you pretty with no makeup.
Girl, you pretty with no makeup. You know you pretty with no makeup.
No, Prash.
Some breaking news now. Qatar's Interior Ministry has announced that 6 have been killed in a helicopter crash off the coast in Qatar's territorial waters. Apparently, there's still one person still missing whose status is unclear. Earlier, Qatar's Defense Ministry had said that the helicopter had crashed after suffering a technical malfunction during a routine duty. Saudi Arabia has given the Iranian military attaché and 4 other diplomats 24 hours to leave the country as Iran keeps up attacks on its Gulf neighbors. The Saudi Ministry of Defense saying armed forces have intercepted 1 missile while 2 others hit an uninhabited area. Kuwait and the United Arab Emirates have also been carrying out several interceptions. Al Jazeera's Saim Basravi is in Dubai for us. We want to talk to you, of course, about the latest Gulf attacks, but we also have this news after this search that has been going on for the crew in that helicopter that apparently 6 are now recognized as having been killed in that crash, Saim.
Gulf Arab leaders that have been trying to bring an end to this war, that tried to stop it in the first place, have described conflict as expansive. The longer it goes on, the bigger it gets. And we saw that. Reporting from Doha, it was noticeable, the amount of...
On the set.
...military aircraft. Expansive conflict. What we're seeing here...
Time for some target practice. The real thing's coming soon.
Operations for missing persons.
6 of them?
Following the helicopter crash in the state's territorial waters, search efforts have resulted in finding 6 out of 7 who were on board. So it seems 1 person remains missing. The death of those who were found has been confirmed, with specialized teams continuing their intensive operations to find the last missing person. And the Ministry of Interior then has extended sympathies to the families of the deceased. So a really unnecessary tragedy that would not have happened if this conflict wasn't underway. And what we are seeing is that with every day that it carries on, the conflict is becoming more complex and more chaotic in this sense. We've also heard from the Iranian Revolutionary Guard that have confirmed that their retaliatory strikes have been ongoing and have been targeting places in the UAE. They say U.S. bases in Ali Al Salam in Kuwait, Al Minhad in the UAE, Al Dhafra Air Base in the UAE have been targeted by Fatah Qadr and Ahmad missiles. This is an indication that, again, the conflict is evolving. They're using more precise, more heavy weapons, more complex missile systems. The UAE has been responding to missile and drone attacks since last night into this morning. Similarly, stories in Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia responding to 60 different drone attacks over the course of 24 hours. In Sharjah, an explosion reported off a vessel in the waters off the coast of Sharjah, about 28 kilometers from Sharjah. A bulk carrier described an explosion from an unknown projectile close proximity to the vessel. No crew was harmed in that, but again, mirrors similar explosions we've seen on oil tankers, cargo vessels, bulk carriers happening off the coast of Oman and the UAE in recent days. So as long as this carries on, it will continue to become expansive, as leaders in the GCC have warned, trying to call for a close to fighting as soon as possible.
Zain, Iran still stressing, of course, that it's not attacking these Gulf countries, but U.S. interests which are based there. We were just reporting Saudi Arabia has given an Iranian military attaché and 4 other diplomats 24 hours to leave the country because of attacks there. How is this being perceived in the region?
Well, the GCC has completely rejected Iran's geostrategic logic here. Perhaps from a military perspective, it makes sense for Iran to attack U.S. bases wherever they are in the region, but there's a greater gray area here. These assets, these so-called assets that Iran accuses these countries of hosting, that are being used as staging grounds for attacks on Iran. GCC countries deny that that's the case, say that they've not allowed any U.S. bases to be used since even before the war began for any attacks on Iran. Trust gap, neither side really believing the version of events of the other. But GCC countries completely are livid over this and have rejected Iran's logic here. We've just gotten a statement from the Secretary General of the Gulf Cooperation Council saying the continued Iranian attacks on GCC member states reveal the Iranian government's escalatory approach towards these countries, not towards U.S. assets or bases, towards these countries, and constitute an unacceptable act of aggression. Iranian attacks attempting to hold GCC member states responsible for any military operations, and these claims are baseless and unacceptable. The GCC member states reserve their full and guaranteed right to take all necessary measures and actions to protect their security and stability. That last part they've been saying all along, and mostly it's been diplomatic messaging. But what we are likely to see if this carries on much longer is GCC countries taking a more defensive posture, a more militarily defensive posture, and what people are in the region fearing will be an escalation that might become inevitable if Iran continues to attack, is if the GCC countries start taking an active role, less than a defensive response, but an active military approach in confronting these attacks from Iran.
Zain Basravi in Dubai, thank you very much.
Just in case you guys are wondering like how this war is playing out and how that affected recruitment numbers, because normally when a country decides that they're going to war, you normally see a massive rally in recruitments where like the citizens are like, yeah, I want to go defend my country. Like in Russia, during the peak of the war, 40,000 new applicants a month were signing up to join the Russian military. 40,000 a month. Probably, maybe we do 100,000 a year here in America. It's gotten so bad that Pete Hegseth is now having to revise the reinstatement policy. Remember all the people they kicked out of the military and destroyed their lives because they wouldn't get the COVID jab? They gave you till April 2026 to return to service, but Pete Hegseth has a very important message. So in case you feel like going and, I don't know, signing up to go die in some third world hellhole called Israel on behalf of God's chosen people, I don't know if you're going to be taking this opportunity. Are you excited to get your job back in the military and go to war and die for Israel? No? I don't know. Many takers? Check this out.
Today in this video, as we said we would, I want to update you on our efforts to reinstate those service members who were unjustly forced out of the military during the COVID-19 panic. While I'm proud of our efforts over the past year, our obligations to make things right are not yet complete. I'm therefore extending the application of the department's reinstatement and return to service guidance established last April. The revised guidance will now apply to former service members, our warriors of conscience, who wish to return to service through April 1st of 2027. So we're extending this to make sure anybody that wants to take advantage of it has additional time to take advantage of it. Maybe you were waiting to see whether we meant it or not. We do. We hope you'll take a look. To further encourage the return of experienced and dedicated service members, effective immediately, the active service obligation for individuals returning to service under this guidance is now reduced from 4 years to 2 years. And this change reflects our confidence that returning members will make an immediate and positive impact and aligns our reinstatement policy with the needs of both the service members and the military services. Maybe for some 4 years felt like too much, given what had been done to them. We hope, too, entices warriors of conscience to come back. This modification will be incorporated into all future reinstatement agreements. And this policy change also applies to those service members who have already been reinstated and committed to a 4-year service obligation. So it's across the board. And given this policy modification, and to ensure that everyone whose career was cut short under the COVID-19 vaccine mandate receives the respect they deserve, I direct the secretaries of the military departments, the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, within 60 days, to once again recontact those who have not rejoined already and inform them of this new information and this new opportunity. We are working hard every single day. It's our commitment to you to right the wrongs and correct the injustices of the Biden administration.
I want to show you something that took me 3 days of research to fully understand. On the surface, it looks like good news. The US dollar is strong right now. The dollar index, which measures the dollar against a basket of major currencies, hit a 10-month high this week, 100.5. Investors around the world are buying dollars. That sounds reassuring. A strong dollar, safe haven demand, America's currency leading the world. But here is what the headline does not tell you. At the exact same moment that investors are buying dollars, they are selling US Treasury bonds. Dollars up, Treasuries down, simultaneously. In 30 years of watching financial markets, that combination, dollars rising while treasuries fall at the same time, is one of the rarest and most significant signals a monetary economist can observe. It has a name. It is called a dollar treasury divorce. And the last time it happened at this scale, it marked the beginning of a multi-year shift in how the world relates to American financial assets. Dollar going up, treasuries going down at the same time. Those two things are not supposed to happen together. The fact that they are happening together right now is the March warning, and understanding it could change how you think about your savings for the next decade. Here's the 3-sentence version of what I am going to show you in this video. Foreign central banks and sovereign wealth funds are not abandoning the dollar. They are abandoning U.S. government debt, the treasuries that the dollar's global dominance depends on, and that distinction between the currency and the debt behind it is the most important financial story almost nobody is explaining correctly right now. I'm going to take you through the verified data. What is actually happening, why it is happening, what the genuinely optimistic case looks like, and what, if anything, ordinary Americans should do about it. Every number I give you comes from a named source. Every quote is real. Let us begin. If you want financial analysis that separates the real signal from the noise every single week, subscribe right now. Every source in this video is linked in the description below. Go verify every claim yourself. Let me start with a piece of financial history that will make everything else in this video make sense. For 75 years, since the end of World War II, there's been an assumption baked into the global financial system. It goes like this. If you want safety, you buy U.S. government bonds. Not just the dollar, the bonds. U.S. Treasury bonds. When stock markets crashed, investors bought treasuries. When currencies collapsed, governments bought treasuries. When oil exporters received billions in dollar payments they needed to park somewhere, they bought treasuries. And when fear entered the global economy, treasuries were the destination. That 75-year pattern is why the United States could borrow money at the lowest interest rates in the world. Unlimited demand from global investors kept Treasury yields suppressed, which kept U.S. borrowing cheap, which kept American government spending affordable, which kept American economic power intact. The dollar and the Treasury bond were two parts of the same safe haven package. You did not buy one without the other. For 75 years, buying the dollar and buying U.S. Treasury bonds were the same trade, the same flight to safety, the same bet on American stability. This month, for the first time in a long time, those two trades separated. Here is what that separation means. Let me give you the specific numbers from this week. The dollar index, DXY, stands at approximately 100.5 as of today, March 18th. 3 weeks ago, it was at 96. The dollar has strengthened nearly 4.5% in 3 weeks. That is the dollar. Now the Treasury bond. The 10-year U.S. Treasury yield today is 4.26%, its highest level in months. Treasury yields move inversely to prices. When yield goes up, the price of the bond goes down. A rising yield means investors are demanding more compensation to hold Treasury bonds or are selling them outright. Foreign central banks, held at the New York Federal Reserve on behalf of global governments, are at their lowest level in more than a decade. Two things are true simultaneously. The world wants dollars, and the world is becoming less enthusiastic about U.S. government debt.
Damn.
I think what we heard the president say, and really I just an observation, his overall demeanor said it all for me. My takeaways were the president was confident. He seemed calm. Seemed like he was honestly in a good mood. Looked like someone who made the call and is in charge of dismantling the bully of the Middle East, Iran, and he's pretty happy with the results. He took his time going down the line of reporters, stopping every so often, take some questions, giving us the updates, all right? So let's take a listen to some of it.
Well, we've been hitting them awfully hard. I mean, I don't know if you can possibly get hit harder. Well, I think we've won. We've knocked out their Navy, their Air Force. We've knocked out their anti-aircraft. We've knocked out everything. We're roaming free. From a military standpoint, all they're doing is clogging up the strait. But from a military standpoint, they're finished. So we've defeated the enemy, and they are an enemy. They're a sick group of people.
And when you put it into perspective so far at this point, I think the president's right. It has been just 21 days, and what does Iran have left other than small one-offs at this point? You know, they shoot a couple rockets off here and there, and they do cause damage, and in some cases death, and I do not want to downplay that at all. That is awful. But imagine you're the Iranian regime, and for 47 years you've been building up this military, chanting death to America, holding rallies in the streets, putting it online so everyone can see. They were always flexing their muscles, but after 21 days, you don't have much left in the tank. That's kind of embarrassing, at least the way I see it. And it's now reported that in order to take back the last piece of leverage the Iranian regime has at this point, which is the Strait of Hormuz, we're starting to deploy low-flying attack aircraft. U.S. warplanes and helicopters, they kick off the battle to reopen Hormuz. That was in the Wall Street Journal. It goes on to say, we're sending in low-flying attack jets over the sea lanes to blast the Iranian naval vessels and Apache helicopters to shoot down the Iran's deadly drones. Talk about demoralizing, right? The Iranians can see these planes coming overhead. Oh, no, there's an Apache helicopter. There's nothing they can do about it because they have no way to stop it at this point. Their defenses, they're all blown up. Here's the president on that today.
The difference between
them and us is they had a Navy 2 weeks ago. They have no Navy anymore. It's all at the bottom of the sea. 58 ships knocked down in 2 days. And we have the greatest Navy anywhere in the world. It's not even close.
And we're showing that. Again, after 21 days, our military is confident enough to basically fly anywhere they want over where 20% of the world's oil sails through. I think that is pretty significant. If you ask me, it's a major accomplishment, and we're still doing it alone. President Trump on NATO countries and others not helping out yet, despite the fact that they're the ones who need that oil, not us.
NATO could help us, but they so far haven't had the...
Back here in the U.S., the Pentagon is now preparing to ask Congress for $200 billion to keep funding the war in Iran.
How much money do they got?
Last night, about 14 hours ago, Donald Trump put out an ultimatum to Iran. He said, open the Straits of Hormuz, or the USA will start.
Escalating threats between Iran and the United States are raising fears of an even wider war in the Middle East. Tehran.
Donald Trump was very clear.
My administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
If this annexation actually happens, what would occur? The leader of the North American power promised that he would recover the canal and did not rule out a possible military intervention, just like Greenland. Considering the global importance of this place, what the hell would happen if it were managed by Americans again? 6% of the world's trade passes through there, and it is one of the few places where you can cross from one ocean to another. For that reason, the United States needs it in the future. And well, today too, thus warned its president.
The Panama Canal is vital to our country. It's being operated by China.
China again? Let's see what is really happening here. One of Trump's arguments for controlling the canal is that the Panamanians would have violated a treaty which states that the passage must remain neutral. But how would things be if the United States takes the canal? Large Chinese companies have invested there, and the United States considers this a threat to its national security, which is Trump's favorite argument to execute his plans. What would happen if the North American power achieves this goal? In 2018, moreover, China agreed to build a fourth bridge over the canal, and the United States activated its characteristic paranoia, as John Feely, former U.S. ambassador to Panama, says.
A bridge cannot control a canal, but a bridge can be sabotaged to block a canal.
That is to say, they are worried that China will spy on them. But what would happen if the United States recovers the Panama Canal? Well, it is a terrible idea. The United States would control even more strongly one of the most important trade routes in the world, and they could do and undo as they please, which would provoke uncertainty and volatility in international trade.
We built it. We're the ones that used it.
We must also not overlook that this move would leave the Panamanians in total ruin. There would be times of economic decline and instability, but the consequences would be much worse. Trump's campaign would undermine Panamanian sovereignty over the canal, in effect since 1999, and this would mean a crisis of confidence between the United States and all its neighbors. Not to mention what would happen in its battle against China, which has already taken sides.
China will always respect Panama's sovereignty over the canal and recognize the canal as a permanently neutral international waterway.
Recently, China has invested in several mega projects in Latin America and has gained allies in that part of the planet. So if the United States acts, its neighbors will not be alone at all. And when a world power gets involved in these problems, the planet could go kaput. But the United States is not so foolish as to get into this mess. Or are they? Remember, always be eager to know more.
For real?
A gun like that?
Yeah, man.
What you mean?
What's wrong with my gun?
I mean, it's like I expect a man of your caliber to be like, you know, at least a Glock or something. If it didn't leak so bad, man, it wouldn't be that bad, but dang, it's pretty, yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. I want you to have, let's place your bottom up against the front of my car right there. As soon as my other unit comes here, we'll search it. If there's nothing crazy in there, man, we should be all right. Is there anything that I need to know about, like other than, look, I don't care about a dime bag. Is there like more than that in there?
It's probably like a dime, it's probably like a dime bag for real.
Yeah, I really know about that. It's fine. As soon as he gets here, we'll get you situated and go. But look, let me ask this. Look, this is just me asking, like, if I was like riding down the road, I would be like driving like perfectly if I had weed in the car. You know what I'm saying? You feel me? You know what I mean? Like I wouldn't be like driving crazy, you know? Hey, like y'all in North Carolina, man. What do you mean?
With these unmarked cars, bro.
Well, I'm Lake County Sheriff. Yeah, this is normal. You know, this is like we all got.
I can't even tell, bro. Like I thought you was a regular person, and then like you kind of did pull out in front of me though.
All right, well look, we'll be like. Do you want me to shut the car off?
Yeah, you can shut it off. You know how?
Well, I'll keep it on. I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Can I shut it off?
Yeah. Well, hang on. Let me grab the key. Nice car would be like something a gun like that.
What you mean? What's wrong with my gun?
I mean, it's like I expect a made of your caliber to be like, you know, at least a Glock or something.
You got the Glock in the back.
Okay, I got you. Yeah,
that's just so I can, you know.
Yeah, just throw it. Okay, I got you. Okay, hey, I'm with you. I got you.
Man, you trying to play me, man.
Dog.
One eternity later.
Here, go ahead. Just hang tight with him right quick. I'm gonna get you in and out of here, okay? Is that as far as it goes?
I got you.
Walk with him. Okay, here, see, I don't know about this stuff, right? Thank you. You're welcome. Yeah. Our salary can't afford that.
We ain't with the talking, all my niggas with the sheets.
Beijing just made Taiwan an offer. Accept Chinese rule and we'll keep your lights on. Taiwan told them where to go. Here's the setup. The war in the Middle East has severed shipping lines through the Strait of Hormuz, the narrow choke point through which roughly 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas travels. Taiwan had been sourcing a third of its LNG from Qatar. That supply chain is now severely disrupted. Energy prices are spiking, supplies are tightening across Asia. Taiwan is exposed. China spotted the opening. Chen Binhua, spokesman for Beijing's Taiwan Affairs Office, stepped up this week to offer what he called stable and reliable energy and resource security to Taiwan. Affordable, cleaner, more dependable supplies under what he described as a strong motherland. The message was barely coded. Reunification means energy security. Resistance means vulnerability. The Middle East war just handed Beijing a pressure point, and they used it within days. This is how economic coercion works at the highest level. No missiles fired, no blockade declared, just a public statement that makes the threat and the offer simultaneously, wrapped in language of brotherly concern. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te addressed his ruling Democratic Progressive Party on March 18th and didn't blink. Supplies for March and April are secured. More U.S. liquefied natural gas is being imported from June. Taiwan gets zero energy from China currently, which is precisely why Beijing's offer lands as a threat rather than a lifeline. You can't credibly offer someone something you've never given them and frame it as reassurance. Taipei rejected Beijing's sovereignty claims outright. No formal response to the reunification offer was issued. The silence itself was the answer. Now, the bigger picture. Taiwan is one of the most strategically significant territories on Earth, home to TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, which produces the majority of the world's most advanced microchips. The global economy runs on Taiwanese silicon. Every smartphone, every AI server, every advanced weapon system depends on it. The island sits 180 kilometers off the China coast. Beijing has never announced the use of force to take it. China is simultaneously dealing with its own energy crisis. As the world's largest oil importer, the disruption to Middle East supply chains hit Beijing hard enough that last week it banned fuel exports until at least the end of March, cutting off $22 billion worth of 2025 export revenue to protect its own domestic supply. A country rationing its own fuel exports is now offering energy security to its neighbor as a reunification incentive. The audacity of that position deserves a moment of acknowledgement. The Iran conflict was supposed to be about Iran, but as tightened energy markets from London to Singapore handed Beijing a geopolitical lever it didn't have 6 months ago, and placed Taiwan, a democracy of 23 million people, in the middle of a pressure campaign dressed up as generosity. Taiwan said no. Beijing hasn't renounced force, the Strait of Hormuz is still disrupted, and the world's most important semiconductor supply chain is now sitting on an island that just became significantly more geopolitically exposed than it was at the start of the year. The offer was rejected. The pressure it represents didn't go anywhere with it.
Persian Gulf. Operation Epic Fury. Somewhere off the Iranian coastline, a trimaran warship is cutting through the water at 40 knots. On its flight deck, a rocket booster ignites. A small Delta Wing aircraft punches into the sky, 8-foot wingspan, 10 feet long, carrying a warhead that costs less than a pickup truck. Then a second one launches, then a third. Within minutes, an entire swarm is airborne, heading straight into Iran's air defense network. This moment, the first time the United States Navy deployed a cheap, expendable attack drone in actual combat, happened from the deck of a ship that our own Navy tried to throw away, the Littoral Combat Ship, LCS. The program the media called Pentagon's Floating Garbage, the Freedom-class variant built around a propulsion system that channels 2 diesel engines and 2 gas turbines through a single combining gearbox. The torque loads exceeded what the gear teeth could sustain. They ground themselves into metal dust while the ship was underway. USS Milwaukee, LCS-5, lost propulsion on her maiden voyage, 1 month after delivery. USS Detroit, LCS-7, dead in the water, towed back to port. The Chief of Naval Operations, Admiral Mike Gilday, called the combining gear problem the most challenging engineering problem that we have seen on any class of ship since I have been in the Navy. The Independence-class variant had a different disease. A trimaran hull built entirely from aluminum, 3 hulls joined by a wide connecting deck. Aluminum saves weight. Weight saves speed, but aluminum fatigues under the relentless cyclic stress of ocean waves. Structural cracks propagated through high-load junctions. A warship whose skin was tearing itself apart. The Navy decommissioned some of these ships before they reached half their design service life. Ships that never grew old enough to fight. And yet, right now, in the opening hours of the largest naval campaign since Iraq 2003, while our $13 billion supercarriers sit safely in deep water, while our EEGI's destroyers hold the outer perimeter, it is this ship, the broken one, that is inside the cage, executing the mission that no other platform in our fleet can touch. Why? Why would CENTCOM hand a war-defining role to a platform with cracking hulls and self-destructing gearboxes? The answer does not live inside the ship. It lives on the map. And if you want to understand the engineering behind that decision instead of the headlines, subscribe to Navy Decoded. We do not celebrate weapons here. We calculate whether they work.
So this is the situation for American air bases in the area at the moment. Now, of course, all over Iran, the United States and Israel have been conducting attacks. They claim to have achieved an enormous amount of air superiority, with the Israelis even striking up in the north on the Caspian Sea coast a couple of days ago. But it's the next area where there's particular focus at the moment. This is the Strait of Hormuz. Before the war started, about 120 oil tankers were passing through these shipping lanes every single day. Since the war started, fewer than 100 ships have left, often those allied with Iran. They've been able to close this area, about 30 miles wide at its narrowest point between Oman and Iran, because of the topography. This area is full of very steep, mountainous, rugged terrain where the Iranians have managed to hide and conceal fast attack boats, mine-laying teams, drone-firing squadrons, and missile bases as well. This has prevented any ships from passing through without Iranian permission. Now, the Americans say they've been launching attacks in this area recently, including by an A-10 Warthog, but this might be where they go next. Haag Island, right in the north. If they can't reopen the Strait of Hormuz, and we've seen US President Donald Trump asking for British assistance to do that, then this might be the next bargaining chip. We know that the Americans are currently sending Marine Expeditionary Units of US Marine Corps soldiers and sailors over to this position, but also the 82nd Airborne Division, an air assault unit, could be being deployed here to Kuwait at the moment to take control of this island. 90% of Iran's oil exports come through this facility. If the Americans can control it and prevent the Iranians using that facility, that could be a key bargaining chip. But the Iranians have another tool of escalation in their arsenal as well. This is their missile ranges. Around 2,000 meters, as you can see, 2,000 kilometers, the most extreme, the Shahab 3. And it's highly likely that the 2 missiles fired at Diego Garcia yesterday were that form of missile, but with a much weaker payload, allowing it to fly much further. One was shot down by an SM-3 interceptor launched by a US Navy warship. The other, we believe, failed in flight. But the region that they can control with these missiles puts another risk towards shipping, which directly impacts the British cost of living. This is the Bab el-Mandeb Strait between Yemen down in the south, where the Houthis have caused absolute terror at the start of the last war, which was started when Israel was attacked on October the 7th. Between 2023 and 2025, the Houthis caused a major crisis in the Red Sea, and we've seen plenty of shipping oil tankers going via the west coast of Saudi Arabia to the north of this picture to try and achieve their objectives to get more oil out of the region. As it stands, this area isn't shut. But if the Americans take Haag Island, this is what the Iranians could do, bring the Houthis into the battle, putting even more of a pressure on our bottom line.
Well, it has finally happened out in California, over a decade in the making, as oil has begun to flow from a controversial California pipeline system for the first time in more than a decade, following a Trump administration order, despite state officials decrying the move. For more on this, let's go out live right now to Santa Barbara, California. That's where we find Fox News' William Lajeunesse with a breakdown.
Well, Mike, we're talking about 50,000 barrels of new oil coming online, and that is enough.
Hold on. All right, now what he was saying.
Enough to provide fuel for hundreds of thousands of vehicles. Now, California hasn't built a new well since 1969 when they banned offshore drilling, but The rigs that you see behind me, those are in federal waters. Now, you'll see 3 rigs, actually. You'll see 2. There's 3 rigs here that Exxon developed in the 1980s. Now, I've been out on those platforms before a 2015 oil spill, which cut off production when the state shut down the sole pipeline that brought that oil to shore. Now, on Friday, however, President Trump used his authority to override the state and reopen the pipeline. Now, even though this oil does help keep refineries in California open, and that has been a priority of Governor Newsom, and it also reduces the state's reliance on riskier and dirtier foreign oil coming in thousands of miles from, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, from overseas, Governor Newsom opposes the opening, saying California will not allow Trump's political stunt to put California communities and environment at risk. So last year, some Hollywood celebrities led a rally against this project, and they dismissed claims by the new owner that the pipeline was safe.
They'll tell lies up the kazoo in order to justify drilling for oil at a time when we shouldn't be doing that.
It's got 1-inch wall thickness in the pipe, and the Trans-Alaska pipeline's only 5 inch. So 1-inch wall of steel. It's tremendously strong, and it's in great shape. And we're already flowing oil through it at a rate of 50,000 barrels a day.
Yeah, that's a lot of cars, Mike. So California plans on challenging the president's ruling, or basically using the Defense Production Act to open this pipeline, because there are so many military bases here in California, about 34. Others are in Arizona and Nevada that also depend on California refineries for their oil, using the Defense Production Act to reopen that pipeline. California is going to challenge that by saying that the pipeline is partially encroaching on state land, and therefore the state has jurisdiction. So a federal judge may ultimately decide whether the oil continues to flow or not. Mike?
And William, does this move by the Trump administration move the needle at all for places like, of course, California, but also Arizona, like you mentioned, to maybe bring those prices down just a little bit at the gas pumps?
You know, the governor, on one hand, you say supply demand, right? You put in more supply demand, is mediated, and prices technically go down. The governor's going to argue that the world price of oil is what it is, and it's going to keep prices high. I think it is fair to say, however, that in fact, I know that this oil helps keep refineries. California used to have 42 refineries. Now we're down to 7, right? And they're closing because there's not enough oil in the pipelines to keep the refineries open. So by putting more oil in the system, they've already said it will keep those refineries open. And that's what the governor of Arizona and Nevada have been barking for, because they're dependent on what California does. California is now importing gasoline from Korea. It imports 60% of its oil from overseas. So many people will go, wait a minute, there's a lot of oil right here. There's a lot of oil in this state. And yet the state, which was at one time one of the top oil producing states in the country, now, because it's run by Democrats, they don't want to put any oil at all, because they believe in, the climate change argument, and they want to basically get rid of it by 2035, gas-powered vehicles. So as a consequence, there's no oil in the system to keep those refineries open. That's what the governors are arguing in those 2 states.
In Iraq, a drone attack has caused a fire near a U.S. diplomatic facility in Baghdad. Victory Base is within the perimeter of the international airport. The area has come under repeated attacks since Iraq was drawn into the Middle East conflict. Iranian-backed armed groups have claimed responsibility for previous strikes on the capital. Well, Nicholas Haq is live for us now in Baghdad. Nicholas, what can you tell us about these latest attacks?
Well, this attack happened just 20 kilometers behind me, west of Baghdad, in Camp Victory. that camp is almost empty. It used to host NATO soldiers, but also American soldiers. And we actually heard a loud explosion just 2 hours ago. And so a group called Asab al-Kaf has claimed responsibility for this attack, an Iraqi-based Iranian-backed militia. And they said in their statement that they will escalate these attacks, warning civilians, I quote, to stay away from the occupiers being U.S. interests here in Iraq. And interestingly, a few hours after that, about 200 kilometers away north of Baghdad in Kirkuk, in a town called Duz, well, there was one of these Iraq-based Iranian militia group that was attacked, and no one has claimed responsibility, but of course the Americans perhaps are behind that attack. But what we've seen is a number of attacks by Iranian-backed militias in Iraq, really targeting American positions, but also Western positions. This group, Asab al-Kaf, has claimed responsibility over the death of a French soldier in a base in Kurdistan. There were two bases, a French base and an Italian base, that came under attack, again using drones. Now, these low-cost, high-impact attacks have really served to create this sense of fear amongst these soldiers that are here in Iraq. Mohammed?
Nick, let me ask you about something else that's going on in Iraq right now. NATO is withdrawing troops from the Iraq mission. What's the likely impact of that on the ground there?
I mean, the fact that NATO, that has been around since 2018, here to help the Iraqi forces fight off ISIL fighters, are now leaving at a time where they're really needed here, where there's an uptake of attacks here, is really strong in symbolism. Now, they're saying that it's just a repositioning and it's temporary, but we've seen Spanish troops leave, Italian, French, and most notably American troops also leaving the country. And the effect of that on a security front, well, that leaves the Iraqi alone to handle the security situation here and the defense situation in this country. But also there is an economic impact, of course, because the presence of NATO troops, well, reassures investors, notably investors in oil. 90% of Iraq's revenue comes from the export of oil. And according to Reuters, the Iraqi oil minister is actually calling a force majeure, saying that they're not able to uphold their contracts with the various companies, the oil companies that are exporting the oil from here. And now that's a major blow on an economic front for the Iraqis. Mohammed?
All right, that's Nicholas Hawk live for us in Baghdad. Nicholas, thanks so much.
So we got two really important clips here. We got the neocon industrial complex on Fox News talking about how Iran's going to pay us $200 billion for this war. That's why we need to get Pete Hegseth in our War Department, $200 billion so that they can go wage war on Iran in the Middle East. Now, here's what Iran has to say about that, too. So we're going to play both of them. Let's start with CNN.
The free world for the last 50 years.
Yeah, I understand your argument, but I don't think anyone thinks that Iran's actually going to pay $200 billion to offset the cost.
Well, I don't think...
The reason I ask is because
right now Iran's not going to pay for it, but under a different paradigm where the Ayatollah is not in charge, and we have a different system of governance, and that's the terms of the conditions of surrender. Look, Adolf Hitler, but of course and Mussolini didn't think that those terms were going to exist at the beginning of World War II either, but that's not how it ended.
Yeah, but obviously the new supreme leader is the old supreme leader's son, so and he's described by experts as more of a hardliner. But the reason I ask about the cost and whether or not...
Let me just stop you right there because he's just going to go on with some more Fox News talking points. So let's stop that right there. And let me just show you guys how Iran is thinking and what Iran has to actually say.
It will. The Strait of Hormuz being just the start of something like that. Mohammed, the Washington
Post one thing, today, John. Just one thing. Iran is shutting the Strait of Hormuz without destroying anything to warn the Americans that this is what is going to happen. And Trump now says that he's going to open the Strait of Hormuz. He doesn't have a chance in the world to do it. His ships are far, far away out of fear of Iranian missiles. His planes are far away That's why every time they bomb, they have to refuel and refuel again to get back because of Iranian drones and missiles. So Iran is in full control. There's nothing that the United States can do about it.
Oh, shit.
And therefore, if push comes to shove, then you'll see the price of oil go to, what, $250 a barrel? And then when the markets crash, then everyone will be wondering who did this. And even the MAGA people, who obviously have no moral principles, because forever wars are okay, hiding the Epstein files is okay, even shooting white people in the face are okay. All that's okay now. But when they lose their jobs and their factories, the factories that they work at collapse, and the businesses go bankrupt, and the price of gasoline becomes unaffordable and they have no money to pay for the gasoline.
Right after hitting assets in America, was Israel's Air Force dealt a huge blow by Mujtaba Khamenei's men? The unfolding battle of the skies gets uglier as Iran raises the conflict stakes for Israel and the United States of America. Was Israel's advanced combat fighter jet hit by a volley of Iran's deadly missiles?
Was it?
Officials in Tel Aviv play down the recent Iran attack, making claims that no damage was caused to. Earlier during operations, the IRGC attacked America's $100 million stealth jet flying directly over its sovereign airspace. As Iran's retaliation continues, it is now dealing a direct blow in the skies to Israel's aerial military assets during operations in theater. Iran's elite forces claimed that a third Israeli fighter jet was successfully targeted during combat operations on March 21st, according to official statements. The IRGC alleged that Israel's advanced F-16 fighter jet was intercepted while flying over central Iranian airspace during the mission. Iran's consulate in Hyderabad also released a video on March 21st that showed the Israeli jet appearing to be on target in the footage. Iran further claimed that more than 200 hostile aircraft, including drones and fighter jets, had been destroyed in operations overall. Iran's elite forces claimed, and I quote, "The third hostile enemy fighter jet, belonging to the Zionist regime, of the F-16 type, was struck at 3:45 a.m. in the central sector of Iran by the advanced air defense systems of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Aerospace Force." End quote. Israel quickly admitted that one of its F-16 jets was struck by an Iranian surface-to-air missile during the mission over Iran. However, Israel downplayed the Iranian strike, saying no damage was caused to the jet during the operational sortie, according to reports. The IDF further claimed that Israel completed the mission even after the aircraft was hit by Iranian missiles in flight operations. Israel Defense Forces said, and I quote, "During an operational mission of the Air Force in Iranian airspace, a surface-to-air missile launch was identified toward an Israeli fighter jet. The crew acted in accordance with procedures, no damage was caused to the aircraft, and the mission was completed as planned. Since the beginning of the war, several attempts have been made to strike Israeli fighter jets in Iranian airspace, and the aircrews successfully countered the threat. The Air Force will continue to fly and strike wherever required across Iran and will complete its missions under threat in every operational sortie." End quote. Israel's F-16 setback comes close on the heels of another reported Iranian attack on one of the United States' advanced fighter jets during recent combat operations. On March 19th, Iran claimed that it detected and struck America's $100 million advanced stealth fighter jet in the wider regional conflict. The U.S. Air Force's F-35 was allegedly forced to make an emergency landing somewhere in the Middle East after the incident during the mission. Soon after, CENTCOM reportedly claimed that its F-35 jet was struck during a combat mission conducted over Iran earlier that day in operations. Fresh claims have now emerged that Iran may have detected and struck a U.S. F-35 using heat-based sensing systems during the aerial encounter itself. This came despite the F-35 special coatings designed to evade radar by deflecting or absorbing electromagnetic waves in flight during operations. Iran had also released a video showing the F-35 jet attack and claimed that major damage was caused in that footage.
Why are they lying to us?
As military operations continue, we want to look at the significance of the most recent strikes and what might be next as President Trump weighs his options. Joining me now, retired Lieutenant General Charlie Moore. Good to have you back with us.
Thank you, Shannon.
Okay, so this is a look at some of the recent attacks the U.S. and Israel has been carrying out, and the president with a new threat saying, listen, we're going to start going after power plants that are very important for Iran if they don't reopen the strait. He says that may be coming as soon as Monday.
Yeah, I think it's a really, really interesting development. I mean, what this basically exhibits is that this is starting to escalate a little bit in terms of the types of targets that we're going to be willing to go after inside of Iran to basically hopefully bring an end to the conflict.
So let's go to our next map here. This is looking at the range of missiles. We know that Iran tried to strike Diego Garcia, where we've got a joint base with the UK there, but that's outside of the range that a lot of people believed or assessed to this point that they had. When you start to look at this range, you look at European capitals and others, the whole point was trying to go after their missile program, so it didn't expand. But what does this tell you, this attempt on Diego Garcia?
Yeah, so this was a bit of surprise to some. Some people feared that this is exactly the type of capability that Iran had developed. But if you look at the range from Iran to Diego Garcia, this is 2,400 nautical miles. This is about double the range that most people believed that they were capable of achieving. It not only brings Diego Garcia into the mix for a place that they could potentially try to strike, but as you indicated, all of Western Europe, our bases, our personnel there, it also sends a message to the leaders of our allies there that they may be in Iran's crosshairs as well. This isn't just limited to the Middle East.
And one of the issues was when we were in diplomatic conversations with them is that they said they wouldn't negotiate at all over the missiles. It was going to be just about the nuclear program. So now we can assess that they may have better capabilities than a lot of people thought. Okay, so let's get to the next slide here, because this is where Iran has been targeting energy infrastructure. They've said with the president's threats to act Monday, they also have plans. We've seen them do it, but they say we'll come after other assets that are important for energy production as well.
Yeah, as we talked about at the very beginning of the segment, this really indicates the approach that Iran is taking at this point. They want to go after the energy sector. They want to go after oil. They want to go after natural gas. They believe this is the leverage that they can create globally to help bring an end to the conflict. We can see on the map the areas that they've struck in the last few days. Of particular interest is Qatar, where they went after the natural gas fields there and the facilities. That represents 20% of the global liquefied natural gas capabilities. So the markets responded accordingly, as you would expect. But this ties back into the president's comments. He said at this time, hey, if you don't hit any of Qatar's gas fields, we won't strike any more of yours, Iran. And at that time, it was a little interesting because he specifically zeroed in on gas. I was wondering why that was. I think his comments over the last 24 hours that we're going to take away all their domestic power capability if they don't open the straits feeds into that. Because I think what he didn't want to happen was to undercut his leverage that he wanted to use in the future, and now we're seeing him trying to use that leverage.
And quickly, I want to talk about Karg Island, which continues to come up because this is that island off Iran's coast where 90% of their energy output flows through this. So we know we've hit some targets on the island, but there's a conversation now that it would take troops for us to actually, quote, take that island.
Yeah, I think that's one option. This is of strategic importance for a lot of reasons. As the slide indicates, 90% of their oil flows through here, but that represents about 60 to 75% of their annual revenue. So if you take the flow of this fuel away from the regime, it really results in economic strangulation, and it's something that can happen very rapidly. Now, how might we go about doing that? There's a couple options the president has. One would be to use our naval assets to form an embargo around the island, to not let any ships come in and unload oil. Another would be to hit on the mainland, the pumping stations and the manifolds where all the pipes from the fields come together that pump oil out to the island, to prevent that from happening. We could also hit these jetties, these mooring points on the east and west side of the island where the ships come in to on-take that oil. Or, as you just mentioned, we could go and try to take physical control of Kharg Island by putting troops on the ground. That does not come without risk. Not only are we within about 15 miles of the mainland for any residual offensive capability that Iran might possess, we have to be able to protect our troops. But there's also thousands of civilians still on this island, and there's anywhere from several hundred to maybe more than 1,000 IRGC members there as well, which is going to increase the risk if we decide to take that step.
All right, all things to think through, and for Commander-in-Chief to weigh. General, great to have you back with us. Thank you.
Shannon.
And some get reaction right now. We have retired U.S. Air Force Brigadier General and Newsmax contributor Blaine Holt. Happy Sunday, my friend. A lot to talk about here. President Trump now issuing this ultimatum to Iran over whether or not they open up that Strait of Hormuz, or potentially they could hit the power structure in Iran. You and I have talked about this before. Is this a step that President Trump is willing to take?
I think he is, in that he's discussing a lot of option sets that he has before him. If I was advising the president right now, I would say, look, this is correct. We've got to get the straits open, whether by brute force or some other means. However, when we talk about what we're going to do infrastructure-wise to Iran, we've got to protect the population. So if it's going to take away desalination plants, if it's going to take the means of food and water, we can't do that, because the last thing we want to do is blunt a revolution when we say we're with the Iranian people. So it's a lot of sticky wickets to navigate here, John. But again, the straits, job one, it has to be done now.
So now, if Trump were to follow through on this, would he literally be wiping Iran off the map if he takes out their power infrastructure?
He would create chaos. There's no question about that. I am certain that they have modeled what those option sets look like for the president, out of the Pentagon, and what is likely to follow on certain actions. And so I am confident that he has all the information before him. But again, this is a really dangerous set of circumstances and a potential for escalation in the region that we don't want to see.
Exactly. And then there's 2,500 Marines that are headed to the Middle East for missions connected to that Strait of Hormuz. This mission being led by the USS Boxer. What's the likelihood, though, that boots will be on the ground? Do you anticipate this coming?
I can actually see a scenario where we may have to secure Kharg Island for world security. There's something bigger that's looming as a threat than oil and oil markets. It is sulfur and urea, and they're not getting out of the Gulf. A third of the world's fertilizer production comes out of the Gulf at a time when Australia just lost its #1 producer of fertilizer. The third world is in planting season right now, and we could say, the third world's been through this. Wait a minute, all those groceries go to Europe. And it doesn't matter how much money you have if you can't see anything on the shelf to buy.
If they were to take Kharg Island, I know we talked about this earlier this week. Is it a break it, you bought it type situation? If the U.S. were to go in there, are we going to have troops on the ground to maintain it?
Oh, we would. If we have to secure it, we're going to have to do that. But then, again, I don't see a reverse gear on getting rid of the regime in Iran. If you leave them standing, you'll have generations of revenge-minded mullahs forever and terror cells to deal with. At the same time, if you turn your backs on the Iranian people who said, wait a minute, you said you'd help us, and now we're still under a police state. So there's no reverse gear. Iran is going to have to be conquered and put into the hands of the Iranian people. And then once that happens, I imagine there's no need for us to be at Kharg at all.
Iran also fired these 2 missiles towards the joint UK-US military base. This was thousands of miles away on the island of Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. I mean, this was the furthest that they were able to launch a missile. Should we be concerned about that?
Not yet. Maybe. there's an investigation required here. So I'm gonna keep an open mind on this particular issue because it breaks a pattern. Iran has admitted to every single strike that it's done so far except for this one. So I don't know what the motivations would be from some other force. All I can tell you is the forensics for me are not in yet. I think we're just lunging at this as it's a natural. This is exactly what happened. But I'm troubled by the break in that pattern, and I'm also troubled by that type of weaponry out of nowhere just becoming available.
Are you suggesting that another country might have fired that missile?
I am. I'm saying that there's a possibility of that because there's going to be agent provocateurs all over the place with a lot of different agendas. And let's not forget that the beautiful kids at Lloyd's of London attempted a financial shutdown of the Straits of Hormuz. We have the UK that denied us access to use of Diego Garcia initially and wouldn't let us use our bases in Glasgow. In other words, I'm not accusing the UK of anything, but what I am saying is that there are many agendas all over this world that revolve around the Middle East. And when you break a pattern like this, I'm certain that U.S. intelligence is going through this at the speed of heat for the president.
Information. Truth.
Not at the speed of heat.
Is freedom. Is Newsmax. It's real news for real people.
So if you haven't been paying attention to what God's chosen people believe, they believe that their Messiah is coming back. So what President Trump was actually baited into doing was starting this war. They convinced him that he was their Messiah, that he was their second coming of their Messiah, and he was going to rule over the world, that all he had to do was take out Iran. That's what God's chosen people believed that he needed to do because he was the Messiah. He was the chosen one. He was the prophet. He was the only one that could do it. And now what you're seeing is this shift, this appetite for war within their own government. It's almost like a mutiny is taking place. And one by one, day by day, you're going to see the entire government turn on Trump, and they're going to throw this man under the bus. Oh, well, yeah, we didn't really know if you're a Messiah. Sorry, we thought you could have been. Well, you're not, obviously, so we're done with you. Right under the bus with Trump. Check this out.
Unmitigated disaster. I can't believe that we have a president who, didn't understand the consequences of what he was undertaking. We have a new war breaking out between Israel and Lebanon that's already killed 1,000 and displaced 1 million. The Strait of Hormuz is closed and will remain closed. Gas prices are spiking here at home. Missiles continue to hit American embassies, bases, and our allies' bases. It's just an absolute incoherent disaster, and the president should end the war right now. That's the best way to protect Americans' national security.
I'm sorry, hang on, I've got everybody talking to me. I want the administration to show us justification for why they went to war with Iran, and they're spending $1 billion a day, and we have people in my state of Nevada who can't afford their rent, groceries, and now gas prices are going up, and between the tariffs and this war, it's affecting people right here at home. So before the president can just go act and do whatever he wants, he needs to come to Congress. That's what I want the president to do.
When they say that there's an imminent threat from Iran.
He has not shown us in Congress to my. Let's see, it's all in a classified briefing, so what can I say? He has not shown me in a classified briefing that there was an imminent threat.
It's not just within our own government. It's a global mutiny between all of our allies who are coming forward and going, holy shit, this is a suicide mission. There's no winning this war. And it looks like a PR disaster for America, and everybody's not buying into the PSYOP this time. The propaganda isn't working. The veil has been lifted, if you will. Check this out.
We are allies with America, but we don't really understand their moves recently. Like I said, also we haven't been consulted, and we don't really understand what are the objectives of this war. So I think this is the underlying feeling. At the same time, I mean, we are willing to also invest in our relationship, in the transatlantic partnership that has been under heavy strain. But, it takes two to tango. Every relationship has two sides. So let's look at things that we can do together, and if our participation is needed here and there, also we expect that we are consulted.
So what she just basically laid out and explained there was like, hey, if you want our help with something, you need to ask us before you do it. You don't just go start a world war and then go, hey guys, yeah, we're getting our asses kicked. We're going to need you to step in. We know we didn't consult with you. We didn't ask you. We didn't strategically plan this with you. We just said we were going to do it, and we didn't think we needed your help, so we didn't even ask or bother to ask you. And now that you're just buried in, you're up over your head, and it's not a winnable war, you're like, hey guys, come throw your kids into the meat grinder with us. And they're like, yeah, that's probably not a good PR look. Maybe, I got an election coming up in the next 2 years. Yeah, killing a bunch of my citizens probably doesn't sound like the best strategy for a PR campaign.
I don't think Donald's stupid. His commitment on MAGA was that he would never commit boots on the ground in a foreign war. So I think what he's done so far in conjunction with the Israelis has been very strategic. I can see the obvious reason for it. I think we all agree with it. I think Iran is a terrorist state. I think he's done us all a favour by actually taking them out of the game. I think possibly what may happen because of what's developed in the Strait of Hormuz, and that one island where there is a major hub for distributing oil and gas, he may, to protect it being ruined by the Iranians in a sort of tit-for-tat strike, is maybe put the Marines in there to protect that. So I suspect that's maybe one move that he's got up his sleeve. Boots on the ground generally, I can't see him doing it.
Okay, what about you, Simon Nash?
Well, that's very interesting. I mean, in Iraq, of course, Saddam Hussein sort of maliciously started to blow up his own oil wells out of spite. So, yeah, it would stop the Iranians from doing so. I think boots on the ground, if that does happen, should be with an after plan. And if there's no after plan, it might be another forever war like Afghanistan, and Iraq was almost a forever war. So it does require a plan, but I think it might be a good idea to have boots on the ground, because otherwise it's just nothing. What's happening? They replaced a very old dictator with a slightly younger dictator in his 50s. So
is he alive? Do we know if this guy's alive?
He does seem to be alive. I think they're not displaying him in any videos because that would give intelligence as to his location, and then he would be killed, and then you'd end up with a 30-something-year-old and then I guess a 10-year-old if the cycle just keeps on going as to who takes over. So I think that's why. I think he's probably injured and they just want to keep his location as secret as possible.
When you say, you think really there needs to be boots on the ground if there's ever going to be any sort of solution, because from the air, what can you determine?
Well, it's a shame that, I mean, the plan seemed to be with Donald Trump, like cut off the head of the regime, and then the people would rise up, and then you'd have democracy and a government in charge, maybe the son of the Shah of Iran, who has a 180-day plan for the country. That hasn't happened, and perhaps boots on the ground are the sort of the greater of two lesser evils. So I think it might be necessary. I mean, in Iraq, they basically secured all the oil stuff, but then they didn't have a plan for education, traffic management, or anything like that, and the whole country fell into chaos and sectarian chaos. I don't think you'd get the same sectarian chaos in Iran. However, boots on the ground to, I guess, maybe take over the ministries of the country temporarily to make sure the country's running safely and for the people might be a good idea. Otherwise, it's just sort of turning into an economic bombing campaign, isn't it? Israel bombing oil depots, and it's not sustainable and not good for the people.
So do you think that it was the right idea, the right thing to go and deal with Iran in this way? Right.
What do you mean by in this way, exactly?
Starting the bombing, going in there and even bothering to tackle them right now.
Initially, I thought we should be cautious, and I think that Keir Starmer was right to be cautious and make sure the law was followed. But as someone
he's right, the way do you think his dithering was good?
I think Keir Starmer's dithering was good because, I do. And now he is supporting the US in doing so.
I think Keir Starmer was just weak-kneed. He didn't actually support what was our greatest ally. He should have, from get-go, allowed British bases to be used, Chagos Islands to be used. If we needed him, if it was a reverse situation, we'd be calling for the Americans the way Winston Churchill did in the Second World War, and they actually came to our assistance and helped us win World War II.
Well, three years in, or 3 or 4 years after the war kicked off.
Well,
they joined at the end.
It was 3 years after. Winston Churchill kept on at Roosevelt. Roosevelt, again, held his cards. He didn't want to get sucked into something, but it was finally on that plea from Winston Churchill that he sent Eisenhower over, the Americans came in, and thankfully we actually won the war. I think...
Back on the Dimona nuclear power plant, if it does get struck, so if Iran strikes it tonight or tomorrow, what happens next?
Oh, Jesus. Let's just hope that cooler heads prevail. All right? If I were an Israeli commander, okay, I would go, okay, we got your message. We've demonstrated that. We need to get more THAAD intercept capability there, which, by the way, a $20,000 drone destroyed the THAAD radar in Jordan that was giving Israel its 10 minutes of warning. And now they get 3 to 5 minutes of warning using the existing systems. Hopefully that new THAAD radar came back out there. But I would say, okay, you've done that. We've demonstrated. We got your message. All right. We stay clear of Bushehr. You stay clear of Dimona. Because Dimona is a demonstration. You crack that reactor, okay, that's fine. Israel has something that's way more important than that reactor at Dimona. It has the ability to resolve your regime for history, right? Which I'm hinting at that they have a nuclear weapons capability. Maybe as many as 100 or 200 atomic bombs. They're never going to use it. It's a deterrent, right? And that's what I would send. That's the message I would send. I say, good job. Good job. You shot at the city. Let's just leave it right there. I would literally have somebody take that message over there. And we won't do it to
Bushehr. If they struck the city, I mean, if they struck the nuclear power plant itself tomorrow or tonight.
Depends on the amount of damage. If we get a battle damage assessment that they hit here are the critical components, the containment dome, right? Like at 3 Mile Island, that's the thing that cracked. That's the thing in Fukushima that blew up from all of the gas pressure. The control rod system, which controls the material that will scram or shut down the reactor, right? If it's hit, it should automatically drop these rods down into the core, and that will absorb the radiation, and you'll have a slow shutdown of the reactor. And then if they hit the coolant system, which I don't know anything about that reactor, but I've been around a lot of reactors. I'm qualified in submarines. I used to run next to a nuclear reactor on a submarine. And if they hit the cooling system and the coolant system malfunctions and it cannot scram the reactor and it cannot cool down the heat that is coming off the reactor, which, by the way, is what makes your steam for power from a power plant. If that coolant goes offline, then you get Fukushima, which is like in Japan. All right, gases form inside the core because of the intense heat. The core starts to melt down through the concrete surface below the containment building. Those gases build up and then explode, and it pops the top of the Dimona nuclear reactor like a champagne cork. And I remember watching the 3-4 Fukushima reactors pop like that and thinking I didn't think I would ever live long enough to see something like that. Then things are going to get insanely spicy. This war will go to another level. And they may kill Mujtaba Khamenei, sure. But someone's going to take over. And someone has control of those missiles. And we obviously can't find them. It could get much worse, Mario. Do you feel better when I do this?
Wow, I can't believe it.
I'm not bragging, man. I am just trying to bring reality to this situation.
I'm going to try and explain what Dimona's significance is all about. Why was it really chosen and what could be the impact of it? So this is what we are putting out for you. The Israel's nuclear heart has been hit, which is Dimona, for the first time. You just notice it's just around 80 kilometers, which is from south of Jerusalem. So the proximity, and it's around 13 kilometers from the nuclear facility. This is very, very clear as far as this map is concerned. So it was very meticulous, well coordinated, thought about as far as Iran is concerned, and as Rifat has been getting us those details, an eye for an eye. And in fact, I'm going to wait for Siddharth Mishra to now kind of join me, and he explains to us why Dimona. You know, we were talking about eye for an eye. Yeah. Iran has very strategically, carefully chosen Dimona. Please explain to our viewers why Dimona, importance of it.
That's right. So the message, Pallavi, which Iran sends out is that that Iran is not only surviving in this battle, but can give befitting reply. In fact, day before yesterday, when South Para and North Dome were hit by Israelis, were struck by Israelis, in response to that, Iranians struck Ras Laffan in Qatar. Now, there were reports that Israelis struck Natanz again. Now, Natanz is a nuclear enrichment complex in Iran, which was struck by Israeli and US forces in the month of June as well, during the 12-day conflict. So for the second time, Israelis struck Natanz yesterday, and perhaps in response to that, now they have struck Dimona. Now, 2 ballistic missiles were launched, one for Dimona and the other one for Ard.
This is where the attack took place?
Yes, and this is also this place is also famous as Dimona reactor. So Israel so far has not declared that they are the nuclear power, but many in the world believe that they are the nuclear power, and they have the nuclear research center in Dimona, which is only 13 kilometers from the place where this ballistic missile struck. So over 100 people have got injured in these 2 ballistic missile launch, and this is 13 kilometers from the nuclear research center of Israel. And this is a message which Iran is sending out to Israel, that look, if you will strike, if you will carry out strike on our nuclear sites, then we will also we also have the capabilities to strike your nuclear sites. Yeah.
You know, the visuals. Yeah.
Look, here we are. So March 21st, Natanz was hit by Israelis, and yesterday, late night, March 22nd, Dimona was struck by Iranians. So it's like tit for tat, which is going on in the West Asian conflict. And the other day, this is just one example. The other day, they struck South Para and North Dome. Iranians struck Ras Laffan and Aramco. So this has been going on, Pallavi, in this conflict. So the message is very clear that we are not here to surrender. We are not here to only survive in the conflict. We still have these capabilities to strike wherever we want in GCC. That's the message which Iran sends out when they launch such strikes.
Iran is at a back foot. Clearly not is what the message is sending. Thank you very much, Siddhant, for getting us all those details.
Your soldiers in the Army and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps were honored to deliver the first fiery slap to the hostile enemy in the early hours of the new year. The 72 wave of Operation True Promise 4 against targets in the north and heart of the occupied territories in the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet was successfully executed. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful, to the honorable nation of Iran, with greetings of the joyous and blessed feast of Eid al-Fitr and Nowruz, your soldiers in the Army and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC, were honored to deliver the first fiery slap to the hostile enemy in the early hours of the new year. This morning, the valiant soldiers of the Army of the Islamic Republic of Iran, at dawn, targeted the military infrastructure of the Zionist regime in the occupied territories, including fuel storage tanks and the deployment locations of enemy refueling aircraft at Ben Gurion Airport, by firing a massive barrage of destruction drones. The valiant warriors of the IRGC in the 71 ways of Operation True Promise 4, caused blasphemy against God Almighty and delivered multiple strikes against the exhausted and desperate body of the Zionist regime and the American terrorist army. In a swift and continuous operation, immediately following the previous wave of attacks, Tel Aviv, the heart of the occupied Palestinian territories, and points in Rishon Lezion were targeted with advanced heavy missiles, pinpoint-guided Ahmad missiles, and multi-warhead Qaeda missiles, as well as destruction drones under intense missile fire.
Would you rather have Israel or Iran running the region? Because that's what would happen if the U.S. was involved.
Iran. Yeah, Iran. 100%.
Okay.
I don't think that's
walk me through that, because I have a different opinion about that.
Well, Israel's a genocide terrorist state to start, but I'll let Harrison go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say, Israel's been in charge. What's Iran going to do? Mess it up? Like, what's the worst case scenario? It's going to get worse somehow? I don't think that's even possible. Like, no,
okay.
Yeah.
Let me
anybody better.
Like, okay, we see when there are protests in Iran, they kill a lot of people of their own to suppress them. In the opposite case, you see Israel, they have protests. They're not killing people by 1,000. Do you think that Iran hasn't been able to do that on a wider scale because they don't have the power? Like, there's some darkness to Iran as well that, people are not realizing because they don't really cover the things that are happening to the Iranian people. Just think about how they treat women.
I'd like to see confirmed reports of the 30,000 figure that's dead, because I asked Grok about it. Grok told me there was no official confirmation.
Even if it's not 30 and it's like, let's say 1,000 or 2,000, that's more than any that we would do. Like, we riot when there was 6 people killed at Ohio State during the Vietnam era.
Dude, they killed 6 figures worth of people on the Gaza Strip and don't even bat an eye at it. Like,
not just that, but sort of the biggest thing before October 7th was this big Palestinian March for Peace, which was a big protest that the Israelis just shot up and massacred a bunch of people. And there are also videos going around. Israel does not allow anti-war protests. There's a bunch of videos going around of people trying to have anti-war protests. And usually the gathering is really pathetically small. It's like 6 people try to get together to protest, and they're just surrounded by 30 cops who just haul them away. So, Israel isn't exactly like an open democracy either, as much as they, claim to be. I think what I heard was that 30,000 number literally came from some estimate that was then multiplied by 10 on the assumption that they would only have told us about 1 out of 10. So, I think that number is completely made up, just flagrantly made up.
I want to see one source for it. I haven't seen a single source for it. Everyone says a doctor said this, reports say this, XYZ. The only number I've seen that's come out of any health ministry or health foundation was 3,500, which is still bad, but it's not 30,000.
But what I'm trying to say is that okay, I can understand why people are well, I'd rather have Iran, because they're seeing an underdog situation to where somebody is clobbering them over the head. But fundamentally, if I look at how Iran is structured and how their government runs and what they do, it's very heavily based off of religious aspects of the Quran and all of those things. We wouldn't want that on a wide scale with throughout that region.
Do they want a greater Iran?
Yeah.
They want to expand the borders of Iran.
No, they would if they could. That's why you had Iraq and Iran conflicts as well.
We initiated that. Iraq invaded Iran, not the other way around.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, I would say I agree with you that a lot of the way Iran acts, I wouldn't want to stand for it here. If people here start doing that, I wouldn't like it. But it's the same thing with Bashar al-Assad, and it's Bashar al-Assad gets kicked out, and who comes in? It's Jolani, and he starts massacring all of the little people, and it's we know that Iran has real protest, right? But that's also because of the economic condition that we created, and that the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent brags about and talks about how specifically he used a very sophisticated economic warfare model against Iran, and says, now you see the results, all these people out protesting on the street. So if you're Iran and you're under this economic warfare causing pain to your people, and you have Mossad agents and CIA agents going in with Starlink terminals and automatic weapons and not just leading protests, but then causing them to become violent. You put them in a pretty difficult spot, and I don't know how many people were killed, but I would wonder how many of those were literally agents of Israel and America. Again, I don't even think that's questioned at this point. I think
one of the first people to ever blow the whistle on what she says is absolutely happening, and that our own government has been involved for decades, spraying chemicals into the air with no regard for the people those chemicals could be hurting. I want to welcome in former U.S. Air Force environmental specialist and geoengineering whistleblower, Kristen Meghan. It's great to have you back, Kristen. Appreciate you being here. So you've been talking about this issue for years now. Can you take us through what you say is absolutely happening?
Yeah, thanks for having me back. This is absolutely happening, and it's basically now openly admitted, even though you're getting kind of pushback from the EPA, but I don't think it's intentional. What I discovered around starting in 2007, I was working in bioenvironmental engineering in the Air Force. And like I had mentioned previously, I tried to debunk this. And in the attempt to debunk it, I realized, as somebody who was approving forms called Air Force Form 3952s, I had to reject these toxicants on formerly known as an MSDS, now an SDS, because they're the very same toxicants we were trying to engineer out of the workplace. So why would we be procuring more? So lots of soil sampling, air sampling. Once I got threatened, I knew I'd found something, and it's very much happening. In fact, when I finished my master's around 2015, it was in one of my environmental textbooks that they were doing it. So it's a shock to me that people still think it's not happening. Yes, yeah. I sold the book, but I wish I still had it.
And we can all see it if you look up, and it just doesn't make sense, that it's coming from like a Delta flight flying overhead. So your role in the Air Force, if I'm understanding it correctly, was basically to approve these flights long before takeoff, and eventually you just said, no, I'm not going to do this anymore. Is that accurate broadly?
Well, it wasn't approving the flights. So when you're using hazardous materials, you have to track them from cradle to grave, use and disposal. So when I was in the Air Force, I'm basically OSHA and EPA, but in the military. So I had to make sure that we were keeping workers safe. So we had to understand what we were bringing on and how could it affect human and environmental health.
Right. People will say to me, they're like, well, we don't think this is happening. If this isn't happening, why have multiple states passed laws banning weather engineering, including Florida, including Texas? Can you explain that?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I know a lot of people have taken the angle of, because people still don't believe it. Even if you don't believe it, there's people that are trying to take action saying, look at what they're claiming. Because when the government claims that they're going to do something, they're already doing it. And they're trying to say, even if you don't believe it, would you want it to happen? It has these human and environmental impacts. So, yes, and there's a lot of those legislators have reached out to myself and Dan Wigington over the past couple of years. So they have the information and all the government documents that are on geoengineeringwatch.org.
Biggest question, in your opinion, why is this being done? And again, it might not be EPA, could be DARPA, could be War Department, could be private companies, but why are they doing this?
I think there's a multitude of reasonings. You control the weather, you can handicap many people. We did it flooding the Ho Chi Minh Trail. But when you had this huge climate change initiative, we needed to find ways to dim the sun and decrease the solar load. So this is fear-based, and I also think it's financially incentivized through betting on crops and, again, handicapping anyone in war.
Yeah, so it kind of takes away the organic from anything organic you're buying, because this is then sprayed into the air, and then gravity brings it down. Eventually, the rain brings it down, and it is all over all of us. What are these crops doing to people? Or I'm sorry, these chemicals doing to people?
Well, a lot of them are heavy alkaline metals and salts. And what they do, again, is that synergistic toxicity. You're breathing it in. You have the dermal absorption and an inhalation. And it does depend on relative humidity and different weather patterns. Like I live in Michigan, so we have all seasons in the same day. Right. So the dissipation rates are faster. When you ingest that, it is eating away at your gut health. And the thing is when they're using strontium and barium, those things bioaccumulate in the bones, and it also displaces potassium. And if anyone's ever had low potassium, you know that causes a massive issue with your nerves and your heart, and it can mimic a heart attack. So we're getting massively bombarded because, again, different routes of exposure, and depending on where you live, you can be more exposed already because you have background elements in your drinking water.
Jeez, it's so scary. Kristen, we appreciate you being with us again tonight. Thank you. Look forward to having you back. Kristen Meghan, again, one of the only people willing to talk about this publicly. Thank you.
Mark, how close are we to being energy independent again in America like we were under the first Trump administration, or are we there?
Well, I think we just arrived just last week, and this is incredible. CNN analysis found that the U.S. is now producing, quote, more oil than any country in the history of the planet, unquote. And that is after 1 year of 300 actions by President Donald Trump to open up American energy. Now, having said that, people are probably scratching their heads and saying, well, if we're producing more oil, why are gas prices so high? It's because it's not necessarily all the right kind of oil that we can refine. So we export oil and then we import oil that's easier to refine, that meets our refining capacity. Oil is a global commodity. That's the way it's set up. In order to actually be truly on oil specifically, energy independent, we'd almost have to nationalize the oil industry and the United States, and that would be a grave change in our last 60, 70 years of policy. We don't want to go that direction, but one of the things we do is we also look at coal. When you're talking about a broader thing of energy, coal is one of the greatest domestic resources for the U.S., and Trump is opening up American coal mining again. This is after the war on coal by Obama and Biden, and coal is considered the most strategic of all energy sources, because if you have it, you can produce it and use it domestically. And that is another issue that, look at the last 15 years, how we've let coal be shut down in this net zero climate war. We are so much better positioned than we were when Ukraine invaded Russia. Remember the whole stick it to Putin, and, that was the height of the net zero craze under Joe Biden. Mm-hmm. But we still face a problem because, with the Strait of Hormuz and global oil markets, it affects the prices because it's that instability of war. And that's our big issue right now. There's almost nothing we can do in the short term except ride this out and hope for a quick resolution.
You raise an interesting point about oil prices. This is how Vladimir Putin funds his war against Ukraine. So when oil skyrockets to $100 a barrel, Putin's going to be flush with cash. The guy that's hating this right now is going to be Zelensky, because now Putin's going to be flush with cash. I want to ask you this, though, Mark. I hear all this talk about the straits, and I mentioned this a moment ago. I understand that they are important for the global economy, the Straits of Hormuz, where all that oil moves through. I actually believe there's like this psyop of negativity by the mainstream media. They use it, and in some respects, the mainstream media's negativity using the straits as, it's just an absolute disaster, almost plays to the psyche to drive the price of oil up in the trading markets.
Yeah, and that's exactly right, because the trading markets are the key word. The futures markets, the trading markets, this is where the price is set. It's kind of based on rumor, innuendo, rumors of rumors, and that's how you end up with, the feared 150, 180, $200, all these speculation, and you get into a frenzy with it. The Strait of Hormuz is important. A fifth of all global oil goes through it. 13 million barrels a day pass through the strait. In 2025, that's 31% of all the water transported crude oil. But some of the things that Trump is trying to do now is, and this is where it gets even dicier, but it also could, on the flip side, could actually work. It's a gamble. Sending in ground troops, taking Karg Island, and essentially seizing that oil and energy from Iran and bringing that through the strait and bringing that to America and other places that need it. So it becomes very complex. But you're right. And the more fear-mongering and the more, I guess the word would be just nervous Nellying you get on futures markets, the worse it's going to get. So you need a sober, calm analysis. But the one fact remains, and I'll just say it again because it's so important. The longer this goes on, the more stress it's going to put on energy markets right now. And I think, so it's all eyes are on this. They keep saying 3 to 6 weeks. If that's the case, we get through it. If this is going on in the summer, I don't know how, I don't know how we recover quickly from this at all in any way.
Can we just address the elephant in the room? Can we just, forget politics and just talk common sense? It's not that Iran attacked Israel, it's that Israel attacked Iran. And that our region, so GCC, United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, Bahrain, all told the US that we don't want this war because we know that we're going to get dragged into it. Can we just understand that Israel is creating a big problem in our region? Can we just understand that these people do not want good for us? Can we just understand that the United States and Israel are jealous from the success of the GCC, in particularly United Arab Emirates, in particularly Dubai, and that our leaders and our government did everything that was needed to be done to create peace in the region, but yet problems are still coming from that side? Like all of the years of success and hard working and everyone doing everything to create something that has not been created before, they want to take it just because they want instability in our region.
Oh.
You know, when Israel created this whole genocide in Gaza, I said, today it's them, tomorrow it's us. And it happened. If we can accept the genocide on the Palestinian people, then it can happen anywhere in the world. If a government can kill blindly, it can happen to anywhere. So I don't know what they want to reach. I don't know how long it's going to take, but let me tell you something. War does not benefit anyone except the ones that are selling the weapons. And we know who they are. Okay? But what they don't understand is the amount of negativity that they create in our world will always fall back and haunt them. Today, when you kill an innocent person, an innocent civilian, that person's family, you've created enemies. And one day, if they don't attack you from their own country, they're gonna attack you in your country. Not just kill. If you so much as hurt an innocent person, you have created an entire family of enemies that is unnecessary. If my father, if you touched his toe, I will be the enemy of you for the rest of your life. I will plan and I'll find a way how to hurt you directly or indirectly. So you cannot hurt people and think that you're creating peace. Or
Damn, my nigga said even his toe.
Every single drop of blood is counted. You cannot hurt and walk away and think that you're gonna do something, that it's gonna work. It's not. Iraq has not forgot about the people you've killed in Iraq. Afghanistan have not forgot. Congo, Palestine, everywhere. Any single person who was hurt, you're creating an enemy. And it's ultimately gonna come back and haunt you. So the only solution is peace. Stop this killing. Stop this unnecessary wars. What the hell? Lebanon, Palestine, Syria. Why? Can you imagine how much good we can do if you took that money of the weapons and spent it on development and world peace and climate control and technology? How much money do you need to live? How greedy can you guys be? This is not greed. This is literally satanic. This is like shaitan wanting to ruin everything. Why? Because you're ugly? Because you're fat? Because you're old? Because you're disgusting? You think that controlling the world is gonna give you is gonna make you a god? Forgot that Allah is here? Habibi, you can plan all you want, but Allah is the decision maker. How many times has God proven that He's in power? How many times? How many times? You can be healthy your entire life, suddenly get disease. We're all gonna get buried and go under the ground. Same place. Stop this, please. And if anyone that loves me in control or in a government, please restrain all means of war. If any country retaliates against Iran, they're gonna give. There's a retaliation.
He wasn't lying. Oh, I can't spend that shit on development.
Today, that the United States was not interested in this ceasefire with Iran because, from a military standpoint, he said Iran was finished. Late today, Trump said on Truth Social that, quote, "We are getting very close to meeting our objectives as we consider winding down our great military efforts in the Middle East with respect to the terrorist regime of Iran." Meanwhile, Israel and the United States continue to attack Iran today, hitting the same kinds of targets they've struck throughout this campaign. And Iran continued to strike back with missiles and drones landing in Israel and on oil and gas facilities across the Persian Gulf. White House correspondent Liz Landers has the latest.
Today in the Holy Land, its holy city bombed. Why? Iran today struck the ancient Old Quarter of Jerusalem. A missile landing only a few hundred feet from the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Western Wall, places of prayer sacred to billions. As further Iranian attacks hit the city of Rehovot in the country's center, killing 15 people nationwide as the war's casualty rate continues to grow. Iran is threatening to keep up the fight. Its Revolutionary Guard today releasing a statement announcing that the embattled regime is continuing to produce missiles and stockpiles are high, having again today struck Kuwait's Al-Mahdi and Mina Abdullah oil refineries, forcing both to shut down. As the price of gas inches up even higher, a barrel of Brent crude oil today peaked at $111. With the war now entering its fourth week, Iran has heavily damaged many petroleum facilities and other targets in the region. As the new supreme leader, Ayatollah Mojtaba Khamenei, today released a statement on the eve of Nowruz, vowing to continue the battle and urging the nation to stay steadfast in the face of war. In Tehran, mourners gathered to pay their respects to Intelligence Minister Ismail Khatib, killed Wednesday by Israeli fire.
We have come to say that no matter how much you kill us, we become more awake, more alert. We will not back down. We will not abandon the streets. We will not abandon the front line. Death to America. Death to Israel.
15 senior IRGC government officials have now been killed since the start of the war. President Donald Trump touching upon these regime losses as grounds to continue the war.
You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side. They don't have a Navy, they don't have an Air Force, they don't have any equipment, they don't have any spotters, they don't have anti-aircraft, they don't have radar, and their leaders have all been killed at every level.
The U.S. today continued its campaign targeting Iran's Navy and drone capabilities in order to open the Strait of Hormuz. As President Trump today criticized NATO countries for not helping in the effort, writing on Truth Social that the nations, quote, complain about the high oil prices they are forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz, a simple military maneuver that is the single reason for the high oil prices, so easy for them to do with so little risk. Cowards, and we will remember. As the strait remains in the war's chokehold, 7 NATO countries today issued a statement condemning Iran's attacks. Britain, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Japan, and Canada penned the statement saying that they were ready to, quote, contribute to appropriate efforts to ensure safe passage through the strait. We welcome the commitment of nations who are engaged in preparatory planning. But French President Emmanuel Macron expressed doubt in joining the war after European nations met in Brussels today.
I have not heard anyone here express a willingness to enter this conflict. Quite the opposite. And I do not believe that taking part in an escalation, should one occur, would in any way resolve the international situation or its consequences for our economies.
That concern for the war's economic fallout shared by some Americans.
It's very disheartening, all the lives that are lost, and also just the state of the economy in general.
But the president's base remains supportive of the military intervention in Iran, according to a new Politico poll out Friday. 70% of the president's 2024 voters support the strikes last month, with 53% of self-identified MAGA voters saying they back the military moves because they trust Trump to do the right thing. Though more than half of Americans overall do not support the war, according to several polls. Meanwhile, on the streets of Beirut, hundreds of thousands of Lebanese, displaced by Israeli attacks, now greet Eid, meant to be a time of celebration and peace, homeless and in the rain. 33-year-old Sama Yihola was forced out of her home in Beirut's southern suburbs. She now lives in a minibus with her 2 children.
This Eid is certainly different from the Eid before. Our circumstances used to be different. We were at home. My children had new clothes for the Eid, and their lives were, of course, different. Everything is difficult. There's nothing that isn't difficult.
And while the adults put on a brave face this holiday for the nation's children, the destruction and loss is everywhere. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Liz Landers.
I'm back with Danny Centrinowitz, who served as head of the Iran branch of Israel's military intelligence. He joins me from Tel Aviv. Danny, you say that one of the possible probable outcomes of this conflict will be an Iran that decides to race toward building a nuclear weapon. It's never done that before. It's always stopped short. It's always stayed kind of one or 2 feet before that red line. Why do you think they'll now make a dash for it?
Yeah, in order to understand that, let's a little bit do a recap on the Iranian nuclear strategy. Until 2003, Iran wanted to build a nuclear bomb. 2003, Khamenei, the father, forgo that option and actually tried to bring Iran to a threshold state on enrichment without crossing the Rubicon. He was very afraid of that. That is why he issued a fatwa, a religious order, saying that you cannot develop a nuclear bomb. When he's dead, the fatwa is dead, meaning that what we have now is young, radicalized leader, name of Mujtaba, the son, want to avenge the death of his father, his mother, his wife, his daughter, and he has behind him, he's controlled by the RGC, the most extreme element in Iran. And they see right now that they need something else in order to build the deterrence. Not missile, not everything related to Hezbollah or Shiite militias, no proxies will defend Iran in the future. They need to have the ultimate card. And with the 440 kilos for 60% that is buried in Isfahan or elsewhere, they have the ability to do so, at least reaching the fissile material of 90%. So I'm saying that the war that actually meant to prevent Iran from crossing the threshold actually might be the war that actually will push Iran beyond the threshold towards a nuclear bomb.
Danny, let me ask you this. There are reports that President Trump was given some briefings, for example, by the Defense Intelligence Agency that the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. And apparently he seems to have either not cared or not prepared adequately. But Israel has been preparing for this conflict for a long time. Israel knows specific tactical intelligence perfectly. But how is it that Israel seems to have misread the regime, misread the response? If Bibi Netanyahu did tell Donald Trump that this regime will collapse, you know, that you will have people welcoming you on the streets, how did Israel get this wrong? What explains Netanyahu's eagerness and his calculation that this regime would collapse within a day or two?
I think the problem wasn't operationally. I think the IDF and Central Command working amazing together have operational achievement that we shouldn't underestimate that. But the problem was strategically. I think Netanyahu and Trump really thought that if you decapitate Khamenei, the regime will collapse. They didn't think what will happen next. So this is why we don't have off-ramps. We don't have a strategic way out of this escalation. So I think it goes back to the flawed understanding regarding Iran. And I want to add one other thing regarding that. Intelligence-wise, you can know where the leaders are, you can know where their deputies are, but sometimes you can see the trees, but you cannot see the forest. Meaning that even if Israel has an amazing operational intelligence on Iran, I don't think that strategically we understand how the Islamic Republic is actually working, and this has led to our problematic situation right now in the war itself.
And so what do you think is the most likely outcome, Danny, at this point? Is it an escalation or is it Trump taking an off-ramp?
Intel reports detonation of cradle bombs in the AO. Stay tight.
I think that we probably will know in the next 48 hours. If President Trump will decide to attack the infrastructure in Iran, it's going to get ugly in a way. Things are going to get escalate. And I don't think I find it very hard to see the end of it because things will be very bad in terms of the influence on the economical market, on the oil prices and things like that. Because once Trump will hit that, then gloves are off, no red lines, and everything will escalate. If he'll decide to hold off and rethinking about that, maybe there is a way for off-ramp, maybe through some third people or countries that actually will mediate between Iran and USA, for example, Oman or Qatar, maybe some sort of political off-ramp. I think we are getting close to this decision, but if President Trump will decide to hit the infrastructure, there is no way back from this decision.
Danny St. Thank you so much, sir. Really, really helpful.
Take you back to some breaking news we brought you just a short while ago. An Iranian man has been arrested. That's after he was trying to enter the naval base at Faslane. That is where nuclear submarines are based in Scotland. Police Scotland have said that the 34-year-old and a 31-year-old woman were arrested yesterday following the incident at HM's naval base Clyde. Our defence and security analyst Michael Clark is here. Michael, you know a lot about Faslane Naval Base, so I'm told.
Nobody's allowed to know too much about it.
No pressure. But now you can divulge it to our viewers. What's the significance, do you think, of that breaking?
Oh, it's big base. It's the biggest military base in Scotland. It's about 6,000-7,000 people there, civilians and military. The other big base is Lossiemouth, which is the air base. But no, Faslane is probably Britain's most important single installation, because the bombers, they call them bombers, the nuclear submarines, our nuclear deterrent. The 4 submarines are there, plus our attack submarines. We have 7 attack submarines. And if they're all out of maintenance, then this is where they operate from. So the base is very big. It's all along the Firth of Clyde and the North Channel. Listeners to the shipping forecast will be very well aware of the Firth of Clyde and the North Channel. And it's a long base all the way along one side of the loch. And so, in a way, you can be driving along as a tourist. It's a holiday area. And as people drive along the road, there's the base. And it's big there. It's a ribbon that goes on for a long way. And there's a permanent protest camp outside it, opposite the main gate. And the protest camp is anti-nuclear protest. It's been there for years. And there's a sort of an arrangement, and the guards at the base look after the protesters. They make sure they're okay. The police check on them every now and again.
Permanent fixture.
Exactly. Every now and again. And they sort of get on all right. The protesters make their point. They've got their tents there. And the base, staff sort of care for them in a daft sort of way. But it is really important. And it's probably the single most sensitive base that Britain has got. So any security breach is really very sensitive. Now, I can't imagine that this will have been a big security breach. You get a sense of it there.
Police have arrested them. So.
Yeah, I mean, I bet they didn't get very far inside the base. And the other thing to say is that the other big area, I mean, this is where they do all the work on the submarines. They're called the SSBNs, or the ballistic missiles, and the nuclear-powered submarines, the attack submarines, are called SSNs. So the SSBNs and the SSNs are all there. The weapons are all based at Coulport, which is 8 or 9 miles away. So that's the weapons store. Right, okay. And you can imagine that's a very secure base. So the submarines they leave Faslane, they go to Coulport, they get their weapons, they get their warheads, and then they're off down the loch. And the patrol schedule of the nuclear submarines, the nuclear deterrent submarines, is officially 3 months. So every 3 months, one submarine goes out, one submarine comes back, and you can see them because they're on the surface. And so when they're in the Firth of Clyde, there's a submarine coming back, there's a submarine going out, not quite at the same time, because it so happens that the continental shelf just off the Scottish coast is very close. If the submarines were leaving from South Wales, say, they would have a long way to go before they drop off the shelf. When they're on the continental shelf, the water is quite shallow. And that channel, to get into the Firth of Clyde, that channel is swept by minesweepers and aircraft. It's very sensitive. The Russians are always buzzing around there. And what happens is the submarines, they come down the Firth of Clyde, out to the edge of the continental shelf, and then they're off the shelf, and they're into the deep Atlantic. And then they're lost to the rest of the world for the next 3 months. And that's what they do. And they cruise around very slowly, very quietly, underneath the deep Atlantic. And then when it's time to come back, and they...
Today is 3 weeks into the war on Iran. The outcomes that had been spelled out at the beginning of this war have not been achieved. A severely degraded Iran has had 7,000 targets hit on its territory. A large part of its offensive capability, both land forces and air force, destroyed, and virtually the entire Iranian navy has definitely been sunk. But Iran continues to fire back, still hitting sensitive oil depots and refineries in Israel and across the Gulf. as late as even today. So where do things actually stand? Is there a 3-week report card that we can look at to see where this war currently is? Well, one way to assess is perhaps what American losses have been incurred in Operation Epic Fury and what they look like 3 weeks into this combat operation. Because it tells a sobering story, viewer, about the world's most advanced, richest and most powerful military. These are open source details I'm about to share with you that I've compiled to tell you what this war is costing the American taxpayer. Let's begin with hardware losses first of all. Okay, the United States has confirmed right off the bat the loss of 3 F-15 Strike Eagle fighters downed in a friendly fire incident over Kuwait many days ago at a cost of about $282 million. Keep all these figures in mind. A KC-135 Stratotanker aircraft crashed over western Iraq, killing all 6 crew members on board. That aircraft alone, another $80 million gone. 12 MQ-9 armed Reaper drones have been destroyed by Iranian air defenses across the region, adding another $360 million to the total hardware loss bill. But it is the sensor and radar losses that truly go beyond their dollar figures. The so-called American Eyes of the region, a one-of-a-kind early warning radar system based in Qatar, was struck in the opening days of the war. Its estimated replacement cost $1.1 billion. 4 terminal high-altitude air defense radar installations across Jordan, the UAE and Saudi Arabia were also destroyed or severely damaged, adding another $1.4 billion. Tactical radar and satellite communication systems in Bahrain add $35 million more, and 3 radar radomes in Kuwait, another $30 million. Factor in broader military infrastructure losses of $250 million, and the total confirmed U.S. hardware losses in just 3 weeks of this war reach an estimated $3.84 billion. This is just hardware losses. That's the figure. And that is just weapons and equipment. Even for a country that fully budgets for war, Operation Epic Fury is costing America on a staggering scale. This is a war Washington has been funding long before the first missiles flew. U.S. military aid to Israel. Let me show you some more figures. U.S. military aid to Israel since October 2023, when the Hamas attack happened, stands at $33.7 billion. The immediate pre-strike military buildup in the region before Operation Epic Fury cost a further $630 million. This is when America started deploying its aircraft, bombers, etc. to the region. The bill had already reached $3.65 billion. By day 6, $11.3 billion has been the war bill. By day 12, $16.5 billion. The war's daily burn rate, viewer, is currently estimated at between $1 and $2 billion every single day, which is an average of about $1.5 billion according to most estimates. Now, the projected total cost to the United States, and wait for this figure, is $65 billion in direct spending, with the broader economic impact on the American economy put at $210 billion. $210 billion is the total economic impact of this war so far on the American economy. Now, the US Congress has already been asked for a war budget top-up of $200 more billion. With this dangerous escalation seemingly locking the US into a war without a timeline and no off-ramp in sight, these costs could spiral even further. The US can certainly afford it. It is an extremely powerful and rich country with the highest defense budget of any country in the world, especially during wartime. But war is a very expensive business. $210 billion is no joke. But there's politics and midterms and America's overall appetite for another draining Middle Eastern quagmire. So the question being asked in Washington tonight is simple. How long can America afford to keep paying the bill for this war?
And so if Israel is become dominant it's become the hegemon of the Middle East. It needs to figure out how to remove America from the equation. And quite honestly, this war has shown the limitations of American power. It's really annoyed the American people. The American people do not want this war. And the American people don't even understand why America is still in the Middle East. And so it's very possible that regardless of what happens in this war, America is forced to withdraw from the Middle East, in which case Israel is able to achieve its Greater Israel project.
And it was clear to me that that was part of the motive, that Israel understood this and roped the United States into this war in order to get the United States out, in order to hurt the United States and get the United States out of the Middle East. Do you think that will be successful?
I think the way this war is going, this plan will work. And the reason why is the American military has not fought a real war for decades. 2003, this war in Iraq was not a real war because Saddam Hussein basically gave up. He didn't have air defense because those economic sanctions had destroyed his economy. And his logic was this: let the Americans invade. They can't possibly invade because if they destroy us, that would make Iran, which has hostilities against America, the regional power. So why would America do this? It is self-defeating. It is not logical. It is not rational. So I'm not worried about them attacking me. And he was surprised when they did attack because it was not logical, it was not rational. But they did attack. And it was a cakewalk. It took about 2 weeks. America achieved air supremacy very quickly, and they rolled into Baghdad very, very quickly and toppled the regime. So that was a very quick and easy war that fit the American military doctrine of shock and awe. Iran is completely different, and the American military does not want to fight this war because they've war gamed this countless times, and each war game they discover that they lose. Because the American military, it's too bulky. It's not as nimble and resilient as the Iranian military. And we're seeing that play out right now, where you have these devastating carriers, the Abraham Lincoln, and the Gerald Ford, threatening Iran, but not actually doing anything because they're afraid of getting too close to the coast of Iran, because then they become susceptible to drone strikes as well as hypersonics. So the Iranians have been preparing this for 20 plus years. They know the entire American playbook, and they have the perfect strategy to counter the American playbook. So America will have a really tough time winning this war. The great problem, the big question now is, will America send in ground troops? Because once America sends in ground troops, then it becomes pot committed. It's mission creep, some cost fallacy. It'll be like Vietnam over. So right now there's talk of 2,500 Marines who've coming in from Okinawa. They'll be in the Middle East in about 7 days' time. And the rumor is, and I don't know, but the rumor is the intention is for them to take Karg Island, which is the main oil depot for Iran. So Iran exports 9% of its oil from that facility, the island. And if the Marines were to take it, it'll be great optics. Trump would look good on TV. It'd be a great boost for American morale. The problem is that you can take it, but you can't hold it because it's too close to Iranian coast, and the Iranians can attack with artillery, with drones. Which means that you now have to take on the coast. You have to occupy the coast and create a forward operating base. But then you're exposed to the Zagros Mountains, right? Which means that you're now forced to occupy the mountains as well. So it's mission creep. It's exactly like Vietnam, where in 1965,
hey, well, I came in second.
3,000 Marines went into Da Nang to occupy an air base. And 4 or 5 years later, you have 500,000 troops, right? So it started off as a very limited, self-defined mission, but then it just balloons. So America could find itself in this situation very quickly.
Celebrating the death of their oppressor. This is what the world saw coming out of Iran last month after Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was killed. But cloaked in digital darkness, a new wave of brutal suppression was already beginning. Teenage brothers Ahmed Riza and Amir Hussein Faizi were among the crowds that poured into the streets on February 28th. This was the car they were in with their father, honking the horn in celebration. Security forces opened fire on them, according to activists, killing the 15 and 19-year-old boys. As the regime faces America and Israel from the sky, it is tightening its grip on the ground, determined to extinguish any ember of an uprising. 2 months ago, it did just that, killing thousands of protesters in the bloodiest crackdown in the history of the Islamic Republic. Iranians still reeling from the collective trauma of January 8th and 9th, now being warned, take to the streets, and it will happen again.
Our team have their fingers on the trigger.
The chief of police threatening protesters they will be treated as the enemy and shot. The feared Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps promising another massacre of protesters. This time, they say, they will strike harder than they did in January. Messages we've received from Iranians inside the country describe a regime using every tool in its playbook to crush dissent.
Every time you go outside, even just to go to the market, you see machine guns and dushkas, heavy guns on the streets. Everyone is afraid of the checkpoints. They are basically the regime's street-level enforcers.
People are randomly being checked, their phones being searched, being asked questions like, "What are you doing out here?" They even arrest and take them for a further investigation.
Video trickling out, only a small window into this new climate of fear. Iran is a superpower, they chant. Iranians are proud. Regime supporters roam the streets at night with a menacing message. They are still here. They are still in control. State media, like so many times before, has been airing videos of those arrested, allegedly confessing to being foreign agents. Text messages like this one warn those who find a way around the imposed internet blackout will be treated as spies. This crackdown only expected to get worse as outside forces that want to overthrow this regime add fuel to the fire.
We are now at the decisive stage of our final struggle. Await my final call.
The Israeli Prime Minister telling Iranians his forces are, quote, creating the conditions on the ground for them to rise up. As the IDF releases video like this, showing what it says are attacks on regime checkpoints that have become a major instrument of suppression and killing the regime's top leadership, one after the other.
President, I know you've urged people to move on, but I'm curious, why do you think your supporters in particular have been so interested in the Epstein story and so upset about how it's been handled? Why do you think that is?
Why they would be so interested.
How many of you are satisfied? You can clap. Satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation? Clap. Okay, I told you to clap.
He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life.
What do you mean by personal relationships?
Have you socialized with him?
Yes, sir.
Yes?
Yes, sir.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
And are we going to hear the truth about President Trump when he has implicated himself and mentioned in the files 38,000 times of what they've released thus far, which is only around half of the documents that we have?
But I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring.
Donald Trump attended various parties with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous, and that they are trying to deflect
from all the great things Donald Trump has done. There is no evidence that Donald Trump has committed a crime. Everyone knows that. This has been the most transparent presidency. He's the one that asked that those files
I'm reclaim my time.
be
I got your
released.
answer. You said there's no
President
evidence.
Trump
Okay. I'm going to put up another document from a witness who called the FBI's National Threat Operations Center, because I believe you just lied under oath. There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you just lied under oath, and this is all on videotape. You said there's no evidence of crime. I'm showing you. Here is a witness statement who called into the FBI's Threat Operations Center. He drove Donald Trump around in a limo. He overheard what Donald Trump said to Jeffrey on his cell phone. He was so angry, he was going to stop the limo and hurt Donald Trump. And he met a girl who said she was raped by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. She later had her head blown off, and officers at the scene said that could not have been suicide. No one at the Department of Justice interviewed this witness.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sordid, but it's boring. And I don't understand why it keeps going. I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it.
Said you were disgusted, would never have any contact with him again. Did you, in fact, make the visit to Jeffrey Epstein's private island?
I did have lunch with him as I was on a boat going across on a family vacation. To suggest there was anything untoward about that in 2012, I don't recall why we did it, but
you realize that this visit took place after he'd been convicted, right?
Anything that's credible, I would say let them have it.
Iran has been at war with the United States for 47 years. If you ask anybody that's inside the Iranian regime if they're at war with the U.S., they say yes. So, no, we are not starting a war with Iran. We're ending one. And the moment that that happens, well, we're going to see peace in the Middle East. Why? Because Iran is the one funding everything. They're the George Soros of the Middle East. And here's more on that.
This is the fascinating thing. China needs Iran. Not as much as Iran needs China. They're literally their only customer. That oil revenue is something like a quarter of the GDP of Iran, and it's a huge double-digit percentage of the military budget that Iran then has to spend. And so China for Iran is existential. But Iran is also very important to China to allow it to not sink under that bar of the amount of oil it can produce alone. It needs this incoming and especially cheap oil just to keep industrialized, just to keep its factories open. And it won't come to Iran's defense. It hasn't even pretended to. It issued a statement. I mean, it has been as feckless as, frankly, the British. And it doesn't need to be. The British have no military. China has a vast military. But China doesn't believe it is in any way prepared. A few months ago, the Chinese government actually ousted most of the generals of the Chinese high command. There's a lot of turmoil in Chinese military planning. It's not clear that the planning and the building up of military power is going the way that Xi Jinping wanted. And so China doesn't feel ready to face down the United States. And by forcing the point, by decapitating the Iranian regime, by talking about regime change publicly, Trump talked about it publicly, he made this question of will China come to the defense of countries that signed every deal it asked for. They gave it every platform that replaced their GPS system with the Chinese Beidou system. I mean, just everything China asked for, the repressive technologies, the AIs, scanning image recognition throughout Iranian cities to catch the protesters, that's a Chinese system that it's using Iran as a kind of testing ground for. Iran did everything for China, and China won't come to its defense now because it's simply not prepared to face down the United States. That's an American message, and it's being heard very loudly and clearly in Africa, in Latin America, in Cuba, in Venezuela, and that.
Good evening. We begin tonight here with breaking news in the war in Iran. Sources telling ABC News tonight a U.S. F-35 stealth fighter on a combat mission over Iran was hit possibly by hostile fire. The stealth fighter making an emergency landing at a U.S. base. The pilot tonight reportedly in stable condition. And tonight questions about how the stealth fighter, nearly invisible to radar, could have been hit. It comes amid growing Iranian attacks targeting oil and gas fields in Israel, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Qatar. The facilities going up in smoke and flames. Iran retaliating after Israel targeted the largest gas field in the world inside Iran. President Trump tonight claiming he did not know about Israel's plan to strike the world's largest gas field. Tonight, this U.S. F-35 stealth fighter hit, and what we know so far. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman leading us off from the region again tonight.
Tonight, for the first time since the war in Iran began, a U.S. stealth fighter jet is believed to have been hit by enemy fire. Tonight, sources tell ABC News an Air Force F-35 stealth fighter was flying a combat mission over Iran when it was hit. Sources say the pilot is in a stable condition tonight after landing at a U.S. base in the region. The incident raises immediate questions about how a U.S. stealth fighter, nearly invisible to radar, could have been hit by hostile fire, potentially by the Iranians. An urgent investigation is now underway. And tonight, amid the shock over global oil prices and gas prices in the United States, Iran is intensifying its attacks on major energy facilities across this region, fueling even more uncertainty. Smoke billowing from Israel's largest oil refinery after it was hit by Iranian missile debris. A video circulating online. Saudi Arabia and Kuwait hit yet again. Iran's retaliation comes after Israel bombed its section of the world's largest gas field. Overnight, President Trump denied any knowledge of Israel's decision to strike it, but an Israeli source tells ABC News, quote, all Israeli targets in Iran are aligned with the United States. The president was pressed today if he spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu about that Israeli attack.
I told him don't do that, and he won't do that. We didn't discuss. You know, we do. We're independent, but get along great. It's coordinated, but on occasion he'll do something, and if I don't like it, and so we're not doing that anymore.
Late today, Netanyahu said Israel would stop striking Iran's oil infrastructure at President Trump's request. And just 2 days after a top U.S. intelligence official resigned, saying there was no immediate threat from Iran, today Netanyahu denied Israel pressured the U.S. into this war.
That is, that Israel somehow dragged the U.S. into a conflict with Iran. Does anyone really think that someone can tell President Trump what to do? Come on.
Tonight, the escalating attacks are rattling global oil prices. In the U.S., a gallon of gas has skyrocketed 97 cents.
These niggas finna get into it now.
It's now averaging $3.91 a gallon. The president today vowed to do what it takes to lower oil prices, again calling the war a, quote, excursion to stop Iran. The president suggested he thought gas prices would have been even worse.
I wanted to put out that fire, and I said, you know, if I do that, oil prices will go up, the economy will go down a little bit. I thought it would be worse, much worse, actually. I thought there was a chance it could be much worse. It's not bad, and it's going to be over with pretty soon.
And tonight, in an effort to secure the Strait of Hormuz, the U.S. destroyed multiple Iranian Navy ships, saying they were threatening international shipping. And in another sign of this widening conflict in Lebanon tonight, the horrific moment caught on camera as an Israeli airstrike exploded just feet away from a Russia Today correspondent. RT posting this video. The journalist suffered shrapnel wounds. RT claims Israel fired on the reporter's vehicle on purpose. Israel claims it was targeting a bridge in the south used by Hezbollah.
And David, tonight there are still big questions over how Iran might have been able to hit that stealth F-35 jet, given the Pentagon says so much Iranian weaponry has been destroyed. Thankfully, the pilot tonight is in a stable condition. David.
James Longman leading us off here again tonight. James, thank you.
All right, shifting our focus from breaking news, CNN News 18's exclusive. Saudi wants Pakistan to attack Iran. In a TV message to Canada through Saudi analysts, Saudi reminds Pakistan about 2025 defense spec, and Riyadh wants Pakistan to fight Iran. Pakistan's deadly dilemma between Saudi alliance and Iranian border. And for Pakistan, of course, the war with Iran risks sectarian explosion and economic collapse in Pakistan. Now, top Indian intelligence sources reveal that any Pakistani combat role, even limited air defense troops in Saudi or Strait of Hormuz, immediately creates a Western front when the existing other fronts like India, Afghanistan and Baloch insurgencies are on there. With 30 to 50 million Shia citizens, open war on Shia Iran risks massive domestic riots and radicalization. Pakistan will avoid full offensive commitment and no ground troops into Iran properly. Listening to this reaction.
We have this agreement right now with Pakistan. It's a mutual defense agreement, and there is, like we can say it literally, that there is a nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia, a Pakistani nuclear umbrella over Saudi Arabia, and we appreciate Pakistan, and that does not mean we are not, or that does not mean that we are actually moving away from our strategic partners like the United States and Europe, etc. No. Saudi Arabia is just diversifying its strategic relations. Definitely Pakistan has been always a steadfast partner and ally of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and what happens in Pakistan affects us, and what happens in Saudi Arabia affects the Pakistanis.
All right, CNN News 18, Siddhant Mishra is joining us live from newsroom. Siddhant, this information, which has been brought in by Manoj Gupta, talks about Pakistan could attack Iran. That's what Saudi wants. But the question here is, would Pakistan be able to afford to attack Iran? Does it a catch-22 situation for them?
Well, Arun, if you look at the history of Pakistan, they have always loved to get involved in the politics of West Asia. In fact, they go and assure each of these countries in the West Asia that we are your most reliable partners and allies, and we are going to protect you. We will provide you a nuclear umbrella, etc., etc. Not for the first time, Arun. In the past, also Pakistan has been doing all this to get more money from these cash-rich Gulf nations. Now, in fact, what Manoj is bringing for us is that Pakistan's deadly dilemma between Saudi alliance and Iranian border. For Pakistan, war with Iran is a risk of sectarian explosion and economic collapse. Riyadh needs Pakistan's large battle-hardened army because Saudi...
I mean, I think what's going on here, Piers, is that the United States and Israel thought that we could win a quick and decisive victory, either by decapitating the regime or some form of shock and awe campaign for the first few days of the war. And the Iranians would then throw up their hands and they would submit to our demands. And in fact, President Trump has said that he was told that there was a good chance that the Iranians would close down the Strait of Hormuz, but he ignored that warning because he thought we would win a victory before that became a viable option for the Iranians. But what's happened here is that we did not achieve a quick and decisive victory, and we're now in a long war, a war of attrition. And that's a war that the Iranians prepared for, and that's a war that the Iranians are in an excellent position to prevail in. If you think about the various steps up the escalation ladder that we can take, what you see is that the Iranians can match us at every point, and they can cause not only enormous damage for the countries in the region and for the United States military forces that are located there, but maybe even more importantly for the international economy. They have the ability, as you go up the escalation ladder, to tank the international economy. This would be catastrophic. So we are now in a situation, having failed to achieve a quick and decisive victory, where we could lose in a really serious way.
So if you were advising
belt to our ass,
which is, I have to say, at the unlikely end of the expectation ladder, but if you were, what advice would you give him? He clearly, I think, wants to get out of this, but he doesn't seem to really know how he can do that, which doesn't look like a crushing defeat or retreat. What would you advise him to do, which would be a skillful and achievable way of extricating America from this war?
I've thought long and hard about this, and I've talked to a number of very smart people, a number of my friends who are what I would call spinmeisters. They can figure out almost always how to get out of a mess. And I don't think anybody can come up with a good solution for solving this problem. What most people say is that what President Trump should do is declare victory and get out. I mean, he can do that, but it will be seen as a humiliating defeat for the United States. And furthermore, you run into the problem that the Iranians themselves might not agree to end the war. The United States can quit, but the Israelis and the Iranians may continue fighting. And again, as I said, the Iranians have a lot of cards to play here. They can do a lot of damage. So even if we walk away, it's not clear that that solves the problem. And then again, where I started, the United States will look like it suffered a humiliating defeat. So I think that President Trump has gotten himself into a situation where there is really no good exit strategy.
There's not.
Yeah,
win the fucking war. You went over there bothering them people.
I'm still completely baffled why, politically, never mind anything else, he thought this was a good time to take the biggest gamble he's ever taken, because he's got the midterms coming. Already he was looking like he might lose the House. He could lose the Senate over this. And then that's pretty much it. As a president, if you don't have any control of any part of Congress, there's not much you can do.
That nigga going back to jail. Who don't know that?
Good evening. We begin tonight here with the breaking news on the war in Iran, the U.S. deploying thousands more U.S. Marines to the Middle East. Increasing speculation tonight of a possible ground operation inside Iran and what that might look like. 2,200 Marines and thousands of sailors aboard 3 U.S. Navy warships now on the way. President Trump repeatedly pressed on whether he will order boots on the ground in Iran. Tonight, Israel and Iran trading airstrikes. Video showing debris from an Iranian missile crashing right into Jerusalem's Old City. Smoke seen rising from the site. Iranian drones hitting a Kuwaiti oil refinery. The global energy crisis growing. Oil prices at roughly $108 a barrel. Gas prices in the U.S. now up 98 cents a gallon since the war began. ABC's chief international correspondent James Longman leading us off tonight with news of these additional U.S. Marines now on the way.
U.S. officials tell ABC News tonight thousands more U.S. Marines are headed to the Middle East as the Trump administration weighs options on how to reopen the critical Strait of Hormuz. New video shows the USS Boxer and 2 more massive Navy amphibious ships leaving San Diego, at least 2,200 Marines on board. It's the second deployment of a Marine Expeditionary Unit just in the last week, equipped with ground forces, fighter jets, Ospreys and attack helicopters. With the US already striking more than 7,000 targets inside Iran, this deployment is sparking escalation. Those Marines could conduct ground operations. Options include seizing Iran's Karg Island, the hub of the country's oil economy, or carrying out raids on the Iranian coastline to try to force Iran to reopen the dangerous Strait of Hormuz. Tonight, the White House says there is no plan to send ground troops anywhere at this time, but President Trump hasn't ruled out putting boots on the ground. And late today, the president was asked if he has a plan for Iran's Karg Island.
Well, I may have a plan or I may not, but how would I ever say that to a reporter? If I said that to a reporter, Marco would say, please, sir, let's bring you over to the helicopter immediately, right? No, I can't tell you that. It's certainly a place that's people are talking about, but I can't say yeah.
Tonight, the president blasted Americans' NATO allies, calling them cowards for not helping to secure the strait. Trump saying they complain about the high oil prices they're forced to pay, but don't want to help open the Strait of Hormuz. But many of those American allies have signaled they did not start this war, and they weren't consulted before President Trump launched it nearly 3 weeks ago. Tonight, the president says the Strait of Hormuz could be opened with a, quote, simple military maneuver.
It's a simple military maneuver. It's relatively safe, but you need a lot of help in the sense of you need ships, you need volume.
Tonight, French President Emmanuel Macron says France is ready to help escort ships passing through the strait once the situation calms down. Iran tonight continuing its retaliation. An explosion in the heart of Jerusalem's Old City. Smoke billowing into the sky. You see the moment of impact sending debris shooting into the air. Several people have been reportedly injured by missile shrapnel.
I looked up and suddenly I saw a cannonball just falling above me.
Our Tom Soufi Burridge is there.
Well, you can see the force of the blast from those missile fragments. We heard the thud from our hotel. We're in the Jewish quarter in the Old City, just yards away from some of the holiest sites in the world.
Tonight, the global oil shockwaves. Oil is now hovering around $108 a barrel. Gas prices in the US are up nearly $1 since Trump launched the war, $3.92 per gallon. And tonight, the new numbers from the Pentagon. We're now learning at least 232 US troops have been injured, 10 of them seriously, the majority suffering traumatic brain injuries. 13 US service members have been killed. And a US-based monitoring group says at least 1,300 Iranian civilians have been killed and more than 1,100 military personnel. Allah. And tonight, all over the world, millions of Muslims marking the end of Ramadan and the Persian New Year. Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, who still hasn't been seen publicly since he was injured in the same attack that killed his father, has claimed to be behind a new defiant statement. He called the US strategy flawed and says it's backfiring. Late today, leaving the White House for Mar-a-Lago, the president was asked about Pope Leo, who's calling for a ceasefire.
Well, look, we can have dialogue, but I don't want to do a ceasefire. You know, you don't do a ceasefire when you're literally obliterating the other side.
And David, as the Pentagon considers how to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and calm global oil prices, we're hearing, of course, more US troops are heading to this region. The president has tonight posted to social media saying he's considering winding down the US operation in Iran and that the US is very close to meeting its objectives. David?
James Longman leading us off all week long here from the Middle East. James, thank you.
Trump is mentally falling apart. You can see it. You can see the vagueness. You can see the fact he called Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, the president of the United States the other day. You can see it in these rants that you're seeing on social media. You can see it in sort of his really inappropriate behavior. You can see that he's not all there. So when this guy spoke up to him and sort of pushed back, he didn't argue. He just kind of sat back like, well, this is new. So you're starting to see people push back, but not just this gentleman who was in the Oval Office. What was really surprising to me about yesterday and today is there were a number of hearings on Capitol Hill of Trump administration figures, and the Democrats were really aggressive in their questioning. Some of the Republicans were too. And I don't know if you remember, but I kept saying the minute that Trump starts to lose people around him, like Kristi Noem, it's going to weaken him. And with that weakening, you're going to see more pressure on him and on the people around him. And that was clear in spades yesterday. So let me give you a list of some of those things. First of all, Pam Bondi, Attorney General of the United States, who seems pretty clearly to be running a cover-up of the Epstein files. And I hope I remember to speak more about the Epstein files in a minute. The Committee on Oversight and Reform in the House of Representatives, that's the one that's overseen by James Comer, a Republican of Kentucky, the guy I keep referring to as dumber than a haddock. His committee, a number of Republicans on his committee, at the beginning of March, subpoenaed Pam Bondi to appear before the committee to talk about the release of the Epstein files. Because remember, she was supposed to release all of those Epstein files by December 19th, and they haven't released half of them. And they've got one BS excuse after another for why not. And finally, I think there were 5 Republicans, don't quote me on that, but there were a number of Republicans on the committee who said, okay, we're willing to subpoena her and put her under oath. Okay, we're going to put her under oath, which is, one of the things that has been a problem for bringing accountability is that the administration hasn't been under oath. Now, you could argue and certainly they're not under oath when they're in front of TV cameras, but you could argue that there are ways that you could still prosecute somebody for that, for sure. But if somebody has sworn an oath to tell the truth and they don't, that's a pretty fast ticket to perjury, right?
Hell yeah.
So theoretically, she's supposed to appear on April 14th under oath to answer questions about the Epstein files. And yesterday, she went in front of the Oversight and Reform Committee as just a hearing. So she wasn't sworn in. And this was supposed to be the committee's opportunity to ask her questions. And the Democrats just sat there and said, are you going to testify under oath? Are you going to come back for your subpoena? And she wouldn't answer. She wouldn't answer. So finally, the Democrats walked out, especially after Comer referred to Summer Lee, who's a Democrat from Pennsylvania. she kept saying that, and he actually used the word that she was bitching. This is one of his colleagues. Can you imagine? So the Democrats walked out, and I wanted to quote for you and you can find this, by the way. Maxwell Frost is a young senator, House of Representative, a representative from Florida. Crackerjack smart. I did an interview with him, a little bit ago about the Epstein files, which is really informative. I highly recommend it. But he came out into the cameras and he said, "We asked Pam Bondi multiple times, are you going to come and speak with us under oath? She wouldn't say yes. And the reason that we want her under oath," and this he said, "we want her under oath because we do not trust her. Why don't we trust her? Because she's a liar." I mean, that's pretty strong language that the Democrats are finally coming out in front of the cameras and saying. So now that's hanging out there. At the same time, you've got the report that I wrote about, I guess it was last night, that the Department of Justice appears also to be covering up a drug investigation, drug prostitution and money laundering investigation into Epstein and 14 accomplices. So all that Epstein stuff is out there too, and the Democrats are calling it out. But that's not it. I wanted to quote something else that honestly made me laugh out loud when I saw it. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, was testing in front of the Senate Intelligence Committee. And Angus King from Maine, he's an independent from Maine, is, he's a smart guy too. And he's very thorough in the work he does. And he's really, really unhappy he's also on the Senate Armed Services Committee, and he's really unhappy, or at least he appears to be, about what's going on with the United States and the everything. But he's really upset about Hegseth and the Geneva Conventions that Hegseth appears to be ignoring, and he's always trying to get him.
I wasn't done.
When we are talking about war, I would say 90% of the battle is winning over the hearts and minds of the masses. And when we're talking about this geopolitical landscape and everything being in so many different languages, so many different countries are involved, one of the most important things you can do is have these videos translated into English. So in today's video, I'm going to walk you through a website called 11 Labs, and it should have been up there on the screen, but it's not. So 11 Labs, and I'm going to show you guys exactly how you translate these videos. So we're going to play a video right now from the Knesset. So this is the Israeli leaders, and they are basically saying that we are going to genocide all of Lebanon, all of Palestine, and then eventually Iran. So these are the three countries that they're basically like, we're going to need to drive all of these people completely out of their land. And then where do these people go when Israel drives them out? Oh, they come into our country. But when you hear the leaders say these things in Hebrew, it's a lot different. So I'm gonna let this clip play just a few seconds of it so you can see what I'm saying. Then I'm gonna show you how good of a job that 11 Labs does at translating these videos. And then they also give you like 3,000 something or 30,000 credits a month of free. So you can do like 2 or 3 minutes worth of video translations every month for free. All you guys have to do is just sign up for an account. I'm gonna leave my affiliate link down below if you guys want to support us. Let's dive into it.
ראש הממשלה בנימין נתניהו ואני הורינו לצה"ל להשמיד באופן מיידי.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, you could even put subtitles in that video, but if they're horizontal videos and you put the subtitles in, they're going to be so small. Everybody's going to be like trying to see them. It's super hard. But if you translate these into English, they're going to make such a bigger impact. So I'm going to walk you through how we do that in 11 Labs, how easy this is. So we're going to come over to the 11 Labs website. And we're just going to go over to the create.
But you did see this. Check in on all your favorite MAGA influencers and media personalities because they're not doing well right now. Because, see, the narrative that they were trying to push that Joe Kent was lying about Iran not being an imminent threat, well, that kind of just took a massive nosedive because Tulsi Gabbard admitted that it was true. Watch this.
And you noted in your opening statement you're here fulfilling a statutory responsibility and that your testimony, quote, represents the IC's assessment of threats, correct? That opening statement, as submitted to the committee in advance of this hearing, stated that as a result of last summer's airstrikes, quote, Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And is that in fact the assessment of the intelligence community?
Yes.
So the assessment of the intelligence community is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated by last summer's airstrikes?
Yes.
And the opening statement you submitted to the committee last night also stated, quote, there has been no effort since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability, end quote, correct?
That's right.
And that's the assessment of the intelligence community.
Yes.
The White House stated on March 1st of this year that this war was launched and was, quote, a military campaign to eliminate the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, end quote. That's a statement from the White House. Quote, the imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime. Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was an imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime?
The intelligence community assessed that Iran maintained the intention to rebuild and to continue to grow their nuclear enrichment capability.
Was it the assessment of the intelligence community that there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime, yes or no?
Senator, the only person who can determine what is and is not an imminent threat is the president.
False. This is the worldwide threats hearing where you present to Congress national intelligence, timely, objective, and independent of political considerations. You've stated today that the intelligence community's assessment is that Iran's nuclear enrichment program was obliterated and that, quote, there had been no efforts since then to try to rebuild their enrichment capability. Was it the intelligence community's assessment that nevertheless, despite this obliteration, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
It is not the intelligence community's responsibility to determine what is and is not an imminent threat.
Okay.
That is up to the president based on a volume of information
it is precisely
that he receives.
It is precisely your responsibility to determine what constitutes a threat to the United States. This is the worldwide threats hearing where, as you noted in your opening testimony, quote, you represent the IC's assessment of threats. You are here to represent the IC's assessment of threats. That's a quote from your own opening statement. And so my question is, as you're here to present the IC's assessment of threats, was it the assessment of the intelligence community that, as the White House claimed on March 1st, there was a, quote, imminent nuclear threat posed by the Iranian regime? Yes or no?
Once again, Senator, the intelligence community has provided the inputs that make up this annual threat assessment.
You won't answer the question.
It is the nature of the imminent threat that the president has to make that determination based on a collection.
Here's the thing. There's a difference between an imminent threat and a threat. And actually, my buddy Ricky HD explained this perfectly. So I'm just going to let him explain it. Just watch this.
So yesterday I posted about how Joe Kent submitted his letter of resignation to Donald Trump, that he cannot, in good conscience, support this war with Iran due to the fact that Iran posed no imminent threat to the United States, and we're doing this on behalf of Israel. And some people are getting confused on what imminent threat was. Yes, Iran was a threat, okay? But the difference between an imminent threat is something that's going to attack us now, okay? Russia is a threat. China is a threat. Pakistan is a threat. North Korea, they're all threats. They're all threats with actual nuclear capabilities and conventional militaries. But why didn't we attack them? Oh, because Israel doesn't want to attack them. But of course, neocons and the Zionist cucks are coming out of the woodwork to bash Joe Kent.
The fact is, Iran was not going to strike, so we did not have to strike before they did. And they are currently not an imminent threat, so we do not have to strike. And that's what Joe Kent was saying. So let me just remind you that Joe Kent not only was right about Iran not being an imminent threat, but he was also probably right about the fact that Israel is controlling our every move. And the Israel lobby in America is controlling our administration's every move. But hey, I'm just a conspiracy theorist.
Listen, I'm not taking nothing from no nigga that deserved what he deserved, but I'm not going to give extra.
Right. Okay. Well, but here's the thing, right? And this is something that really can't be disputed. Jada had real serious street beef with a lot of very serious guys.
Who?
Jimmy Henchman.
They got spanked. Nigga, are you crazy?
In case you didn't know, I want to give you a quick recap of what he's talking about. Jimmy Henchman basically starts managing the game after the game signed to G-Unit. According to what people on 50's side say, they kind of accused Jimmy Henchman of being the main antagonist that gets in the game's ear to say, man, fuck 50. You could be bigger than him. You just got to go against him. Okay? The game starts going against 50. It's really tense at this point. Reportedly, Jimmy Henchman goes to an event at and this is kind of how it really started. And I'm going to start with the violent stuff. Jimmy Henchman and someone goes to a concert at the Apollo Theater. While at the theater or at the event, there was some G-Unit niggas. And they basically confronted Jimmy and they said, what's up with your nigga gang? What's up with him? Whoa. what's popping with? And supposedly, as the story goes, these G-Unit dudes who was pressing Jimmy Henchman, and he's with like 1 or 2 people, they eventually say, "Oh, listen, yo, we got a problem." Like, what's up? It's a typical New York thing. Yo, we got a problem. Supposedly, there's a guy named Maserati Fox. He pulls a pistol and he's like, "What's up?" When that happens, no violence happens. Apparently, you know, they kind of act like they got something too, and you know, cooler heads did prevail. That's good, and they left. Well, Jimmy Henchman is not no pushover. He wasn't going to take that punkin' and sunning lightly. And subsequently, what he ended up doing, he was going to retaliate for that. A couple days later, Yayo was parked in New York. He was in a truck that was bulletproof, but his Bentley was right in front of the truck. Apparently, a gunman sent by Jimmy Henchman pulled up, shot up the car. It was a clear message to 50 Cent and them. Y'all niggas think y'all could pull guns out on us and try to intimidate us. Nigga, y'all ain't fucking with us. But from there on, the beef really devolved into a lot of violence. 50 at a point was on the radio station. The Game, he announced the Game was no longer part of G-Unit. Game pulled up to Hot 97. That was the station it was at. And when Game and his crew pulled up, shots were fired. Reportedly, G-Unit people shot outside of a door and hit one of Game's people. More violence continues to happen. I hope I'm telling y'all that this is why when Mano says this, I'm like, Mano, these guys were putting their lives on the line. We've known you to slap Young Berg. So I'm really wondering, where is the 50s of fraud shit? But keep listening to the story, and we're gonna get much more into it. Yo, Fruit Jams in the chat, what up?
Breaking of trust.
What actually causes the tides on planet Earth? According to the mainstream model, it's the moon making a revolution around the Earth, causing the waters to move with it, and that's causing high tides and low tides. So according to the mainstream model, the moon's gravitational pull is what is pulling the water and causing high tides and low tides. But the moon makes pretty much one full revolution per day. That's what it appears to do in the sky. Like, let's say it's 10 p.m., the moon will be in pretty much the same position 24 hours later. So with that being said, how is it that there is one high tide and one low tide per day in the Gulf of Mexico, but 2 high tides and 2 low tides per day in the Bay of Fundy? How is it that there are such moving in a circle around the Earth?
It can't popped out last night. Let's see if it popped out.
That makes literally no sense at all. And the moon is affecting the water, but not people, not cats, not butterflies, not anything, except for the ocean's waters. In fact, it doesn't even affect the Black Sea. The Black Sea is known as the sea with no tides because it's not connected to the larger oceans. So only the larger oceans have tides. But even areas, even pockets all over Earth have completely different tidal patterns than the next. So that means that there is no way that the moon just moving around the Earth once per day, appearing to do so in the sky once per day, there's no way that that is what is causing the tides. Now, in previous videos, I've speculated as to what could be causing the tides, but honestly, I don't know. I can't tell you. I think it has a lot to do with electromagnetism, which is why salty water is more affected. I think that makes sense. But when you're contemplating the tides and you're watching the sunset, realize how the sun is literally reflecting and walking all the way across the water to the viewer, to you, which means that because of the law of reflection, that cannot be a ball. We are not on a ball. This video was made for entertainment purposes only.
To one of the first people to ever blow the whistle on what she says is absolutely happening, and that our own government has been involved for decades, spraying chemicals into the air with no regard for the people.
Strait of Hormuz is not reopened within 48 hours. He made that threat actually yesterday. We want to bring in South Carolina Congresswoman Nancy Mace, who sits on the House Armed Services Committee. She's also running for governor of the Palmetto State. Always great to have you with us, my friend. I am...
We are at a training ground in the Republic of Congo where instructors from the Russian Ministry of Defense...
In 2013, a video was uploaded to YouTube of a trucker talking to a man about a massive underground secret city that was being built in the United States. They had to take this tunnel 100 miles in to reach this place, and apparently there were more of these tunnels. Check this out.
Goes all the way to Washington, D.C., huh? Goes all the way to Washington, D.C. Yeah, you security? Yeah. How far have you taken this down to, how far have you actually ran a load? 100 miles? Up to Maine? No shit. How many miles do you think that is? Man, that's unbelievable. Not to mention, I heard there's one that goes all the way to Colorado, right? Unbelievable. What do you think you're hauling? Any idea? Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Crap makes all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
You don't really know.
Yeah. I know there's been a lot of military stuff being hauled around lately, that's for sure, huh?
Yeah, we deliver to military.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I heard there's water supply, food supply, everything's in there.
Huh?
Yeah, unbelievable.
You don't get no cell phone service.
No. Peace, brother. I mean, basically, you got an underground roadway system here that runs all the way to Maine, to Washington, D.C., to Colorado. It's fully stocked. It runs completely underground. And this is stocked with food, water, everything they need. It's an underground city. So it's the north entrance, and we're going to go see if we can do some more digging.
That's crazy. Not that I ain't
22 days
already
ago,
thinking.
on March 1st, I warned Iran would close the Strait of Hormuz and that the regime would not.
Newsmax senior correspondent.
Yeah, I mean, in the light. Now let's bring in journalist Inzamam Rashid, who is live for us, overlooking the Strait of Hormuz. This is also a major factor here that's driving up energy prices. There have been multiple attacks this morning.
Yeah, that's right. Look, it isn't just the attacks overnight at some of those energy sites across the Gulf that is rising up oil prices. It is, in fact, what's happening here on the waters behind me on the Strait of Hormuz, where Iran has had de facto control over these waters militarily for the last few weeks, not allowing many ships to pass through the Strait of Hormuz. Usually, around 20% of the world's oil passes through here. Instead, what they've been doing is they've inciting fear on many of the ships that are now parked up, anchored down in these waters behind me. To my left, there are dozens and dozens in the Gulf of Oman, if not hundreds, where you can see at nighttime with their lights on, just sat waiting for some form of green light to pass through this now very dangerous and perilous waterway. And it is dangerous and perilous because Iran continues to attack vessels overnight. Yes, again, we saw a vessel just off the coast of Fort Khor Fakkan, just a few kilometers down from where I am at the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz. There was a vessel that was attacked there. A missile had hit there, and that vessel was alight and burning for most of the night. And then just off the coast of Ras Laffan, where of course we saw that huge attack by Iran on Qatar's energy infrastructure there. It seemed that a vessel off that coast also had been struck late last night as well, meaning that that waters in these areas, particularly around the Strait of Hormuz, still remain very unsafe. I think that this is now very much not just a military war that we're seeing in this region. It's very much an energy and an economic war as well. And a lot of that is being fueled by the activity here on the Strait of Hormuz. We know that in the last 24 hours, the US targeted Iranian missile sites just around 50 miles in that direction on the coast of Iran, where Iran has been using those sites to target vessels in these waters. It would also use those sites if there was any suggestion of US Navy vessels or even European Navy vessels escorting some of these ships and oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. Now, the US forces said that they targeted those sites with bunker busting bombs. We have no idea whether that caused any damage, whether those sites are still available to work. But clearly, with an attack just not far from where we are and not far from the Iranian coast, there was a missile attack there, suggesting that an attack could have come close from one of those sites that it seems that the US potentially targeted. But clearly, this is still very much a quiet waterway right now. Still many boats and vessels parked up waiting to pass through. And those hike in oil prices that we are seeing, the highest since June 2022, that's happening because of this strategic waterway remaining shut.
Inzamam Rashid, we appreciate your reporting from the Strait of Hormuz. Thank you.
President Trump posted on Truth Social, quote, if the radical left Democrats don't immediately sign an agreement to...
Breaking news. Iran-backed Popular Mobilization Forces have targeted the U.S. logistics support camp near Baghdad airport with 2 suicide drone attacks. Iran-backed supporters are also moving toward the U.S. embassy with the slogan Labbaik Yaqameneh, and are calling for the U.S. embassy to be closed in Iraq. We have attached several unedited videos. Kurd Alarm reported from Iraq at 2 a.m. Saturday, March 21st, 2026.
Thank you for watching. Please don't.
Tamara Kablawi is out front.
An Iranian underground missile city buried deep inside a mountain. A show of force aimed at Iran's enemies. A contingency plan to protect its precious arsenal from being eradicated by massive bombardment. Dozens of these subterranean fortresses are spread across the country. It's proof that Tehran has been preparing for a war just like this one for years and possibly decades. It's also from these mountain bases that Iran stores its mobile missile launchers, taking them out, firing, before hiding them back into the mountain to reload and avoid detection. The U.S. and Israel want to destroy this
exactly
threat.
where I was.
Just like Hamas and their tunnels, Iran has funneled decades of state resources not to their people, but into missiles and drones and proxies and buried facilities. But we are hunting them down.
We wanted to find out how. Examining satellite images from 27 underground bases, including 107 tunnels. What we found was evidence of a rapid-fire American-Israeli campaign to trap a large number of Iranian munitions underground, blocking entrances and exits to these bases. Like here, here, and here. Access points to these facilities blocked. We found that the US and Israel bombed at least 77% of the tunnel entrances that we were able to review satellite images of. Here we see rockets fired from mobile launchers towed out of tunnels. The images are from propaganda video released last year. We geolocated this video to here, a large underground city with many of the access points ravaged by US and Israeli bombardment earlier this month. Here we see huge craters surrounding a tunnel portal. Here, a destroyed rocket launcher, and a reddish cloud of highly toxic rocket fuel. But less than 48 hours after the site was first bombed, evidence of Iranians already digging for access to their munitions underground. And this isn't the first time Iran's jumped to repair its underground facilities.
Tehran is completely filled with smoke.
After the 12-day war with Israel last June, Iran repaired missile production facilities, an industrial complex linked to uranium enrichment centrifuges, and subterranean medium-range missile sites, like this one, where Iran reopened access points to those munitions, again starting to repair them just 48 hours after that war ended. The US and Israel continue to score tactical successes around underground facilities, but these might be temporary solutions as Iran continues to adapt. Now, these are huge battlefield achievements by the US and Israel, heavily degrading Iran's military capability. But experts say that Iran remains resilient and has just enough munitions to continue to hit strategic positions such as oil and gas and civilian infrastructure. This adds another layer of complexity and of unpredictability to this war. Kate?
Certainly. Tomorrow, thank you so much.
Bringing some breaking news now just coming out of Israel, where it's being reported that rockets have fallen in several areas in the center of the country. Let's go straight over to Noor Aude. She joins us from Ramallah in the occupied West Bank. And Noor, what are we hearing about the impact of those fallen rockets?
Well, we're not hearing, Sami, because the military censor in Israel has not cleared information for publication yet. What we can tell you, though, is that eyewitnesses are talking about plumes of smoke. They're talking about several areas of impact. Now, the areas that have been targeted, we keep telling our viewers the center of Israel. Let's explain what does that mean. It means that the area that is being targeted is where about 44% of the Israeli population lives. This is where the Ben Gurion airport is. It is where several air bases and military bases are. The Ministry of Defense, the Mossad are headquarters. This is a very strategic area for Israel. Targeting that area, keeping all those millions of people in the shelters is extremely disruptive. And this is what we heard, for example, from the mayor of Haifa, saying that he will not ease restrictions, that he will not allow schools to come back to resume activity because it was simply too risky. The alarms and the sirens are going off almost nonstop in Haifa and northern communities from rocket fire coming from Lebanon, and this is something that Israelis are increasingly frustrated with. There is no early warning to them. They have very few seconds, no more than a minute to get to the shelter. They cannot possibly think about and can plan about going to work, sending kids to school, picking them up from school, and so on. But throughout this war, Sammy, we have to say, I've never seen anything like it. The military censor has been adamant. It has imposed basically a blackout on where these missiles and rockets are falling, how many have been fired at Israel from Iran or Hezbollah.
But that don't mean you don't want her back.
Okay, so
you're still there. And that's why nobody else can get a piece of your heart, because it belongs to Mariah.
We're in a safe space, right? We're being vulnerable,
Absolutely.
Right? We just can't.
We in the man cave.
I don't want to start shit that I don't need to start. So ultimately, what I'll say, I divorced my wife.
You initiated?
Yes.
Why?
So in that, because it goes back to what I was saying before, where I was talking about the man that I am.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is, years of therapy. The man that I am, the man that I was before I was married, I feel like I lost my identity and who I was once I became
a husband.
A husband.
And
the husband I became was Mr. Mariah Carey.
So are you telling me that you let the public's opinion influence how you function in your marriage?
It wasn't the public's opinion, but that was part of it, because it wasn't.
To our main breaking news. You don't.
I want to be surprised. I get goosebumps all over my body. So I have never seen anything like that. So the thing.
Next news. Breaking news from the White House.
Gary Franchi here, reporting live from the White House. It's casual Saturday, March 21st, and this is my last report before I head back to Chicago. However, I'll be back April 3rd, and now the latest. We are now 3 weeks into Operation Epic Fury, and this morning, President Trump dropped a bombshell. The president says he's considering, quote, winding down the military operation against Iran. Yes, you heard that correct. But here's what the mainstream media will not tell you. Just 30 minutes before that statement, Trump told reporters right here that he does not want a ceasefire because the United States, in his words, is obliterating the other side. And the numbers back that up. According to the Pentagon, U.S. forces have now bombed thousands of targets inside Iran. Admiral Cooper confirmed this morning that Iran's combat capability is in, quote, steady decline as our offensive strikes ramp up. This is what strength looks like. But while our warriors are delivering results, where are our so-called allies? Well, President Trump is calling out NATO, and he is not holding back. He posted on Truth Social, quote, without the USA, NATO is a paper tiger. He called European leaders cowards for refusing to help secure the Strait of Hormuz. That's the single choke point driving global oil prices through the roof. And you know what? He is absolutely right. European countries have rejected Trump's call for naval support. They don't want to get their hands dirty. But they sure love complaining about high energy prices. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief is not backing down. The Pentagon is deploying more than 2,000 additional Marines to the Middle East. Reports indicate that the White House is even weighing in a potential operation to seize Iran's Karg Island. That's their main oil export hub. Now, that would be a massive game-changing move. And overnight, Israel and U.S. forces struck Iran's Natanz nuclear enrichment facility. That's the same facility that the regime has used to inch closer to a nuclear weapon. Now, remember, war isn't cheap. This administration is requesting $200 billion in supplemental funding. That's a big number, but as Secretary of War Hegseth put it, it takes money to kill bad guys. So where do we stand? Well, President Trump has decimated Iran's military capabilities, exposed NATO's weakness, and made clear that America will not be held hostage by terrorist regimes. Whether this operation winds down next week or next month, one thing is certain: the world is watching a president who leads from the front. Reporting from the White House on a Saturday, I'm Gary Franchi. Stay tuned to Next News Network for continuing coverage. Make sure you comment, follow, like, share, subscribe, do all the things, and we'll see you at the next report.
If the moon is spinning in space just like every other object in this solar system, then why, not once, not ever, has any living human being on this entire planet seen the other side of it with their own 2 eyes? And here's what's even more wild. Scientists don't just say it's a coincidence. They say it's perfect, perfectly timed, perfectly locked, perfectly synchronized, like someone sat down and calculated it that way. So let me ask you this. What are the actual odds that a giant rock floating in space just happens to rotate at the exact same speed it orbits Earth? Not close, not almost, exact, down to the millisecond. And nobody finds that suspicious. Okay, so here's what they teach you in school. The moon rotates. It spins on its own axis. But, and this is the part they breeze past real fast, it also orbits Earth at the exact same rate it spins. So by the time it completes one full rotation, it has also completed one full trip around Earth. Every single time, without fail, for billions of years. They call this tidal locking. Sounds clean, sounds scientific, sounds like a finished answer. But here's where it starts to fall apart. Tidal locking, according to the same textbooks, takes hundreds of millions to billions of years to happen naturally. It's a gradual process caused by gravitational friction, slowly sinking 2 objects over deep time. Cool, fine. Except the moon's orbit isn't even perfectly circular. It wobbles, it tilts. The distance between the moon and Earth changes constantly. So if all these variables are shifting around, how is the rotation still perfectly in sync? How does it never drift, even slightly, over billions of years of gravitational chaos? Something that precise doesn't just happen. Precision like that is either engineered or it's a clue. Now think about what this actually means for you personally. Your entire understanding of space, of the moon, of what's real up there, it was handed to you. You didn't discover it. You didn't verify it. You were told it in a classroom, shown a diagram, and then just moved on to the next chapter. Nobody gave you a telescope powerful enough to check. Nobody showed you live, rotating footage of the moon from multiple angles in real time. Every single image, every model, every animation you've ever seen of the moon was made by the same institutions telling you not to question it. And the craziest part? The one half of the moon that faces us. We've mapped it in detail. We've landed on it. We have high-res photos. But the far side? We've only seen it through government space agency cameras. Cameras we have zero access to. Images we cannot independently verify. You're being asked to trust completely about something sitting right above your head. Every single night. Perfect tidal locking, maintained indefinitely on a non-circular orbit, with no observable drift. That's worth questioning. Loudly. Some researchers outside mainstream astronomy have pointed out that the moon's density is also off. It's lighter than it should be for its size. Some calculations suggest it might be hollow. NASA's own seismic data from Apollo missions described moonquakes that rang like a bell for hours. A solid rock doesn't ring. Hollow things ring. Nobody's saying they have all the answers, but the questions are right there, in the data. If this made your brain do a double take, good. That means it's working. Drop a comment with what you actually think is going on up there, and go watch the other videos on this page, because we are just getting started. Every video goes somewhere they don't want you to look. See you in the next one.
Iran has drawn the ultimate red line. If their power grid is struck, they will unleash total hell. In the first savage wave, the IRGC unleashes a storm of ballistic missiles and massive drone swarms. Targets detonate in fireballs. Saudi Arabia's Ras Tanura and Abqaiq refineries erupt. UAE's Jebel Ali and Tawila power plants explode in flames. Qatar's Ras Laffan LNG terminal is shattered, and U.S. bases like Al Udeid plunge into darkness and chaos. Then, cyber strikes black out entire grids and communication networks in an instant. The death blow. Water desalination plants, the desert's last lifeline, are obliterated. Saudi's Jubail and Yanbu, UAE's Fujairah, and facilities serving 70 to 99% of drinking water for 62 million Gulf people. Israel suffers the same fury. Missiles hammer Orat Rabin power complex near Haifa, and the 5 giant coastal desalination plants, which supply up to 86% of the nation's water for 10 million people. The aftermath is pure nightmare. Over 72 million souls plunge into total darkness and deadly thirst. Cities become sweltering death ovens with no power or cooling. Hospitals turn into silent graves as ventilators fail and patients gasp their last. Water taps run dry,
Damn, I ain't even think
unleashing
about
mass
that.
dehydration, raging epidemics, riots, and desperate refugee waves. Oil exports crash, igniting global energy meltdown. This is the terrifying reality Iran threatens. One strike could trigger an unprecedented catastrophe of biblical proportions.
I did not think about that shit.
Do it. So they'll have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these. Did I do that right? Yeah, 10. But yeah, that's what the launch pads look like. Yeah, Stevie. I think, but Stevie, I do think that they are working some of the ships out of there. This is also, I don't feel like doing it because I don't, but you can find spicy Doritos drones that are in here. I'm trying to find you what year, but this is how they know that there's drones in there. But yeah, usually buildings that are marked like this or look like this are drones. Also, have y'all ever heard of Missile City? It's another thing. Yeah, Missile City right here. Check this.
Got your ass.
This is in Iran. Dun, 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 dun. Look at this. You just keep on going and going and going. Let me pull out. That's what he said. But yeah, you can just keep on going and going and going and going. All of these missiles. But yeah, I mean, it is massive. Give you an idea, it goes all the way over here to all the way over here. To give you a distance, that would be roughly 5 miles.
Man.
5 miles.
Worth of missiles?
5 miles of it. It's 1.5 miles wide. So it's literally known as Missile City. And there's the other thing is right in this area right here. So let me pull out a little bit. That's what he said. So right here you have the strait. Okay. Right hand side you have a underground base. This is where they launch the drones out of. I have no idea how many drones they have, but they showed it off the IRGC brag years ago.
Y'all are starting to make my job too easy. I just got out of a custody hearing that I won in basically 10 minutes. And I was able to achieve this all because of just one sentence. One sentence stated by the child's mother. What was going on? I thought you'd never ask. I'm representing a father in a custody case. The couple used to be together, not together anymore. Once they broke up, they had a court order put in place. The child lived with mom. Dad has his visitation rights. On his rights as a father, she's not following the order. She's not letting him see his child. Since, in his words, she's alienating the child from him, that is not in the child's best interest. It is in the child's best interest for the child to have both parents in their life. So he's trying to tell the court the child should be with me because I wouldn't do this to the mother. She'll be able to be involved. The child should be with me and she can't make good decisions. Also, fun fact, Dad moved out of state after the breakup. They don't live very far apart, maybe like a 5-hour drive, but important fact that child lives in Texas with mom, Dad doesn't. So after we filed the case, mom is starting to act right again because she knows we're heading to court. So Dad has been seeing the child. Well, during the visitation, Dad finds an air tag in the child's shoe, he gets rid of it. Also, please note that it is Texas law that if there is a pending family law case, no matter if that's divorce, custody, etc., you cannot track a child or party while that case is pending. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm here putting y'all up on game for free. There's a lot of laws in Texas that people don't agree with. Blame your legislators. They create the laws. Get out and vote. Well, mom goes to check the location of the AirTag and she realizes the AirTag has been disabled. It's off. And this is the one sentence that mom said that allowed me so effortlessly to win my hearing. She sends Dad's a voice text and says if he does not cut that tracker back on so she can see where her child is, then she was going to call her brother to come pow him. And there's going to be some slow singing and flower breaking. So here I am in court, just bring on a little portable speaker, cut it up to the max volume, and just like that, play button, and the hearing was over. The judge looked at her after giving her some very choice words, told her she might want to go pack her child's bag so that the child doesn't have to start completely over from scratch because he will be moving in with Dad. Now, this is probably one of the worst days of her life, and it didn't help that she didn't have a great attorney because there is no way in hell I would have had that night and that happen. Because I gave her lawyer the recording. If roles were reversed, I was representing Mom and representing Dad. The moment I would have heard that recording, I would have done a settlement offer and be like, let's work this out. Let's come together.
Dads, always your cool. Let your BB self-destruct. 9 out of 10, she will self-destruct. Just sit back, wait, and document. What are your thoughts? Comment below. I want to know what you think about all this. You want to have a whole dialogue in the comment section, so comment below.
So I think a lot of us are kind of burning out on the Iran war. Like, we're sick and tired of this war continuing. It's pointless. We know that there's no end in it. And a majority of our country is actually rooting for Iran to win this war. Now, in this fog of war, if you will, a lot of times it's hard to tell with AI what's legit and what's not. So I want to be very specific about this one. Inatola tweeted out and he says, hey, Grok, this Israel oil plant, as in like, hey, Grok, is this Israel's oil plant? Grok comes down in the comments and says, yes, I can confirm the images that you're seeing on the screen match the images coming out from the Israeli sources that claim that their Haifa port is getting smoked right now. And I mean, like, not just a little bit, I mean, like, disabled, completely wiped off the map. Everything that Israel was building and using to sustain their self, GDP, oil, infrastructure, Netanyahu destroyed it all. And there's going to be no taking everything that Israel acquired and all the wealth that they built in their nation was off the blackmail of the world. Basically, Israel blackmailed all of our politicians into sending billions and billions of dollars into Israel. Now Israel is going to have like close to maybe $5 trillion worth of damage when all is said and done from this war. While at the same time, you're seeing a shift from the American people saying, yeah, we're done with these freeloaders. We ain't giving Israel a fucking penny. And any politician that wants to vote to send our tax dollars to Israel, we're going to vote to have you out of office. Then after we vote you out of office and we get the politicians in, we're going to backdate and order investigations into every penny, every bribe, every kickback, every dollar that you sent to these AIPAC fucks. And we are coming for it all. We're coming for your freedom. We're coming for your bank accounts. We're coming for every penny that you got, every shekel that you got from unregistered foreign agents. And we are going to charge you accordingly. And you're probably going to spend 15 years of life in prison, depending on who you are. And we're going to take all of the wealth from you, your family. We're going to track down every bank account, every penny, every transaction that was sent to that account. And anybody that was working in that account or using that account, we're going to charge them with unregistered foreign agents as well. Your whole family's fucked. That's going to be the message to all these fucking crooked politicians in DC. You're just chilling on borrowed time here. The American people are waking up. They call us the woke Reich, and we're going to take back our entire fucking country. And when we do, we're putting all of your asses in prison. So enjoy your freedom while it lasts, motherfuckers.
A defense contractor called Blue Water Autonomy just started building a ship that requires zero crew, zero heating, zero air conditioning, and can cross the entire Pacific Ocean by itself. 90 days at sea, no humans, no complaints, no mutiny. It's called the Liberty class, and the first one went into production this month. Here's generally different from every other autonomous vessel announcement that's come and gone. They didn't design a new hull from scratch, which is exactly how the Navy's previous programs burned billions and delivered nothing on time. Instead, they licensed an proven design, the Damen Sand Patrol 6009, loaded it with the and built a robotic assembly line at Conrad Shipyard in Morgan City, Louisiana. The result? a 190-foot autonomous vessel that can carry 165 tons of cargo.
Why would you try to hop that?
11,500 miles at 29 miles per hour. And they can build between 10 and 20 of them per year. Right now. Today. Not one after 3 redesigns and a congressional inquiry. No crew means no crew quarters, no galleys, no bunks, no HVAC systems, no medical bay. Everything that normally eats up space and budget inside a naval vessel, gone. What's left is pure function. 4 standard cargo containers, weapons, ammunition, medical supplies, whatever the fleet needs, wherever it needs it, delivered tightly. The name isn't accidental either. Liberty ships were the unsung heroes of World War II, mass-produced cargo vessels that kept Allied forces supplied across 2 oceans. Between 1941 and 1945, the U.S. built over 2,700 of them. At peak production, that's 3 ships every 2 days. The record for fastest build? 4 days, 15 hours, and 29 minutes from keel to completion for the SS Robert E. Perry, a record that still stands. Blue Water isn't matching that pace, but at 10 to 20 ships a year using robotic assembly, they're moving faster than anything the traditional naval procurement system has managed in decades. The outside number that ties us back to everything we've covered today. The U.S. Navy currently needs 381 ships to meet its strategic requirements. It doesn't have and can't build them fast enough through conventional means. An autonomous vessel that costs a fraction of a crewed ship, shore rotation, no medical support, and no salary, changes that math completely. The Navy doesn't just have a fleet size problem, it has a manpower problem, a budget problem, and a procurement problem all at once. The Liberty class doesn't solve all of it, but it's the first and just smart answer to arrive in a very long. No crew, no delay, no excuses.
So, the court is going to set bond. Bond is set in all cases. The purpose is 2 things. One is to ensure your appearance at future court dates. There's for the protection of the public. We'll note that this being a felony failing to pay child support case, that there is a statutorily required bond that is 25% of the amount that is claimed to be owing. And give me just a second because I'm looking up what that amount is, because the copy that I have here is so. Attorney Reiser, did you want to respond?
Your Honor, I typically in these cases ask for equivalent to the amount that is outstanding or substantially close to the amount. I'm trying to read what that is. Also, it looks like $67,218.49.
Wait, so they don't know how much he owes. Their copy is illegible.
Yes, I was hoping that there would be something in JIS about it, and there is not.
And it's not in their computer system either.
So the high amount, I would ask for $50,000.
$50 million? And who you think you kidnapped, Chelsea Clinton?
So they can't read the amount. And it's not in their computer system either. They're on him to respond to the $50,000.
My son was killed January 12th of 2025, and this month the trial for his murderer is starting, and I'm stuck here in jail.
So, sir, my condolences for your loss. There's not much that I can say about other than to offer my condolences there. What I will say is that as magistrate doing a weekend arraignment, I am statutorily required at this point to set the minimum 25% bond on the felony non-support matter. So I am setting your bond in the amount of $18,000 cash or surety. Okay. Your next court date, as I said, is going to be March 26th. And you are to consult with an attorney between now and that court date. But your hearing this morning is concluded.
Highway robbery.
This is an 1893 map of Chicago, and it's the World's Columbian Exposition, and it's crazy. You gotta see this. I mean, I'm just gonna show you the outline, and then we're gonna dive in. It's just wild. Let me show you. First off, they got this one train that goes all the way around, which I thought was crazy. The tracks go all the way around the entire fair. This is like one of these World Fair things. Also, I understand that all these buildings were like temporary. They're not there anymore. From Chicago, let me know if you've been there. You know where this is at. I don't know, but I found this really, really interesting. Look at these. Look how this one's decked out here. Look at that. Then look at the size of the people. It's crazy. And then look at the size of this building here, right along the water. It's huge. I mean, this is crazy. You got the boats there too. And then look at the entrance right there. I mean, that's so badass. And then you have this right here. Wish we could get a better close-up of the statue. But it's not just these. I mean, it's every single freaking building. It's every single it doesn't matter which building I zoom.
Inserting armor. Right there, armor. Reloading.
zoom in on is just it's crazy. What did they build all this? Why isn't it there anymore? Comment, let me know.
Back in 2001, after the American and NATO invasion, the Afghan people were shattered and scattered. What is the real reason behind the conflict between two Muslim neighboring countries? Many people blame the Durand Line, but the real cause is a militia group called the TTP. But who exactly are the TTP? Back in 2001, after the American and NATO invasion, the Afghan people were scattered, as their Muslim neighbor Pakistan helped them, or at least stayed neutral. But when desperate Afghans fled across the border and took shelter with the tribal Muslim communities in Waziristan's mountains, Pakistani forces, on American orders, launched attacks on both the Afghans and those local tribes. They killed thousands of innocent mountain people and Afghan refugees. Those groups had no choice. They took up arms. In 2007, they united under one banner and became the TTP. Now, the same TTP is attacking Pakistan. The Pakistani army is reeling, so they take revenge by launching airstrikes on Afghanistan. Their logic? Afghanistan is sheltering the TTP. But here's the other side of the coin. When India launches airstrikes inside Pakistan with the exact same accusation that Pakistan supports militants, Pakistan refuses to tolerate it. Pakistan openly supports Kashmiri militants for the sake of Kashmir. So why is it wrong when Afghans support the TTP in return for shelter?
Did you know that there will be a tunnel connecting London to New York? Imagine hopping on a train in London, gliding effortlessly across continents and oceans, and stepping off in the heart of New York City in less than an hour. Picture spending your day working in the bustling metropolis, taking a small walk, and then catching the evening train back home to London, all in the same day. Sound like sci-fi, right? Well, the project known as the $20 trillion transatlantic train is more real than you can imagine. Yet, transatlantic, with that this tunnel will connect the European continent with the North American continent. It would span 3,400 miles under the ocean, making the current 7-hour flight seem ancient. And who knows, you might see Atlantis while you're on the way. But Londoners are no strangers to underwater tunnels. The Channel Tunnel already connects England to France, and even offers direct train rides to Paris, Brussels, and Amsterdam. Still, a tunnel to NYC would take engineering to a whole new level. What makes this difficult to build? Well, the extreme underwater, safety challenges, and environmental concerns are some of the reasons. But let's not giant elephant in the room, the $20 trillion price tag for this project. That's basically the GDP of the US, and a quarter of the world's entire GDP. This is why we're probably not going to see this project come to light for the next few decades. But who knows? Maybe your kids will hop on this tunnel one day and go from Camden to Dalton School in New York every day.
Mr. Netanyahu, and you can quote all the Old Testament that you want.
That's right.
If you don't repay evil,
amen. That's right.
You will never step 2 inches. Thank God into the kingdom of all the countries. The Palestinian life is just as important life as the Jews.
That's right.
Anytime you put the life of a Jew, it make good. Above the life of Palestinian people,
right?
And here it God says he have no respect of persons. You's a hypocrite.
That's right. That's right.
For the whole world, God eyes, all the world.
Romans 3 and verse 19.
All the world
may become guilty.
America has $39 trillion worth of debt. But who does America actually owe the debt to? The data actually is surprising. So the first big bit of data is that America owes 76% of its entire debt to itself. And it can do that because of the world reserve currency. So when it comes to America owing to itself, 19 trillion is regular American. The US government has $7.3 trillion worth of debt. This is the government borrowed money from its own programs that it owes back. And the Federal Reserve is owed $4 billion. And your Social Security Fund, which is the money set aside for retirement, is at $2.4 trillion. Now, what's really interesting is what comes next. Who are foreign holders? The first, Japan at 1.1 trillion. This is one foreign country holding US debt. Also, we've got a lot of borrowing with the yen as well, so this makes a lot of sense. Now, number two is really interesting. The UK is owed $800 from America. Clearly, the UK has been investing in US debt for quite some time. I mean, we are a decent ally of America. But the third is China, $159 billion. And I do see this actually moving down considerably in the future, and China will get rid of as much American debt as possible, as they've been selling it off quite a lot in the last couple of years. Then we have Canada, a very close ally to the US, makes a lot of sense. Now, Ireland is an interesting one because the $330 billion is not from Irish people. This is from big corporations that move over to Ireland because they have very good corporate tax structure. Now, here's where things get tricky for America, because to maintain debt, they have to pay $520 billion, which is around 17% of all Federal Reserve funding. So that 17% worth of spend can't be used on any other services. And the US is increasingly borrowing more money to pay the interest off of this is unsustainable long term. Hence why countries like China are selling off their US debt. And also, US debt went from AAA rated to AA rated for the first time in history just about 2 years ago. If you want to keep up with this, then make sure you follow me.
Some breaking news. Iran is about to bomb France's aircraft carrier after a huge mistake that France just made. In fact, even though it was meant to be a secret, we just found out the location of France's one and only Charles de Gaulle aircraft carrier. Context, France has sent an aircraft carrier to the Mediterranean to defend the European military base RAF at Krateri. Now, obviously, that aircraft carrier is a #1 priority target for Iran. And so because of that, France has been trying to keep its location secret, whether it's turning off its tracker, not allowing other ships nearby it, etc. happened, which exposed the location of this aircraft carrier. And it's way more embarrassing than we thought. A French sailor using a running tracking app called Strava just exposed the location. Specifically, this French sailor on board the aircraft carrier went on a routine exercise and did a run around the flight deck of the aircraft carrier. The only problem is he tracked his run using the app called Strava, and then he shared on the app the details of his run, and it showed everyone the location of his run. By extension of that, it showed everyone the location of the aircraft carrier. And so completely by accident, this French sailor who shared the location of his run shared the location of his #1 priority target, their aircraft carrier. And we found out it's just the coast of Cyprus, and we imagine it's now heading round to Israel. And this is we had no idea where it was. All we knew is that France was sending it. And so this shows that France is way more involved in the war than we previously thought. All because of this massive accident by a French sailor, accidentally exposing the ship's location. It's a huge embarrassment and national security threat to France. I don't really know this sailor, and I don't know how France is going to respond to this. This is such a failure. But you can give me a follow, because this is something you would not have heard about if you didn't follow me, because I cover the news that you won't find anywhere else.
So this is big. This is big Epstein news that Donald Trump definitely does not want us talking about. But I'm going to talk about it, and there's some things about this that I want to explain. Now, we've learned that the Epstein estate settled with a victim. But the estate did not settle with the victim just on behalf of Jeffrey Epstein and whatever he did to this victim, but also on behalf of Donald Trump. Watch this.
But we do know that Epstein's accountant testified that the Epstein estate settled with Jane Doe number 4. a very important Jane Doe. Jane Doe number 4's files were hidden until Trump bummed Iran and changed the subject. Jane Doe's number 4 files